Good morning, everybody, and welcome. We are so pleased to have you this morning here for our second annual Hoag Advances in Clinical Virtual Reality Symposium. We've got a great lineup of speakers today for you guys, and we're really looking forward to getting this program underway. As I mentioned, the theme of this year's conference is State of the Science. We've assembled leaders and thought leaders from across the nation and across the world in order to get together and generate ideas and stimulate further conversation, research, and development in this critical and advancing area of virtual and augmented reality in the healthcare field. I think you're going to be very pleased with the speakers we have today, many of whom we're going to be learning quite a bit from as the day goes on. Before we get started for the day, I would just like to say that we are very fortunate to have our program today sponsored by a generous grant from Surgical Theater through the Hoag Hospital Foundation. And Surgical Theater has been instrumental in supporting a lot of the work we have been doing in virtual and augmented reality here at Hoag. To start off the day, I'd like to introduce my friend and colleague, Dr. Walter Greenleaf. Walter Greenleaf is a true pioneer in the virtual reality and augmented reality space in healthcare. His background is in neuroscience, where he holds a PhD in neuroscience. This combination of understanding the way the brain works and understanding the nuances of the technology and how they can interplay together to have long-term impacts on the brain really gives Walter a unique perspective for the potential value of virtual reality in healthcare. Walter is leading scholar at Stanford University's Virtual Human Interaction Laboratory. He's also the Director of Technology Strategy at the University of Colorado National Mental Health Innovation Center and a member of the Board of Directors of Brainstorm, the Stanford Laboratory for Brain Health and Innovation and Entrepreneurship. In addition to his research at Stanford University, Walter is currently the technology and neuroscience advisor to several early stage medical product companies and accelerator and incubator programs. As we'll see throughout the day, these partnerships between clinicians and academics, medical centers, and thought leaders and industry are critical in moving this field forward and making sure we deliver the highest quality highest quality technologies and treatments supported by evidence to as many patients as possible. Walter, we are so happy to have you with us here today, my friend, and looking forward to hearing you speak.
Well, thank you so much, Rob. I'm very excited to be here and have an opportunity to talk about issues that I'm passionate about. It's not often that we have the opportunity to see the evolution of a new approach, a new way of doing things that will dramatically change a field. And Hoag is leading the charge in terms of bringing forward this next generation of technology and systems that can help improve patient care. And what I will try and do today is give a very brief introduction and not just talk about VR and AR technology and its impact on healthcare, but talk about how it's part of an emergence of other systems such as biosensing, telemedicine, and machine learning, and how together we're going to see some dramatic changes over the next few years and how healthcare is delivered. So let me advance the slide here. Okay, in the course of the next 30 minutes, I'm going to start by giving a brief overview of the context of the digital health revolution that we're in the middle of. I'm going to talk about the emerging and confluent technologies that are contributing to that revolution. I'll try and give a very brief overview of VR and AR technologies, what we are starting to call extended reality technologies or XR technologies. I'll talk a little bit about the neuroscience of why VR AR technology has great impact in healthcare. I'll talk a little bit about the history. There is a history of VR. It's not just something that evolved over the last few years, and how the research that has been done previously contributes to where we are now and gives us a fantastic running start. I'll give some examples of where we are now, and then I'll try and do something perhaps a little bit risky, talk a little bit about the future prospects of where we'll be in a few years. Rob briefly mentioned my academic affiliations with Stanford University. One of the things that empowers my work is I spent some time as the director of the Mind Division for the Stanford Center on Longevity. At that time, I became very aware of the looming healthcare crisis, and I think it'll be more of a challenge than we have with the current pandemic, and that's because of a worldwide aging population. The demographics are such that, well, for example, in the US, our population has doubled since the 1960s, but family sizes have gone down dramatically. As a result, if we look out 5, 10, 15 years from now, we're going to be top heavy. We're going to have a lot of people in their 70s, 80s, 90s, and beyond who will need help with difficult challenges such as stroke, mobility disorders, neurodegenerative disease. And we don't have the infrastructure right now, both physical and also support-wise, to support our aging population. It's a worldwide problem, and we have some time to get ready for it, but it could be an issue that could have dramatic effects upon our economy and our culture if we're not prepared. The only solution, since we can't grow caregivers fast enough, is to leverage technology. And this is one of the reasons that I spend so much time not just working within the academic arena, but working with some amazing early and later stage technology groups and medical product groups to come up with the next wave of technology that can help support our healthcare systems. So to give a very brief summary of what my talk will be about, I'm going to talk about how our current systems have been founded upon more than 30 years of research and development, and how they facilitated us being where we are today, and where our next point of departure is with today's generation technology. What has been amazing is that the cost of VR and AR technology is finally at a point where it's affordable, and we can leverage the technology and place it in such a way as to not just be useful in a clinical environment, but also in the home environment. The full spectrum of healthcare is being impacted by VR and AR technologies, not just direct patient care, but with prevention wellness, improved assessments, and better management of chronic diseases. And we're finally in the position where the technology can move into mainstream. And one of the things I'm so excited about with Hoag and this conference and the people who are listening to this conference and watching it is that we finally are in a position to move from the early stage now. The technology is ready to be moved into healthcare, and Hoag is helping us move that forward. So we are in the middle of a digital health revolution. Things are moving along quite briskly in that area. There's been an additional momentum gathered because of the current pandemic. One amazing aspect of this shift to digital health as a platform for healthcare is now allows us to be more focused on the patient, having the patient be the center of care rather than the clinic or the hospital. We're seeing impact on all aspects of healthcare, starting with prevention and wellness, improved, much more objective assessments of physical and cognitive function, improved functional training using simulations, improved ways to promote adherence so people can have some guidance and help to stay with what's often a difficult healthcare program, and ways to reach underserved populations. In the last 10 to 15 years, it's been quite a transformation. Almost every medical device has been reinvented and moved from the analog world to the digital world. I still remember seeing stacks and stacks of patient records. We now have electronic medical records, which I'm told are actually pretty easy to use, perhaps. And this allows us to do some amazing things. By moving from an analog world to a digital world, we can collect a lot more information and analyze it in a much more robust manner. We're entering the era of medical wearables, where sensors can be affixed to us and collect information about our movement, about the state of hormones, our physical functions can be collected and uploaded to the cloud and analyzed in a protected manner. We have ways to collect this data in a comfortable way with watches and earphones and stickers and headbands that we can wear at night. And it's not just our physical parameters that are being captured with this information. We're also now getting ways to, for example, collect information about brain health by looking at the passive data of how fast we type on our cell phones, or voice stress, voice analytics as a way of indexing anxiety or depression. We'll hear later today from Dr. Naduka about how we can capture information from a head-mount display and use that as a method of indexing emotional valence and mood. And we can capture cognitive functions through a very sophisticated way of measuring movement and response to a challenge, and use that through an augmented reality system. So we're entering a new era of data collection. And this allows us to do some amazing things, and we can combine these digital analytics with standard courses of treatment, standard devices for prescription medicine, and promote combination therapy, which allows us to do so much more in this digital healthcare platform. I can't overstate how amazing it is to be able to collect this information on both an individual and on a population basis, come up with methods to take the information, refine our protocols, use VR, AR, and other systems such as smartphones and tablets as a way to collect information, but also push recommendations and promote adherence and changes of behavior to the user. On the other end of this platform, we have scientists, clinicians, government officials, everyone who has a need to look at a top level of the trends and the challenges that we're facing in our healthcare system at large. Allows us to do some amazing things, to understand things that we never could have visibility on before. This allows us to come up with a precision approach for personalized care management. We have a dynamic longitudinal view of the patient's journey. We can dynamically adjust clinical protocols. Instead of a one-size-fits-all, we can match them to the individual. And we can come up with structured data to support decision support systems. So a clinician has a way to see the patient and how they are and understand some key nodes of change. Where making a change in a protocol or a prescription medicine or a recommended exercise can make a dramatic difference and improve the patient's outcome. We now have the tools to be able to do this, and it's really quite an amazing thing. It gives a data stream for physicians and scientists and others that might have an interest to be able to understand and refine protocols. It's really a full spectrum of care that's being impacted by this digital layer, starting at research, discovery and development, managing supply chains for medical products, having the data we need to enhance and speed up regulatory approval, ways to promote patient adherence, and for our insurance networks, way to understand the appropriate reimbursement and make sure that part is done correctly. And it's not just the clinicians and hospitals and insurance carriers. The patients derive great benefit by having a more convenient care, better outcomes, and more rapid response systems there. The digital health layer is really allowing us to do some amazing things, to do combination therapy, better analytics, better outreach to patients. And as part of this, we're seeing some dramatic changes in the nature of the healthcare business. With shifting business models, with the technology titans coming in a direct-to-consumer of healthcare systems, a shifting regulatory landscape adapting to the evolution of these very powerful tools. Telemedicine is gaining traction, much more acceptable, and we're feeling much more comfortable with using technology as a layer to help support the clinical process. And we're also now, as we get better at understanding behavior and the importance of having appropriate mental health care, we're shifting our focus and being able to come up with the tools to find and make some big progress and address patient needs in that area. Now, I mentioned I would discuss very briefly some of the emerging and confluent technologies that are enabling this digital healthcare revolution. Right now, of course, with the Internet of Things, sensors are evolving, they're being interconnected. We're finding ways to collect data passively from the environment around us or actively from systems that are attached to the technology that we use or attached directly to us. And it's really quite amazing how sensor loaded our environment is, and we can leverage that to improve healthcare. We're also finding better ways of connecting through 5G and edge computing. We'll start to see some lighter weights and very powerful systems that we can use as our layers of interfacing with the technology world, with much faster and robust response times, able to do faster analytics and provide graphics in higher resolution because of the evolution of 5G. Machine learning is allowing us to look for patterns and understand and put together some very sophisticated ways of interpreting the data that we're collecting. We're coming up with new paradigms of how to look at the data. In healthcare, we're emulating what's been done for large manufacturing and machine management processes and coming up with a digital twin that incorporates all the information about an individual, their genetic information, their physiological information, their patient history, and building a digital twin of that human so that we can now say, well, what if we change this? Or what if if this surgical procedure interferes with mobility of the knee, what are the consequences of that and what are the trade-offs? So we're leveraging that digital twin paradigm. And our society is adapting and changing too, and we're getting much more comfortable with this always on, always measured environment. It has some disadvantages, of course, and some ways that sometimes it can be a bit much, but it's there and we can leverage it to improve healthcare. We're also, in terms of VR and AR technology, there's been rapid advances that allow us to do so much more. One example is OVR technologies. System to provide dimensional smells so that one can add the very powerful evocative stimulus of olfaction to our robust visual and auditory experiences. Now we have another sensory experience that can be provided in a low cost and amazingly precise manner. We're also getting better at things like our avatars. Our avatars have crossed over the uncanny valley. They can now look very much like they are real virtual humans. We'll hear a little bit more from Greg Welsh later today as he talks about using virtual humans in the healthcare arena. We can have avatars that represent us to support patient follow-up and also for us to be part of our healthcare journey to represent us as we interact with our clinicians and colleagues in the virtual world. We're also getting better at having more complex virtual worlds with multi-user, with avatars that look realistic and have the nonverbal communication. Previously, virtual worlds were very lonely, that one would have an experience, but one would be doing it on their own. And we'll hear later today how from Adam Esslinger from Penumbra about the power of connecting people in a virtual world to have a shared virtual experience. It's really quite amazing how rapidly the technology is evolving to support multi-users in the virtual world environment. And of course, it's very important that we look out for safety and privacy, and with the evolution of systems driven by cryptocurrency, systems like blockchain that can help protect the data, keep track of access and make sure the right people have access and the wrong people don't. With the evolution of Cleanbox as a way of keeping our technology safe and removing pathogens, we now have a way to improve the safety as we use these emerging technologies. So I'm going to shift gears now and talk very, very briefly, very top level, about the momentum that we're seeing in the XR environment. Again, VR plus virtual reality plus augmented reality and mixed reality. We're now starting to use the term immersive environments or extended reality environments, XR. So you may hear those terms throughout the course of the day. Basically, there's a spectrum of immersion that we have, with VR connoting fully immersive environments where we block out the outside world, augmented reality environments being those where we overlay the world with extra information dynamically. Mixed reality is environments where we can interact with that augmented reality layer, and extended reality or immersive systems are the terms to cover the overarching field of VR AR technology. So it's hard to understate this, but right now, the next platform that we will be using as we move forward in our social world, our entertainment world, our educational world, and our healthcare world is going to be extended reality systems. It's on the way. They're in the process of moving over from the early adopters into general use across the business enterprise. And it's going to give us some fantastic abilities to connect and to design and to support and work with each other, socialize with each other. Many companies have put tremendous resources into building up the next generation of AR and VR technologies, and I suspect at the next Consumer Electronics Show, we'll see another whole raft of technologies being presented. It's building up momentum. We're still at a very early stage in terms of where we can go in the next 5 to 10 years. We're going to see fantastic surge forward. And why is this important? Why is the enterprise adopting VR and AR technology? Well, there's some unique capabilities. We can do things that otherwise we just simply cannot do. We can speed up time, go other places, have an experience on demand. These are highly functional systems that allow us to not just have an experience, but also interact and control a process, work with other people in a dynamic, robust manner. We also can personalize the experience much more than we can with typing on a computer or typing on a cell phone to have a deeply personal experience. And we're going to return to having very important modes of communication, such as the facial expressions and body language, which has been stripped away with previous generations of technology. The adoption rate is actually pretty rapid. We're seeing very faster uptake and acceptance of VR and AR technology, even faster than the acceptance of cell phone technology or color television sets or VCR technology. And the predictions are based on parts orders and design documents and investments that there will be more than 70 million users of XR systems. As XR moves over to the enterprise, speed will pick up. And it's really all aspects of our society. We're seeing breakthrough technologies leveraging XR technologies. Healthcare, in my opinion, is going to be one of the major verticals to help pioneer the acceptance of these new technologies. So within the digital health revolution, VR and AR technologies are making a big difference. And again, it's the full stack of healthcare, prevention and wellness, much more objective assessments, functional training, improved methods to promote adherence, ways to reach underserved populations. And I'll give some examples of that as I move through here. Right now there are, and this is probably far too small number, there are more than 200 emerging medical VR and AR companies taking technologies that have been pioneered and approaches pioneered in the academic arena, translating them out into medical products. And it's almost every sector of medicine is being impacted. I've yet to find a section that we aren't seeing real breakthrough systems being developed. And it's not just the early stage academic and seed stage businesses that are moving to this arena. We're having some fantastic movement forward by some of the more progressive players in the healthcare ecosystem, with pharmaceutical companies and medical device companies such as Penumbra, really making a stand to jump into this arena and move the technology forward in a robust manner. And pioneering healthcare groups such as Hoag and Cedars-Sinai making a big difference to help move this technology forward. I'll talk very briefly now about the neuroscience of why this is important. We know that VR systems can activate changes in our brain by activating our reward systems. We can shorten the reward feedback loop by showing progress and change dynamically in a very impactful way. And we can leverage the brain's mirror neuron systems to effect change. I'll give some examples. It's necessary to activate a brain reward system in order to enable neuroplasticity. we need to have repetition in a non-boring manner, in a way that promotes novelty and promotes cognitive engagement. We have to make it interesting, engaging, and fun in order to promote adherence and have effect be in place. We also have some powerful tools using VR. For example, for exposure therapy, we can activate not just through the visual system, but we can also activate the subcortical and threat detection pathways. I suspect that Aaron Ghani later today will be going into more detail about this, but VR is much more effective to promote change through exposure therapy, address post-traumatic stress and phobias, for example, than just using our imagination alone. We can leverage the neuron systems in the brain by, for example, creating an avatar of our future self and showing how the choices we make affect our future self, but shorten the feedback loop, see it dynamically, see it in real time. We have additional mechanisms of impact. We can leverage storytelling and the ability to engage our brains cognitively in a narrative journey. Story is very important. With the ability to add characters and quests and journeys and challenges into our healthcare environment, we can leverage the power of story to help motivate people on the often difficult process of addressing their healthcare. Now, VR and AR technology has evolved. It's not something that only evolved 6 years ago when Oculus was acquired by Facebook. We've had technology, very expensive technology, very uncomfortable technology, but we've been able to do the basic research over the last 3 decades. And I got involved back in 1984 when the technology was very uncomfortable, where the computer was the size of a refrigerator. And since then, I've had the pleasure of working with some amazing colleagues who have dedicated their careers. Skip Rizzo, Joanne DeFede, Giuseppe Riva, Jeremy Bailenson, Hunter Hoffman, the list goes on. Amazing, talented scientists who have been working diligently to validate and understand where VR and AR has impact on healthcare and help to move it forward. As a consequence, we have a large library of fundamental research that shows us the pathways to go down, also shows us the blind alleys that aren't as productive. So I'll jump forward and try and give some very brief examples. We'll hear from the other speakers today, further examples. We see fantastic examples of skill training using virtual environments, surgical procedure training, for example. Anatomy and physiology is a fantastic way to learn the neurotracts of the brain in a three-dimensional dynamic way. We have virtual patients for clinical skill training. Greg Welsh will be talking about that later today. This allows us to have ways to have critical conversations with patients and practice in advance so that we know how to get it right. And if we have to deliver bad news, we learn how to do that in a compassionate, empathetic way without having to learn on the job. Make sure we get that important part right. We can, for example, prepare people for very rare but possible things that can happen, such as a pediatric resuscitation emergency. We can credentialize people by using simulations to help make sure they have the skills before we put them in a situation where those skills might need to rise to the occasion to address a very difficult situation. One thing I'm very excited about is the power of VR and AR technology to provide much more objective assessments. And we'll hear more about that from the speakers later today. But we now can do much more objective assessments, challenge people how to, by creating a contextualized environment that is culturally diverse and age appropriate, ways to evoke a cognitive response. And if we can evoke a cognitive response, then we can also teach people the skills of how to manage that cognitive situation, be it an anxiety or a mood state or some other problem. And we'll hear from Charles Nduka later today about how we can capture biomarkers of cognitive emotional state and use that as a way to help dynamically assess and also intervene. I had the pleasure of collaborating with Lee Williams to look at how we can leverage VR and AR environments by combining them with functional imaging of the brain, understand the brain circuits, and link that to the response that we might get from a VR system. This allows us to identify different biotypes as we go out and can do the same type of assessment of identifying different cognitive biotypes, not just using an expensive machine, but using a virtual reality environment to evoke them. We're seeing some fantastic examples of how VR and AR technology are already in use today. We'll hear through the course of today's presentations by our experts of how they are using VR and AR. And Hoag Hospital has done a fantastic job of being the pioneer, starting with Rob Lewis, looking at ways to use VR and AR technologies for improved preoperative planning and image-guided surgery. I'm excited by the new approaches to physical therapy and occupational therapy that VR and AR allow us to have by being able to accurately measure movement, provide feedback, guide people as they go through the recovery process, and identify the best course of treatment for them. We're having fantastic progress with new ways to address difficult problems in mental health care. Almost every issue in mental health care, we found some new tools to address it. Phobias, eating disorders, psychosis, anxiety disorders, addictions, autism and Asperger, depression, attention deficit disorder, a very long list of where we found some very powerful tools. And we'll hear today from Beth Darnell and others how VR is being used for both addressing acute and addressing chronic pain. We've made great strides of coming up with new tools to address post-traumatic stress disorder and phobias, anxiety disorders through the power of exposure therapy. And very excitingly, we now have some new tools to help address addictions by having environments that are evocative of cravings. We can do refusal skill training, risk avoidance training, and situational confidence training, and help people understand what to say and how to react when their cravings are stimulated or when they're under peer pressure. We can use virtual hospital tours as a way to reduce pre-procedure anxiety. And getting back to my concern about an aging population and the challenges that we have there, we've come up with some fantastic ways to address senior isolation and promote connectiveness and promote health and wellness in our senior care population. Rob, I suspect I'm getting close to my time limit. I have a few more slides to show, but I think I'll wrap it up and make sure we have enough time for the rest of our speakers. Thank you so much for having given me the opportunity to talk about the topics that I'm very passionate about, and I look forward to hearing from you and from the remainder of the speakers.
Thanks so much, Walter. You know, I mean, I've heard you speak a dozen times now, and every time I listen to you, I learn something new. So we're really grateful to have you here as part of the team. And
well, you better be careful with that, Rob. If you hear it too many times, I'm going to have to start asking you to give the talk for me.
You know, I did have a question that, you know, I just kind of wanted to pose to you real quickly. You know, if you had to pick one thing, one area, one condition, or a group of conditions where you think the benefit of virtual reality is most imminently available, what would that be?
Oh, Rob, I'm going to have to give you two. I mean, it's okay. Hard. It's hard to narrow down so many areas to just one. So if we can compromise, I'll give you two. I think I'm most excited about how we're finally going to have some new tools for objective assessments. Often in the course of healthcare, we have to ask people, how are you doing? Are you able to move better? Are you able to manage your mood and your depression, your anxiety better? How were you last week? How are you now? And it's so difficult to come up with objective measurements in that zone, but finally we have the tools to do that. And I guess I'm also excited about some of the new advances in physical therapy, occupational therapy, and supporting people as they do their recovery from injury at home. So those are the two out of many that I'll choose to answer your question.
Great. Thanks so much, Walter. Well, now I have the privilege of introducing myself. My name is Dr. Rob Lewis. Many of you know me. I'm the Chief of Neurosurgery here at Hoag Hospital. I'm also the Empower 360 Endowed Chair for Skull-Based and Minimally Invasive Neurosurgery. In addition to my roles as a surgeon, which is my kind of day job, over the last 5 years, I've become increasingly involved in the advancements of virtual and augmented reality technologies throughout Hoag. This initially started with technology specifically for surgery, where I adopted a platform called Surgical Theater, which is a surgical simulation platform based on the technology from F-16 fighter jet simulations, which allowed us to rehearse and plan operations beforehand. From that, because we had such success, both with the surgeons preparing it with it and the patients using it to help themselves prepare, we started to look a little bit more into what other areas virtual reality in healthcare might be beneficial to our patients. And, fortunately, at being in a place like Hoag, we have a very visionary and supportive administration. And so over the last 5 years, we've really been working diligently to establish ourselves as a space, as a leader in this space. We are not an academic medical center, but we are a high-level community hospital, and we feel that this is one area where we can really make a difference by, rather than just kind of doing small research studies in isolation, we have a concerted effort across our medical staff and nursing staff and administration to be able to deliver as many of these treatments to as many of our patients as possible. So we're going to be hearing more about those efforts throughout the course of the day, including at the end of the day, you'll get to get a sneak peek of our new experiential reality lab, which just opened last week. So, this is a passion of mine. It is something where I feel I love doing surgery, but on a given day I can only heal 2 or 3 people with the knife by doing surgery. Whereas the hope is that if I can make an impact and work to develop technologies and put systems in place, then potentially we're going to be able to help even more people as time goes by. And, working with Walter and several others, we've made a lot of headway in this space. So we're really, really proud of the work that we're making, particularly because it's making a difference for people's lives. So without further ado, I'm going to get started on my portion of the talk. So I'm speaking today in the neurosurgery space. So I'm talking about advanced visualization in neurosurgery and how this is addressing current problems. I'm going to start off by listing 7 problems in neurosurgery, which are solved by advanced visualization technologies. And when I say advanced visualization, I'm talking about VR and AR. So problem number 1. Traditional systems force surgeons to visualize images through a radiologist's point of view. For those of you guys that have ever looked at an MRI or a CT scan, they're fed to us in these kind of black and white cross-sectional images, which are actually upside down and backwards. And the surgeons are forced to take those black and white images, reconstruct it in their mind, rotate it back around, and then kind of interpolate where the patient's tumor is, where the anatomy is. So essentially we have to do this mental exercise of building 2-dimensional model into a 3D model, because when we get to surgery, we don't see it in 2D. We see the world in 3D. And so we've always been forced to do it this way because MRIs were created by radiologists. So that's how we got the images. So this is a problem, and only recently has this problem been solved through the advent of virtual and augmented reality and its application specifically in neurosurgery. So problem number 2, there is no way, or there was no way, to practice an operation on a specific patient prior to surgery. Before virtual reality, the practice of medicine was literally, I go into the operation and I do the best I can for this patient, and then I do the best I can for the next patient. So we are practicing our craft, our field, on each individual patient. Now, sometimes that goes well and patients do really well. Other times there are complications. But if there were a way to practice the operation on this specific patient prior to the operation, it makes clear sense that we'd be able to decrease the rate of complications because we're able to practice it not in some kind of ideal case in a cadaver lab, but practice the operation in this specific patient. And this is one of the advantages virtual reality affords us. Problem number 3, residents have fewer opportunities for hands-on learning. This is just a fact. Since the 80-hour work week was implemented, and there's many benefits to it, their residents spend fewer hours of time in the hospital, and that those hours are even being cut back further than that now. You know, as compared to even 10 years ago when I did my training, you know, the 80-hour work week was not a thing. So we would be every week in the hospital 120, 130 hours, and that's how you learn. I mean, that you need those intensive hours in order to gain, you know, more and more experience. In addition, the other factor is that there's more oversight now, so that, you know, 10 years ago, if there was an operation that happened in the middle of the night, the resident would just go in and do it themselves and call the faculty attending if they needed help. Now, because of increasing oversight, you know, that's not possible anymore. So there's much more stringent oversight, and therefore, again, residents have fewer opportunities to have hands-on learning. This is another area where virtual reality can help by providing a platform for patients, residents to simulate operations again and again until they get it right. And when they do, then they can go into the real operation and do it right the first time. Number 4, and this is one of the most important ones, patients, meaning everyone, does not understand DICOM images. DICOM images are the standard CT and MRI images, which are fed to us, again, in these black and white cross sections. I kind of always tell people when you look at it, I put up a slide where I said, you know, this looks kind of like a Rorschach blot. You know, is it a bat or is it 2 witches kissing? You know, patients just don't get it. And so they're, in my case, being told that they have a brain tumor. And then on top of the fear of that, they don't really understand what it is I'm trying to explain to them. You're kind of looking at this black and white image and I'm drawing on it, but, you know, unless you've had several years of training in medicine and radiology, it's not going to make much of a sense. And so you add on the fear of the condition, you add the fear of the unknown on that to the patients. So fortunately, there's our technologies now which can help us to significantly solve this. Number 5 is a significant one. So traditional navigation systems, and we're going to talk about what these are, require the surgeons to divert their attention away from the operative field. In other words, they have to stop what they're doing, look over at another screen, figure out where they are, and then go back to the operation. This interrupts what's called cognitive flow. Any profession, all of you guys have, you know, at some point been in that state of flow where things are just going well, and interruptions to it can disrupt that and actually take you out of it. So what we have designed is a system to allow the augmented reality information to be displayed in the stream of vision for the patient, for the surgeon, so that they can just continue doing what they're doing and maintain the flow and the workflow of the operation in order to get it done more safely, more precisely, and get the patient off the table as quickly as possible. Number 6. So number 6 is multidisciplinary tumor board is where all the surgeons, oncologists, radiation doctors, medical doctors sit each week and discuss the tumors from that case. In my case, it's brain tumors, and many other specialties, you know, lung, liver, kidney, they all have these multidisciplinary tumor boards. For anyone that's ever been to one or sat in on one, they're very disorganized and the information is disjointed. So, you know, you're having the pathology information come from this system and it's pulled up, and then you have to switch screens because the radiology information, the MRI comes from this screen, and then you have the surgical plan come from another screen, and someone's reading the history from a, you know, printed up piece of paper. And so there's not one cohesive, you know, system which allows us to see the entire patient's journey, including all of the things, the relevant information, the surgeries, the pathology, the tumor growth over time, the chemotherapy regimens. That doesn't exist. And that's also painful for the patient because they're not able to see their timeline, their journey in a single place. So this is something that these advanced visualization systems are getting very close to solving. And finally, number 7, this one's for spine surgery. Existing systems for placement of spinal instrumentation are expensive, have a long learning curve, and often have unacceptably high rates of errors. So even with things like spinal robotics, the error rate, placement rate, which is like $1.5 million robot, the rate of errors is somewhere around 5%, which, you know, that's pretty bad when you're thinking about this is $1.5 million robot and it still misses, you know, 20% of the time. So those are things that we're working with, again, advanced visualization, virtual and augmented reality systems to help solve those, either by, you know, a separate system or by complementing the robotic systems to allow them to be more accurate and see the path as they're going through it. So that's kind of the overview of these problems as how they stand. So a little bit of a historical perspective. Brain tumors were initially discovered, the first brain tumor was initially discovered in 1885. 25-year-old male presented with weakness of the left arm and hand. They knew without any imaging that this corresponded to a tumor in the right motor cortex, and they were able to actually take the tumor out successfully. Now, granted, this is before anesthesia, this is before any imaging, and before antiseptic technique. So they removed the tumor, although the patient ultimately ended up dying about a month later from an infection. The important take-home message here was that by drawing these lines on the skull, they could localize the tumor and take it out successfully. And it assumed that with better post-operative care, including things like antibiotics, would be able to offer long-term benefit to the patient. So fast forward about 80 years, this is the MRI was first designed in 1973. They won the Nobel Prize for this. It gives us, again, these kind of cross-sectional images. But here you can see, you know, the tumor. This is a tumor in the left frontal lobe. It's got a kind of enhancement around the side, and it's kind of dead in the center. A pretty typical imaging characteristic of a malignant brain tumor. Another major advancement was the advent of intraoperative navigation. So this technology which allows us to navigate where we are in the brain. This is based on sextant technology that sailors used to use in order to navigate the stars, was adopted to allow us to navigate inside the brain, even when we can't see certain structures. But over the, you know, since the MRI in 1973 and the navigation in 1987, there haven't really been a lot of advances in those particular areas. There have been other technological advances which have come up over the last several years. These include advanced imaging technologies such as tractography, which allows us to see the white matter tracts of the brain. It allows us to see we have developed refined instrumentation, which allows us to work through smaller and smaller openings in the skull to access what we need to do. We are using now things like a Doppler vessel probe, which was a little a device that allows us to listen for where the carotid artery is, even if we can't see it. The ultrasound is one that we borrowed from the obstetricians because they've been using it in the abdomen for many, many years in order to evaluate the baby, the fetus. And now we use it in neurosurgery quite regularly to help us distinguish tumor from normal brain. And finally, one of the biggest advents of the last 20 years was the movement towards high definition endoscopy. So this is an area where neurosurgery egos got in the way. They've been using this technology in general surgery for 75 years, but neurosurgeons kind of think we have huge egos and we think highly of ourselves. And so we were kind of resistant to the idea, when in reality, when we looked at it and how well we can see, it allows us to do the same operation, but through a much smaller approach. So endoscopy has been really a game changer for neurosurgery. I bring these things up because these are some of the technologies which have allowed us to advance our field over the last 20 to 30 years. However, there's still several problems in neurosurgery, and those are kind of the ones we outlined at the beginning. Number one, traditional systems force surgeons to visualize images through a radiologist's point of view. As we said, these images are given to us in these kind of black and white scroll through images. So as the image scrolls through, you're able to see these kind of cross sections, which are in perpendicular planes, you know, one in line with the nose, one kind of cutting across the head. And, you know, this is how we're given the images. But it's incumbent on the surgeon to like take this image and make it into a three-dimensional model in our mind. I use the analogy of like, it's like those old school flip books. We have to kind of flip through and get the story. I mean, this is very imprecise. And so for me to look at this and then remember where each little nodule of tumor is and remember where each little blood vessel is, it's imprecise. But this is all we had. This is the only way we had to look at these images prior to virtual reality. So these are kind of different of those radiologist views. You know, this one up on the upper right, it shows us where the fiber tracks are. So this is the motor pathway. This is the pathway crossing from one side to the other. And so we can take these and kind of make a guess about where things are going to be, which is all we were left with until we adopted this surgical theater technology, which allows us to take those same MRIs and CT scans that the patients have and reconstruct them using flight simulator technology to create a single image, which it shows me all of the structures of the brain in 3 dimensions, a 360-degree model, which shows me where the brain structures are, where the tumor is, where the important motor pathways are. For example, this vein sitting right on the surface of the tumor is very important. If I injure this vein, the patient's going to have a major problem. So knowing exactly where that is in relation to the other structures is key. What I can also do is plan my surgical corridor, and I can put the patient in the position that they're going to be at during surgery. So I can simulate the operation 3 or 4 or 5 times prior to the operation until I get it right. So it's intuitively obvious that this is better because it's much more similar to the way we see the patients during surgery. It allows us to use the surgeon's eye view rather than the radiologist's eye view. This is in the last 5 years, this is the first time this has ever been possible. And so it really has revolutionized the way that we think about and plan for and prepare for surgery. So problem number 2, there's no specific way to practice an operation on a specific patient. As I said, practicing an operation used to just be kind of thinking about it beforehand and be like, okay, I'm going to do this. And then I remember that this nerve is here, but that's memory was from a kind of idealized case and when I was in medical school and not based on this specific patient. So there's Chris Ahmad is the orthopedic surgeon for the New York Yankees. He wrote a book called Skill, where he compares the elite skills and training of elite athletes to those of elite surgeons. And he makes a lot of comparisons, a lot of the preparation stuff, a lot of the time put in, but one major difference. When Michael Jordan started playing for the Bulls, and even after he had 6 world championships, he practiced basketball, not games, but practiced basketball 5 or 6 days a week. By comparison, surgeons do not do this. In fact, we don't have any way to do it. The practice of medicine is called the practice of medicine because we are practicing on human beings and hoping to get better with time. So Malcolm Gladwell has this concept that's, 10,000 hours and you become expert at something. And Chris Ahmad challenges this because he said, we've all driven for 10,000 hours and we're not all experts at it. In fact, arguably you get worse over time. So he makes the correction that it's not just practice that makes you better, it's practice that times time or strain times time equals skill. So you have to work at something with the intention of getting better. And that's what virtual reality planning and simulation allows us to do in the surgical space. I'm going to show an example of that. So this is a paper published all the way back in 2008. We're showing that almost a quarter of the time, 23% of the time, using virtual reality to simulate the operation led to a change in the surgical plan. Similarly, almost 90% of the time, VR rehearsal led to a good or very good improvement in craniotomy planning. Furthermore, 77% of the time, it led to a substantial improvement in intraoperative spatial orientation, which is one of the most important things that we have when we're in surgery. So this data going all the way back to 2008 it really does demonstrate the power of simulating an operation before doing it. And again, if it's intuitively obvious, and then there's a ton of data to support it. If you're doing surgery on my daughter, you're not doing it unless you've simulated it beforehand. I'm not letting you go in and shoot from the hip. This is a case of a tumor of mine who I had planned initially. A patient was losing vision in the right eye. So this green tumor was pressing on the blue nerve and losing vision in his right eye. I had initially planned on the morning of surgery to go in through his right eyebrow. But what I realized when I did the VR simulation, that it was a tiny tongue of tumor right back here, which I was not going to be able to get out from my initially planned operation. Rather than making that mistake on the patient, I made it on the virtual reality system, and I was able to say, you know what, let's try a different plan. Instead of going through the eyebrow, let's go through the hairline. And from this approach, plan B, I was able to get a much more direct shot at the tumor, be able to remove the tumor entirely and restore the patient's vision. And he went home on post-operative day 1. So in this one case, the virtual reality simulation, which I performed, saved me from either damaging his optic nerve or getting an incomplete tumor resection. So we don't go by anecdotal evidence, but that's a pretty powerful example of how this technology can make a difference in your preparation for surgery. And in fact, this has been studied over multiple different clinical trials, one of which is at Mount Sinai University, which found that using virtual reality to simulate surgery prior to the operation led to a change in the surgical plan 24% of the time. In other words, if they had not done that, if they had just looked at the standard DICOM black and white images, they would have done a suboptimal or incorrect operation for the patient. Again, this data speaks strongly for itself and has been replicated at other institutions, including at Hoag, as well as Stanford University, and is now well accepted in the neurosurgical community. This is another publication recently from Hoag, as well as Stanford, NYU, and JFK, demonstrating the value of the virtual reality simulation in these complex cases. There are, within neurosurgery, there's kind of these like templated cookie cutter, okay, we're going to do this craniotomy or that craniotomy. And there's 5 or 6 of them that are kind of commonly used. The advantage that the VR simulation gives us is that rather than using a cookie cutter, not individualized patient, it allows us to create a precision specific plan for this patient in order to minimize the size of the opening and ensure that we are getting the most direct and safest access to the tumor. Problem statement number 3, residents have fewer opportunities for hands-on learning. We discussed this before because of the work hour restrictions and the increased oversight. So one opportunity that they have occasionally is to go to a cadaver lab. However, cadaver labs are expensive. They cannot be replicated. Once you drill up a head, that's it. And they don't have pathology. They don't have the tumor you're looking to work on next week. They just you can do the drilling and simulate the approach, but they don't have the ability to replicate this patient's anatomy and pathology. So there are, uses for them, but there are definitely several significant disadvantages. Scroll through here. In comparison, virtual reality simulations can allow us to do the same operation again and again on a particular patient or a particular pathology. So for example, in this case, we're trying to access a tumor sitting above the optic nerve. The surgeon or the resident or the trainee can do it as many times as they want in order to get the craniotomy, the opening, and the approach exactly right. Because there's no waste here. You just reset the system, do it again, reset it, do it again. And this is where surgical training and preparation really is going. Because again, if it's my daughter or my family member, you're not doing the operation unless you've simulated it beforehand and found out the nuances. It's not, could you get to it if, without this? Sure, you'd have to make a much bigger opening, and, we don't like that. We're moving towards the era of minimally invasive, or least invasive possible surgery. So we really want to make sure we are specific with our approaches. Problem statement number 4, patients do not understand DICOM images. We talked about this before, and I'm just going to show a brief video as to why, from a patient standpoint, this makes a difference. I'm having a problem with the clicker here.
On Monday, June 5th, 2017, I felt the worst headache in my life, like an ice pick driving through my skull. A CAT scan revealed a bleed in the side of my head, the size of a softball. The only option to stop the bleed was to have a craniotomy to remove it. Being completely out of control is terrifying.
It's difficult to talk to patients about brain surgery because it's very abstract. We're combining delivering difficult news about a scary diagnosis with
On Monday, June 5th, 2017, I felt the worst headache in my life, like an ice pick driving through my skull. A CAT scan revealed a bleed in the side of my head, the size of a softball. The only option to stop the bleed was to have a craniotomy to remove it. Being completely out of control is terrifying.
It's difficult to talk to patients about brain surgery because it's very abstract. We're combining delivering difficult news about a scary diagnosis with the additional fear of not knowing what to expect and not being able to understand what it is I'm explaining to them. When we show them the model, when they fly inside their own brain, they can see the structures, they can see the tumor, they can see the aneurysm.
This device creates an experience for the patient where nothing is unknown anymore. I'm not a doctor, so I couldn't understand what they were trying to tell me because I had never physically seen a craniotomy before. It's so hard to wrap your head around what they're about to do. When I put on the goggles, my surgeon asked me if I was ready to fly. In the moments where they were telling me really terrifying things, I also felt a little bit of peace from the way that it was being presented. I was able to, in real time, see inside my brain. I was physically there with them, looking at exactly what they were trying to communicate.
Before surgical theater, preparing for surgery was literally me sitting over a cup of coffee, kind of thinking, okay, I'm gonna do this, and then I remember that the optic nerve is here, but those preparations were a kind of ad lib. Now, with 360-degree 3D reconstructions, we're able to be inside that environment, which is as close to brain surgery as we can actually get without being there in the operating room. The advantage that the virtual planning and rehearsal brings to our readiness for surgery is the ability to simulate multiple different approaches. In a real patient, we don't get to try that more than once. We only get one shot at it. In the virtual model, we can do 2 plans, 3 plans, 5 plans, and see which one is the best for the individual patient. Make the bone look a little more like bone, so it's not translucent at first. Now that I can see the frontal sinus, I'm planning it, yeah.
Let's bring in the microscope.
When we're in the operating room and we get to the time of surgery, because we've done the preoperative rehearsal, it kind of feels like deja vu, like, okay, I've been here before, I know where the important structures are gonna be.
Here we are, we're coming up to the back of the tumor right here. This would be a good place to do an overlay. Make the tumor more translucent.
I was at the hospital in the ICU for 10 days, and I had 2 angiograms, 2 MRIs, 2 CAT scans, and a craniotomy. I had a risk of having epileptic seizures for the rest of my life, not knowing that I'd ever be able to drive a car again, that I would ever be able to run again. But I would say the biggest testament to how everything went was the fact that I'm sitting here today. It was nothing short of a miracle. It made me more grateful for each and every moment that we have. We experience life in 3 dimensions. Why should our medical care be any different?
So Danielle explains it so well, but it really does make a huge difference. But looking at kind of the image on the left, and this is kind of like one of these Rorschach blots where patients don't really understand, what they're looking at, and the image on the right where they can see the optic nerves in blue and the tumor in green and the pituitary in purple. This is really is a game changer. And what it does is it helps patients to be able to be better.
Imagine for a moment
they have better patient-reported outcomes. This is actually something we've studied quite a bit at Hoag. In addition to having higher patient satisfaction and higher level of understanding, what it has led to is a significant increase in patient conversion. So more and more patients are staying here at Hoag because they have this advanced level of understanding and preparation, and they feel more comfortable going ahead with their surgery. Now, again, we're telling people terrible news sometimes about their brain tumor. But what we can sometimes do is, although we can't take away that, by using these advanced technologies and helping them to better understand their condition, we can at least help them take away the fear of the unknown, which is really powerful. And the responses that we see are incredible because we get the kind of patients, and they get to the point of surgery, they're kind of excited, like, all right, let's do it. I get the plan, let's get it out of there. So it really is a powerful technology, which we've kind of deployed, not just for surgical planning, but also for patient planning and understanding. Problem number 5. Traditional navigation systems require the surgeon to divert their attention away from the operative field. This isn't quite as intuitively obvious, but this is a traditional navigation system, which is kind of, looks at these planes, the, axial, coronal, and sagittal planes, and it tracks your instruments in 3D space. The analogy that I use is that this is equivalent to when we used to have to pull over the car, look at the map, find out where we were, find out where we wanted to go, and then continue going there. This is what a navigation system does today. In order to find out where I am, I have to put the probe in, stop the operation, look over at the screen, figure out where on the screen that X and Y is, figure out where I want to go from there, and bring that back to the surgical plan. So it's old school. This is just the way we've always done it for 25 years. And it interrupts the flow. It causes what's called cognitive switching for the surgeons, and eventually context switching, and eventually can result in poor outcomes. Fortunately, nowadays, we have technology which can supersede this, which is augmented reality. So rather than taking those same 2-dimensional images, we create the 3-dimensional models, which we use to rehearse and plan for surgery, and we're able to overlay those into the microscope in the operative field to be able to see, to give us what we call Superman vision. So the image on the left is an unaided image of a tumor wrapping around the optic nerve and carotid artery, which you can see, all you can really see is a blob of tumor here. When we turn on the augmented reality, I'm able to see the course of the optic nerve tracking through the tumor. I'm able to see the course of the internal carotid artery kind of sweeping along the side of the tumor. So that's critically important to be able to see where these structures are. Even though I can't see them under 10x magnification of the microscope, I can see where they are with the AR, and therefore carefully proceed with removing the rest of the tumor. This has really been a game changer as far as the way we perform surgery. I've done 250 cases with this technology over the last 2 years, and it just makes surgery safer. It makes it less invasive. It makes it, less of this kind of like, oh, we'll see what we get in there, because we already know, we've done the plan, we've simulated it in VR. When we get in there, it's just repeating the plan that we know works. So it really does make a big difference for our ability to see what we cannot see during surgery. I'm going to skip past one of these videos just because we're in the interest of time. So this is another example of augmented reality. So this is pituitary surgery. So we're looking at the cella here where the pituitary is behind here. You have the carotid arteries on either side and the optic nerves above. You can't see anything of those things, of course, even though this is a high definition endoscope. However, when we turn the AR on, you can very clearly see the tumor is in green. Here's the outline. It's extending over towards the carotid artery. You can see the position of the optic nerves. So again, it gives us this kind of Superman vision to be able to see through and around things, because knowing where those critical structures are is the most important aspect of being able to protect them during surgery. This is a recent publication, just kind of in our early experience with this technology. This technology was FDA approved in 2020, so we are still kind of gaining experience with it. Again, I've done probably 250 cases with it, along with many of my colleagues, and we're really finding significantly improved results as far as decreased complication rates, shorter lengths of stay, and higher rates of tumor resections. Problem number 6 is that tumor board is disorganized and the information is scattered among various sources. So we are working on a solution to create essentially a timeline which will allow the patient's entire journey to be tracked. When their chemotherapy was, when their radiation was, when their surgery was, and also track the volume of the tumor over time. So this is useful for both the patients who can track how they're doing over time in a very easy to digest way, as well as for the surgeons to say, you know what, we tried this intervention, but the tumor grew 30%. We need to take another tack. This is surprisingly not the way that it's done now. Tumors are generally measured in two planes, X and Y. We kind of say, yeah, it looks about the same as it looked 3 months ago. In the modern era, we have the easily capability to do volumetric measurements on tumors. And so that's the way we're doing it now, and we're working towards implementing this across all the institutes, not just for neurosurgery. Finally, for spine surgery, existing systems are expensive, such as robotics, and it takes a while to learn how to use them. And then even when you learn how to use them, the cases take a while. So this is a system we've developed here at Hoag for augmented reality for spine surgery.
The scan obtained from the O-arm can be the sole source of images or can be fused with existing CT or MRI scans from the patient. This same scan will be used for both the stealth navigation and to generate surgical theater's augmented reality model. So here, once the 3D model is created, we can then choose the ideal entry points and trajectory for each screw based on the 3D render. The tip of the probe can also be used to simulate drilling to give the surgeon's eye view down the barrel of the pedicle and predict the optimal corridor for pedicle screw placement.
I'm able to actually look around and visualize where I am.
As you're tapping, you can see down the barrel of the pedicle.
Correct. So we get a 3D cross-sectional anatomy of the tip of our probe part.
So in this case, you're combining the advantage of the navigation with the three-dimensional awareness of the AR, but you still get the tactile feedback of knowing that you're feeling the pedicle.
Absolutely.
Okay, got it. The augmented reality system provides an ideal trajectory. In other words, tells you which direction to go to get towards the ideal starting point. Going here, I'm looking back and forth between the floating DICOM and the AR image.
Now, the great thing about this is that
you guys get an idea of how we use this augmented reality system now. Instead of kind of freehand or instead of using X-rays or CT guidance, this allows us to very quickly and more precisely place the screws into the spine with a lower rate of errors. In fact, this is a study we recently published showing the overall accuracy rate for screws placed with the system is 98.4%. By comparison, standard techniques would round somewhere around 93%. So, 5 to 8% error. So this technology is advancing very rapidly and is now actually, we've submitted it to the FDA for final clearance so that we can start using it on patients, hopefully within the next year. So putting it all together, you've seen kind of how advanced visualization and virtual reality rehearsal and intraoperative augmented reality can all come together to affect the patient care continuum in surgery. And it is these combination of technologies which allow us to make surgery safer and more effective for patients, ultimately getting towards this goal of minimal access surgery, where we're able to do as little as possible to get the tumor out and leave the patient as intact as they were, or at least as in good shape, if not better than they were before surgery. This is a preoperative patient with a large tumor in their left frontal region involving many critical structures, including motor and sensory structures. And because of the ability to see these three-dimensional models, we're able to more appropriately plan than we would be using those two-dimensional models and have a much better resection. This is the post-operative image showing resection of that tumor, preservation of the motor and speech pathways, and the patient made a complete recovery. This is a really good example of how the technology, combined with our normal surgical skills, can make a huge difference for the patient's outcomes. So just to kind of summarize, the advantages of advanced visualization technologies allow surgeons to view images from a surgeon's perspective, not the radiologist's perspective. They allow surgeons to be able to simulate or practice a specific operation for a specific patient rather than in a generic patient. They afford surgeons and residents the opportunity to practice and make mistakes safely with impunity, because they can reset the VR system and do it again and again. They also allow patients the increased ability to understand their condition and surgical plan, and therefore make them feel better prepared to go into surgery and ultimately have better patient-reported outcomes. Of course, the augmented reality systems present an accurate overlay of the patient-specific images within the surgeon's field of view, as we said, allowing us to maintain focus on the task at hand while having three-dimensional situational awareness during surgery. And then more advanced systems that are coming online, such as the tumor board system, will allow us to synchronize the brain tumor patient's journey, both for the clinicians that are treating them and for the patient themselves, so we can ultimately make better plans and better decisions on the overall patient treatment plan. And finally, using spinal augmented reality, we're able to more accurately place spinal instrumentation, therefore decreasing the risk of complication in these commonly errored procedures. So we've come a long way in neurosurgery from 1885, where we had this kind of first case of tumor where we had to draw lines on the skull, to 1987, where we had the original navigation technology in MRI, to 2021, where we now have this comprehensive 360-degree multi-layer model, which allows us to look at the patient plan and all of the critical structures and make the most appropriate plan for the patient to ultimately get them the best outcome. Even if it's an aggressive tumor, we're able to have better outcomes because the technology allows us to see what we cannot see. And again, standard views on the left with this kind of unaided image, plus the kind of old school navigation has transitioned in the last 2 years to augmented reality images, where we are able to see everything in the surgical field and be able to protect those critical structures. Thank you so much. These are my girls, my fiance and my little girl Ami, and I appreciate your time. Sorry I ran a little bit over. We'll try to make you guys up sometime a little bit later on. Thank you. Okay, so
Rob, thank you so much for the very inspiring and fun in a way, because you showed us so many new things that are next generation and powerful and colorful. It's my pleasure now to introduce Dr. Charles Nduka. He's CEO and Chief Scientific Officer for MTech Labs. He's also a plastic and reconstructive surgeon in the UK. Charles, I'm so excited to hear your presentation. I think what you're working on in terms of coming up with new ways to objectively measure mood and emotional state is going to be a real contribution as we move forward.
Thanks very much, Walter. So, as Walter said, I'm a plastic surgeon by background, and my main interest in reconstruction is around facial paralysis. Now, whereas one can restore facial expressions when the loss of movement is complete, for patients as I show here who have a condition called kinesis, where the nerves are intact but miswired, it's incredibly difficult. And what we've been doing for many years is using a technology called EMG biofeedback to help patients with their rehabilitation. What's involved is using sensors on the skin surface that are applied and giving patients visualization of the muscle activity beneath the surface. Within a session, patients are able to understand what's going on with their muscles and to lower their resting muscle levels to reduce pain, discomfort, and improve symmetry. But one of the problems was that patients said that they were unable to maintain that benefit once they left the clinic. And that sparked an idea in my head about what we do to miniaturize this technology and allow patients to have it at home. So we did some initial work funded by the National Institute for Health Research here in the UK to develop a system for measuring facial expressions and to give patients some degree of feedback. This is a prototype device from a few years ago where we had a mask and streaming by Bluetooth EMG data to a smartphone to allow patients to visualize their expression. And one of the things we realized very early on is that a technology for this quite niche use case was going to be very expensive for patients, and it was going to be prohibitively expensive for them to be able to have this system at home. Now, EMG, as some of you will know, has been used in psychology and neuroscience for many, many years as a technology for understanding valence, that's to say preferences, positive or negative. And this potentially could open up the market to allow one to use this same core technology for a number of different use cases. So that took us down the journey. We formed a company around the concept, and it was that enabled us to take things to the next level. Next slide, please. So in this talk, I'm going to talk about why measure. Cover subjective measures, the problems with current methods of measuring experiences in medicine and outside, the advantages of objective measures, and how this can be applied to VR. So measuring in healthcare is used principally for screening. For example, obviously with COVID-19, we've seen the importance of screening people to find out who potentially are going to be spreading the disease. We use it for diagnosis. We use it to monitor responses to treatment. We use it to monitor whether treatments are effective or not, outcome assessment. It's been used increasingly for digital phenotyping or biomarker phenotyping to understand different categories within a disease, and also for developing new treatments based on existing therapies. Next slide, please. So this whole image of a psychotherapy session is the epitome of the subjective assessment and has a number of problems. Clearly, the person is trying to measure themselves in a way and recall what they can about their past experiences to somebody who themselves have their own subjectivity and their own biases. This image is from Evidation, a digital therapeutic company, and it quite nicely shows us the problems with current methods in healthcare, where the patient may attend a clinic episodically, and the metrics that's being measured, be it their blood pressure or their glucose, is measured and may seem the same, but actually, under the surface, throughout their daily life, there are wild fluctuations in the patient's parameters, be it their blood pressure, their glucose, their mood, their emotion, their stress, etc. And this is a big problem because it means that clinicians are making decisions, but not on accurate data. Within the course of the year, this image, which is from Rock Health, shows 355 dots, and the gray shows patients with chronic disease, maybe with weak symptoms, patients with mild symptoms. The blue dots show the clinic appointments, which are very sporadic, and it clearly shows that we're getting a very thin slice of patient's experience. And that thin slice itself is very often quite subjective. Now, I see this every day in my job as a doctor. You know, patients fluctuate through their symptoms, whatever they are, in terms of facial paralysis, the pain, patients with skin lesions who recover from surgery. We need better measures, because when trying to measure yourself, of course, how you feel right now will affect how you feel about your symptoms. If I'm feeling anxious, my pain will be worse. If I'm in a joyous situation, I may well forget about my pain. There's a lack of some benchmarks. That's to say, it's all relative. Here's a list taken from a cognitive science repository of all the various assessment tools that are used commonly in psychology. And the list is enormous. It's clearly not legible here, but measuring everything from stress to anxiety to depression. And clearly, these measures have all been designed to tackle a specific problem, but they all have the same underlying issue of subjectivity. You know, smartphones are being used increasingly now to enter data in terms of voluntary data, text-based data, voice data, and that's useful. But clearly what we want is something that can be used for immersive technologies such as VR. Clearly, you can't interrupt somebody within the VR experience and ask them how they're feeling. That's not going to give you a good outcome, because you're going to break immersion, but also you're going to get the same issues with subjectivity and bias. So we know in healthcare that we can use technologies, and have done for many years, to measure objectively. Initially analog tech systems, some stethoscopes, thermometers, blood pressure monitors, and now digital technologies, which are now becoming increasingly miniaturized, digitized, and pervasive. People can wear these things and get real-time information about how they are responding in a much more accurate fashion. The problem is that we don't really have that same thing when it comes to people's emotional responses. But at the same time, we realize that 7 out of 10 of the top 10 causes of premature death in the US are due to causes related to stress. Everything from heart disease, diabetes, cancer, which obviously part of the issue there is overeating, which obviously relates to emotional factors, clearly suicide, and accidents. 9 out of 10 accidents are due to people driving whilst under emotional stress. So how does the body respond to stress? We have a number of different pathways. Clearly, we understand these from many science studies around the autonomic nervous system, changes in sweat response, skin conductance, heart rate and heart rate variability, pupillary responses, that's say constriction or dilation, changes in blood flow, which changes skin temperature. But the thing that I want to really focus on is the role of muscle contractions around the face, because the face is quite unique in the animal kingdom as being the most flexible, responsive way of communicating how one feels. So we integrated the technology we developed for facial palsy into the VR headset, because it allows us to get a very precise understanding of what the person is experiencing from the display, synchronized with what they are responding with in terms of their arousal, measured from peak heart rate and heart rate variability measures, and their valence, measured from facial EMG. From the PPG, we're able to also calculate breathing rate with high accuracy, cognitive load, which I'll talk about a little bit later on, and obviously things such as social mimicry, which is an indication of empathy. So we've taken something that was previously confined to the laboratory and converted it into something that's portable and able to be used at home or in the laboratory. One of the things that happened with COVID-19 was that many universities stopped work altogether. And by adapting our system, we were now able to actually send our systems to participants and have them conduct research at home, supervised by a researcher at a distance, initially using video conferencing software to monitor, but now with our system for doing real-time data monitoring called supervision. And this gives us really actionable feedback on how a person is responding to what they're experiencing. It's being used currently by academic researchers across many universities, and also commercial researchers and content creators. So we've taken something that was previously expensive because it required people to travel, to go to an office or location. It's taken something that was previously giving a snapshot of time, measured every 3 months, for example, now is becomes much more pervasive, home-based, longitudinal, and be sent anywhere. It's no longer going to be confined to those who are closer to a university or a clinic. So we have a platform which collects data. I've shown here some glasses because we're going to be launching in November a glasses version of our technology, which uses a new form of technology called ophthalmography, which will be, I think, creating a huge amount of excitement because it doesn't have the need to have contact with the skin, which we had our US and UK patents granted recently. We have our software platform called Supervision, which allows real-time monitoring of the data stream as it comes through, and our motion analytics, which is by our fantastic team of data scientists. Next slide, please. So one of the things that you have in healthcare, for example, thinking about blood pressure or diabetes, is you have to have an understanding of what constitutes normal. You can't diagnose a condition unless you have some benchmark from which you can compare. The blood pressure of a person may be 120/80, but it will be different for a baby versus for an adult, perhaps somebody who is obese versus not obese. So a big part of the work is around understanding what constitutes normal. In 2019, we did a large public science experiment in collaboration with Bournemouth University. This was led by our research scientist, Dr. Immersive, with Dr. Evan Spice at Bournemouth University, where we had 800 participants going through a pre-designed experience to elicit positive, neutral, and negative emotional responses that allowed us to build a model of normal responses. Next slide, please. All the way through, we've been working with a number of researchers, including at Cambridge University. The paper on the left was by Professor Hatice Gunes, using our system for looking at cognitive training in participants undergoing a VR study. We've done another study using facial EMG, looking at the objective evaluation of pain responses. That study was done using healthy volunteers. And we just completed the study in a clinical context, this time using our system and looking at pain responses. And you can see how the benefits of understanding objective measures of pain are a step forward rather than asking people how they feel. If you look at these images here, male and female, top and bottom, you can see, yeah, these are a variety of smiles, but are they? When you uncover the eyes, you can see that the emotional valence of these expressions are very clear. One thing that COVID-19 has shown us is that the area around the eyes shows a lot of information about how a person is really feeling. Companies using cameras, for example, to try to image the lower part of the face may struggle to understand true emotional meaning because the mouth and the shapes it can configure do not give a true understanding. You can see that the eyes have it. It's very clear, even covered in the mouth, that these are expressions of pain and anguish. So our system enables researchers who are doing stuff outside of VR. So we have an open face configuration. So if you're doing screen-based research, same platform, same metrics, same use cases that enable one to do human-computer interaction research. Also incorporated into the HTC Vive or into the Pico. The study we did with pain was actually used in an open face system because it didn't require a VR. And so we see this technology as being useful for a number of use cases, both in healthcare and outside. In autism, we know that one of the key issues is around empathy. Well, demonstrating empathy. It's not that autistic people don't have empathy, they do. But if you are unable to maintain eye contact because it causes tremendous levels of arousal, then you can use virtual reality to provide some degree of training to help people understand and to mirror bodily expressions, facial expressions, and voice and posture. For anxiety reduction, helping a person to experience a fear stimulus under controlled circumstances and allow them to slowly increase the level of exposure whilst maintaining anxiety levels. It can be used to test new drugs and therapeutics, objectively evaluating, for example, responses to pain using our system. I'm in the UK, so there's a little bit of lag between me clicking the slide forward and it's going on the screen. And so with COVID-19, we saw that the inability to be in one place with many other people required us to have new ways of working. And we see that the ability to have sensors, to have objective evaluation of a person's responses, enables training to be conducted remotely for first responders, for medicine and healthcare, for wellness and healthcare uses, for enterprise training. A whole range of things can now be done without having to rely on the previously used subjective measures of asking a person questionnaires around their sense of immersion, their sense of presence, and other parameters. Next slide, please. So we see that behavioral training and therapy is going to change radically over the next few years. The traditional model of care where people have to go to a clinic in a location, having to use subjective measures, questionnaires, for example, assessed only every 6 weeks or 3 months or whatever, it's clearly going to be a thing of the past. We're going to have home-based systems that are going to allow pervasive, predictive, regularized, personalized care, and that will allow things to become gamified and more engaging. In the interest of time, I'll stop there and take any questions. Thank you.
Questions in the queue here. Not see any right now.
So here's a question asking, is there a hope to make beyond surgical education more affordable for colleges? That's a really good question. Actually, we're starting a project literally this month in collaboration with one of the hospitals here in the UK, who are looking at using VR for basic life support training. So when a person comes into a course to learn a new skill, what we expect to see is that a novice will exhibit high levels of arousal, that's to say stress responses, changes in their heart rate and heart variability, perhaps their breathing rate, the facial muscle activation when they're a novice. And as they become more and more skilled and they attain mastery, there'll be a lesser rise in their arousal metrics as they become more skilled at the task. And so this project we're just about to start will allow more objective evaluation of the person's skill acquisition, because we've always had this one-size-fits-all approach to training, a bit like farming, where everyone gets plunked into the field and they're all having to grow up at the same level and get harvested when they graduate at the end. Now, clearly, different people have different rates of learning, different competencies, different pre-course attributes. So by using more objective measures, it does allow one to think about allowing some people to fast track through, some people to have more targeted training to get them to the end of the course without them having to fall behind, for example. So we see this as democratizing education, enabling those who are able to progress faster to do so without becoming disengaged or bored, and yet allowing those who take a little bit longer to get up to speed to have more personalized and more targeted care and therapy and training.
That's great. Thank you so much, Charles. We appreciate you being here to share your expertise with us.
Thank you, Robert.
I'm very excited to know that there's a new generation of measurements coming through from your work, Charles. It's Again, making the subjective objective, I think, is one of the powers of the virtual environments that we have. And when combined with a library of evocative environments, I think we can come up with a new generation of standardized assessments that can be used to enable us to come up with new therapeutic processes, new prescription medicines, and also, as you pointed out, to help promote health and wellness. So thank you very much for your presentation. I now have the honor of introducing Dr. Gregory Welsh from the University of Central Florida. I'm very excited to hear your presentation, Greg. It's, I think, the power of using virtual patients to help with simulation training, to help people understand, not just the mechanics of healthcare, but the soft skills needed. So welcome, and we look forward to hearing your talk.
Thank you, Walter. Really appreciate it. And hello to everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I control the slide, so Walter, you'll wave your arms if something is not going right. You let me know. One point I want to make to folks before I launch is that I'm in the College of Nursing. That's my primary appointment, but I'm a little unusual in that I am not a nurse by training. I'm a computer scientist and an engineer, so I have a bit of an unusual position. Not totally unusual, but a bit. And it's great fun. I love it. All right, so I wanted to talk to you about 3 themes today, and clicking is a little delayed. It'll take me a minute to get used to this. Simulating patients is the first of the 3 themes, and I'm going to give you kind of a highlight of some of the work we've been doing in these areas and why it interests me, why I enjoy sharing it with people. The first is a thing we call the physical virtual simulator. And as it says, human-shaped physical form of the virtual patient. And I think the best way to explain it is to show you a little bit of what we mean. So 3 options here that people are probably very familiar with. You can either have a real human actor or somebody that would be more than an actor. It's a trained person who's a standardized patient. We can have physical mannequins that are robotic. They can exhibit pulse and iris changes and all sorts of interesting things, but they're plastic and they look plastic and they don't cry overtly in their face. They don't exhibit emotional facial responses or nonverbal behavior. And then virtual patients on the right-hand side, you can have all sorts of expressiveness and flexibility, change race, change gender, change all sorts of things, but you can't touch it. There's nothing physically there. It is just in the computer, if you will. And so what we've been working on is something we call a physical virtual patient simulator. And I'm just going to play a short video here to give you a sense of what this is like.
We present a generalizable method to detect and respond to multi-touch with low latency on a human head surface. Our prototype rig uses infrared lights, cameras, and projectors. A lookup table provides correspondences between the spaces. We create an animatable model and register it to a point cloud triangulated by the cameras. A virtual camera sends images to the projector. The rendering system updates as the point of touch varies.
So the important things to realize about that is that it is a physical object that's in front of you. It's the shape of a human. If you closed your eyes and felt it, it would feel like a human. And when you look at it, the imagery on the surface represents a human. All of their emotions, if they cry, if they have skin blemishes or different symptoms that are visual in nature, they will show up there. We also have sound. We have tactile aspects of pulse and other things. So we're breathing. We can change the temperature on the surface of the patients. We can make them feel like they're going into shock if their extremities are cold or forehead might be warm or something like that. Another example of it being used here for stroke diagnosis, some experiments we did.
Can you smile for me? Very good. While you're smiling, I'm going to go ahead and examine your gums. I'm going to look at the lower lip and the upper lip. Very good. Now I'm going to take a look at your eyes. The sclera is nice and white. Now I'm going to look at your upper lids. Very good. Everything looks normal.
So one of the things I tell people about what I like about the stroke example is if I'm somebody who's trying to learn how to diagnose a stroke, and I'm not a medical person, I'm getting there slowly, little tiny bits. if you show me a picture of a stroke victim, a patient, the asymmetry in their face is going to be really obvious because you're looking at it typically straight on, and you can make a judgment about how asymmetric things are. But clearly that's not the case when you approach a patient in a clinic room or somewhere else. You don't necessarily see them from that perspective. You might look at them from one side or another. And so I find it interesting that there are situations like that where presumably the people, the practitioners, the nurses or the physicians have to learn to position themselves to look for those things, that it isn't just as obvious as it is often in the training material. So we've also taken this in different directions, but one of them is we've built a pediatric prototype, which also has the temperature control, the pulse, and all these other wonderful things. And we've done a variety of experiments using this. It's of course important because children in particular, as I say here on the slide, it's hard to simulate children. I mean, we can have pediatric robots, but we can't really have pediatric standardized patients because we can't have kids. It's not allowed. And one of the things that I wanted to point out here too that I find really interesting is some of this work was motivated by, from a human interface standpoint to a simulator, the ability to present the trainee with a complex combination of cues that in and of themselves would be very subtle. So for example, if it's a case of sepsis or something like that, any one of the individual cues, the shallow thready pulse or all these other things might in and of themselves lead you to one thing, but when taken in their totality should, especially in the context of this child's just been in surgery or something else, should help you understand that this is a likely outcome, is this infection. And so I'm really excited about and like the idea that we can bring a lot of these modalities, the touch, the sound, the feeling, the tactile, the visual, all together into one place. So the next category I wanted to talk about is now, instead of just simulating patients, how about comforting them? And by the way, I want to point out that in the three categories I'm giving here, they're not necessarily all like bins that are exclusive of each other. There are things that cross across these boundaries, obviously, and there are uses that cross across the boundaries. But in this category, a little story here inspired by COVID-19. One of the things that happened was, these are some of there's a faculty member on the left, Professor Ryan McMahon, and the other 4 individuals are undergraduates working on this project with us. It's a long story, but it's wonderful. 4 undergraduates funded by the National Science Foundation, a grant to work on this with us. So back to the story. I realized as the pandemic began, I and many other people, I was watching as a computer scientist, people dying in isolation and watching the news and hearing about families who are unable to be with their loved ones, and their loved ones are all alone, and there's obviously nothing directly I can do about that. But one of the things I realized is that the primary mechanism that was connecting people was, for example, FaceTime or some sort of video teleconferencing. And I thought, well, that's a nice step. That's wonderful. It's better than nothing. But how almost frustrating it must be when I can see the person I love there and I can't touch them. I can't rub their head. I can't hold their hand. I can't reach out to them. So it's frustrating for me as the loved one who wants to comfort the patient. And it's also frustrating, or maybe it's not for the patient. Maybe they don't know any better. I don't know. But it's certainly frustrating for me. So really started thinking about human touch, the importance of touch, both to what we sometimes call the visitor, the outsider who's healthy, who's trying to comfort the patient, and then the patient themselves. That comforting the outsider to me is something that is really kind of a new thing and fun to think about, that the benefit isn't just to the patient, it's to me too. I'm helpless, I'm stressed out and there's nothing I can do. And it's very stressful and frustrating. And to give me the opportunity to connect in this way, we think could be useful, could be helpful to people. So we've done some prototyping, built some things, and done some small scale tests, limited by, of course, COVID, our experiments, and also limited by the ability to obviously access real patients is very difficult. And this is a relatively small effort. But here's the basic idea. On the visitor side, you have something that could be like FaceTime. It's a tablet or a smartphone or something that has the patient's face in it. So you're seeing video of them. And on the patient, you see maybe little indicators of where you can touch. And if you touch on that place, on the forehead, for example, and rub, that touch will be transferred over the internet to that person and onto what we call a tactile headband in this case that they're wearing. I'll show you in a second, but a headband. And so they will feel that squiggly line as I'm tracing, or if I'm going back and forth, the patient will feel that going back and forth. Of course, in a communication sense, there's a closed loop here, because if the patient is conscious and you're doing that, they may react to your touching. You're going to see them react to your touching. So it's giving you feedback that you're succeeding and that you have some effect on the patient, which is part of the comforting of the visitor, not necessarily the patient. I'm actually able to do something. So I have a tiny bit of control, if you will. So then here's an example of an early prototype. You can see on the left the actual person with the tablet, and the patient, simulated patient, lying in bed there, and she's got the tactile headband on. On the right, you see a little bit of some of the technology. We use a little computer and some chips and some little tiny transducers that generate tactile sensation. They're little motors that spin, kind of like your phone when it vibrates if you're, you know, get a phone call or a text or something like that. It's the same sort of feeling, but we have several of them, 8 in the headband, and they're controlled individually and proportionally to kind of move the sense of feeling around on your head by changing the amplitudes of these different motors, the amplitude and the timing of the different little transducers. So a little example here, we did some to see if it was working, and also to get some insights into humans' ability to detect different resolutions of touch. You know, can I only detect touch or no touch, or do I have a fine ability to detect fine motions? And it turns out it's pretty fine. You see here we have a vibrotactile rendering. That first triangular plot there, that sawtooth plot, is what we sent to the headband, to the subject that she's wearing there. And on the right, the subject rendering is what she sketched out on a piece of paper to illustrate to us what she thought she felt on her forehead. And so we have we did several experiments with this, and I'm just giving you a couple of examples of tracing out some different symbols. The color here means timing. So it's, if I remember right, orange is, or blue is the start and orange is the end. So in the very bottom one, you can see it was 2 fingers coming into the center instead of just a single finger. But all of it turned out to be surprisingly effective in terms of our ability to affect the touch sensation and the patient's ability, or the human's ability, to recount for us what it was that they felt. We have put together a kit. We don't show it here, but we've got a flight case and some other equipment, and we're very close to putting it in the hands of some colleagues of mine, nurse faculty members who also practice. And so they are going to take it to the hospital, one of them in particular, take it to a hospital where he works 1 day a week, to demonstrate to other clinicians, not to use on patients, but just to get their feedback on it. And so we're anxious to get that going. And of course, we had to robustify it. We had to try and make it so that it was as standalone as it could be. And we're very close to that simple deployment. So the last thing I want to talk about, and this is something that excites me and touches in a lot of other areas of work, is what I characterize as assisting patients. So assistance, help me do something; companion, be with me; and an excursion, so allow me to get out of wherever it is I'm trapped at this moment if I'm isolated. Those are kind of 3 things that go together in this example. The virtual assistance is the first thing I want to talk about. We've done quite a bit of work on looking at, in my lab and my students and colleagues, on looking at controlling things in your environment. So if you're in the hospital, you're in your bed, you might have a little clicker, a little tethered control unit, so you can change the TV channel and do things like that. But what we've been exploring is the impact of having the appearance of a human doing things for you. So in the left here, you see a real human. She's turning on the light, for example, and she's like controlling something on the television screen. But if the light is controlled by an Internet of Things or a home automation controller, if you will, or the TV and things like that, I can put on an augmented reality headset and look and see a virtual human who walks over to the light and appears to turn on the light switch or appears to be controlling the TV. So, it's not essential, but as it turns out, there are a lot of behaviors like that that really affect my confidence that this thing was done, that affect my feelings about somebody being with me. And so companionship is wrapped up in this at the same time. So there are quite a few benefits with respect to that. We also have been thinking about and looking a lot at just companionship. So forget assisting me with anything. On the right here, I've got 2 children. Imagine you're a child, or you have a child, one of your children, say, for example, who's isolated in the hospital room. You can't be with them all the time. Nurses can't be with them all the time. Doctors, nobody can be with them all the time. So imagine that not just one virtual human through an augmented reality display was with them in the room, or perhaps on a tablet with them, but imagine 2. And why 2? The reason is because if it's one child with you, there's this added sense of maybe social pressure. Like I have to entertain them. Like I'm their host, you know, I'm always on. I always have to like kind of be there and they're just staring at me and it's weird. But if you have two, they can be playing with each other and that can be totally scripted, but they are playing with each other and having a good time laughing. Maybe occasionally they turn and attend to me, but I'm not under any social pressure. And I have this comforting sort of sensation of being with these other people. So I can tell you more about that some other time, but we've been doing some work in that area that I'm really excited about. This is very hot off the presses. We've just started talking with a couple of organizations, actually connection through Walter, through at least one of them. The Sanofi on the left is a company, an organization out of Rico Labs, like Ricola, the cough drop, if you might be familiar with. Family started a not-for-profit organization to do good things, and Sanofi is one of those offshoots. This is my understanding. And they focus on developing, I'll call them excursions in the context of what I'm talking about, for senior citizens or for seniors, for elderly people who are isolated in general, maybe at a care facility. So they develop a kit where the caregivers can open an iPad or a tablet, put on headmounts onto the residents and take them to New Zealand or take them to some, you know, interesting place, and they can look around and, you know, kind of experience being at the beach or the mountains, Mount Cook or whatever it might be. They have this amazing fun. So lower right, Helping Hands, Monkey Helpers. It's a little strange because this organization started, and as their name indicates, by providing capuchin monkeys to people who are, for example, paralyzed, so paralyzed from the neck down. So really immobile in the house, the monkey can act on your behalf. Can they do things for you? You can turn on the TV, turn off and on lights, and do a variety of different things. We can all imagine that monkeys are cute and wonderful, but they also have a lot of baggage that goes with them. Some of the baggage we'd rather not have around our house, but so they're difficult in many ways. That doesn't matter because by law, for all sorts of reasons you can imagine, that's going away. So this organization is really interested in sort of what's next in terms of helping patients, these individuals who are isolated and unable to do a lot of the things for themselves. So it's helping that individual and helping the family, the caregivers around that individual. So what can we do to help them? And no surprise, virtual reality and augmented reality is something that they're interested in. And so we've been discussing with these folks, we've connected them up to each other, and we've been talking with them about this idea that these excursions would be useful and interesting to both of these populations and others. But for the moment, let's just talk about these, the seniors and those who are isolated because of mobility difficulties. One of the things that is sort of lots of things, as you guys know, things come around, like you work on something a while late, and then later it becomes relevant again or useful. And here's an example, some work we did several years ago, 2019, and that time frame, that was looking at ways to control head-mounted display content for people with limited mobilities, people who are paralyzed, for example, from the neck down. And why does this matter? Well, it matters because VR and AR is sort of inherently all about my being able to move around and change my viewpoint and turn my body and look behind me and look down and react to things that happen. But those who have these mobility limitations, if they're paralyzed or whatever, can't do a lot of those things. So they may miss out on a lot, right? Things may happen behind them, things may happen over here. They want to go look here, but they can't easily, or they don't know that they should go look there, as some of us might do. So we've done a lot of work on like mechanisms for controlling and changing the content for people who have mobility limitations. One of the things I find that turns out to be very compatible with, if you could do this, if you could give people the ability to control these different environments, is now those people would have a better ability to go through these different types of excursions. And that would include, as I show here, real excursions. So they're probably pre-recorded, but it's a 360 video of a real place. I can watch the sunset, I can watch the beach or something like that. In the middle, maybe I can do a virtual environment excursion. So I could be on an excursion to an imaginary place, some artificial city with artificial people who are doing things. Or I could actually go on a live excursion. And this is not new in general. People have done this with tablets. There's a telepresence robot here on the right that's made by a company called Double. There are quite a few of them. This is just one. And, maybe if I'm sitting at home immobilized because I'm paralyzed or whatever, sometimes I can go to the mall, but of course it's a pretty big ordeal. Got to get people, got to get the van, got to get all this stuff, but maybe periodically I could go to the mall through one of these robots. And so if I can control the robot with my head, using some of the techniques that we've developed, it might be a more satisfying experience for that individual because they're actually in control of this particular experience. So we're excited to look at a couple of these things, but one of the things that these often have in common, or two of them have in common. The first is you get only dynamic viewing in the pre-capture reel. When I say only, I mean typically. So I'm not interacting with the scene. I'm not touching the bushes. I'm not causing anything to happen in there. I'm just a passive observer. I look around. But if you look at the other two, they have in common that I can potentially interact with some of the things in the scene, or things in the scene are happening that I want to interact with. So it kind of goes both ways. I see the dog, I want to touch the dog, or I want to interact with the dog, or the dog is leading me somewhere. And on the right, of course, I want to control the robot. I want my robot to go into the store. I want to look at the ties over here, and I'd like the salesperson to know I'm there and come over and talk to me and all of that. So there's this interaction that's going to happen in these two cases. And so one of the things that we find interesting is that in these experiences in general, if you have limited mobility, you're not going to, as I said earlier, you're not going to know potentially that someone was behind you or that something was happening behind you. So that's a general problem for people who do these 360 or these immersive experiences, but it's particularly a problem for people who are physically unable to rotate around to look at things. So one of the things that we've been looking at, and this is a PhD student of mine who's actually about to defend very soon, and in fact, in a couple of days, 6th of October, is going to present a paper on this at the International Symposium for Mixed and Augmented Reality, and ISMAR, is work using curated diegetic, that means natural to the scene, characters in these scenes to help me be aware of interesting things. So we call it guiding, but it doesn't have to be so explicit. It can be very implicit, but the dog's behavior brings to my attention things that might be interesting to look at. And the dog is diegetic. It doesn't seem out of place. So the dog seems to belong there. Dog is a plausible addition to, to many scenes. So I want to show you a little video of this here and you'll get an idea what I mean. All right, and I get to see everybody dancing, and then they finish up their dancing, and they all go away, and the dog comes back to me. So the dog can always be sort of my scout, if you will. It's always helping me spot these interesting things. So we're really interested in looking at that with respect to, these sorts of, at least these three classes of experiences. I think another interesting thing that's just looking ahead, one thing I like about some of these things is that people in the outside world, if you will, that individuals who want to volunteer, want to help these isolated patients or these isolated individuals could do so. So I think one interesting thing is when you look at some of these things, the first two, for example, you could imagine that there are individuals who want to provide experiences for those isolated patients or the isolated individuals in their home. So they might specifically collect material at exotic places, maybe at the request of some of those individuals, maybe just because they happen to be there. Interactive virtual content, you could have people that would be creating virtual worlds specifically for some of those people someday. So that's, I think, an interesting, appealing thing. I think a lot of people, I know students at this university would love to do something like that. You could even imagine volunteers who are on a dedicated basis every Saturday, they alternate or something, and they take one of these robots to the shopping mall, and many people around the country get an hour or half an hour, 30 minutes or something, excursion to the shopping mall. So that same volunteer stays with the robot for half the day or the day, while different individuals sort of multiplex in, switch in and out of the robot. So that's something we're really have fun thinking about, the possibility for that. And the last thing I just want to share is the notion that, of course, this doesn't have to be limited to just those uses or those sorts of populations, that isolated folks in general, and this is not new. We didn't think of this, but people use these telepresence robots, for example, for children who maybe they have an immune issue or something like that, and they can't attend class. So I can use this robot to attend class. So anybody who's homebound for whatever reason, they would love these excursions also. Or hospital bound, for example. I'm stuck in the hospital room. I'm not a child, but I'm an adult who's bored and stuck. Now I can have these virtual world excursions. And maybe I can even use my telepresence robot or some other mechanism to have these real world excursions. So I get out of the hospital room for a little while and go do these other things. So that I will close up and take questions if anybody has any, and I'm always happy to discuss offline if anybody wants to reach out to me. I'd be happy to have a chat later. So thank you.
I don't see any questions from the crowd at this moment, although they could still come in. Greg, thank you so much. That was very informative. It's amazing to see all the different work that everybody's the different speakers are doing in these areas, and it's really just I love being able to be together and collaborate on these things to kind of, because it really gives me ideas about how we can keep moving stuff forward.
And I mean, since there's not a question, I'll just say that I love that I have straddle this sort of tech world and the nursing folks, because as a tech person, I always love good problems and I want to help people. I want to do good, but I don't know how to do it. I don't know what they need. And so, working with these folks who are learning about the tech and then I'm learning a little about them is really a gift. It's really a fun situation to be in.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next speaker is a friend and colleague, Dr. Todd Maddox. Todd is one of the most dynamic speakers I've ever seen, well-versed with over 25 years of experience in psychology and neuroscience. He is currently serving as Vice President of Research and Development for Applied VR. He has over 200 published scientific articles, and he has a particular talent for being able to kind of take what is relatively complex science and make it understandable for the masses. So one of the things I appreciate the most is regular posts kind of updating us on the state of the science of different aspects of virtual reality, whether it's from how the brain works in learning in VR to how it affects different simulation models, behavioral health, pain management. It's really somebody I've learned a lot from over the years. Even though we've never met in person, I've learned a lot from Todd. In reading his various contributions. So Todd, we're really fortunate to have you here today, and welcome.
Wow, thank you, Rob. That's super super nice. Really appreciate the super kind words, and hopefully I can live up to that. So no, the background is real. This is my guest room / office. I don't like when my ears look really funny when I have one of those virtual backgrounds. So this is me. This is real. Yeah. So Rob, hey, thanks for the invite, and everybody for being here. Appreciate the time. Hopefully I can live up to that introduction. So what I want to talk about today is the promise of virtual reality in healthcare. And I'm going to take a neurobiological approach. And for those of you that know neuroscience quite well, you're going to go, wow, that's really high level, Todd. And in fact, you're borderline on making this way too simplistic. Totally get it. That said, I think at the high level, we can really make a lot of progress and really understand why this amazing device, simply put, has the potential to revolutionize healthcare, in particular learning. Because it's sort of a supercharged learning machine. Okay, so my talk is sort of broken into two parts. I'm going to start by talking again about sort of the neuroscience behind VR, broadly construed with applications in healthcare. And then I'm going to dive into the work that I've been doing at Applied VR for the past about a year and a half. And all right, so Rob already went through some of this. But just really quickly, yeah, I had a previous career, did the full academic route, loved it, wouldn't trade it for anything, but I was ready for a change, excuse me, about 5 years ago. And it's been really fun going from being kind of an expert in how to be an academician and run a university laboratory and, write all these articles and write grants and such, to feeling frankly like overqualified in some ways and a neophyte in other ways on the corporate side. But I'm getting there. So hopefully adding some value. Okay, I know that this audience totally gets this, but I always like to start with a grounding because frankly, this helps me. There's a lot of realities out there. And if you start on the left, of course, there's the reality that we all live in. And let's think about what that reality is. It's a three-dimensional dynamic reality. So right here we have an example of a surgeon, but walking around in our environment, doing things that we do, we're walking around in this three-dimensional dynamic space. And our quote unquote reality in that space is basically constructed from our sensory and perceptual representation, right? So I can always present these cool illusions to you where, your interpretation of the world isn't exactly right. But of course, it's evolutionarily advantageous. We can then start building these other kinds of realities, and in particular, two. One is an augmented reality. So here you are in the real world, but you're wearing some sort of a device that allows you to augment that real world with some digital asset. And here we have a case with, a brain, and from a psychology standpoint and from a learning standpoint, this is really advantageous because that brain is this three-dimensional dynamic structure, which is what I'm comfortable with, which is what my brain is most comfortable processing. And then to the right, this notion of virtual reality, where I put on this device that frankly is getting more and more inexpensive and more powerful. I put that on my head, maybe I put some headphones in, and I am transported into a completely new reality. People often talk about virtual reality as tricking the brain. That's fine. I mean, I would argue the brain is just interpreting what's in front of us and doing a very effective job. So you can really, that brain thinks that you are in this new environment, which is really cool. And from a neuroscience perspective, what's happening is you're broadly engaging all these centers in the brain in the interest of learning or whatever task is in front of you. VR comes in two forms: 360 video. So basically a cool movie where you can turn your head, move your head around, and you see that environment changing just as you would in the real world, which is part of that sense of immersion, that sense of presence. Or computer graphic based virtual reality, where you're constructing these virtual worlds with super fancy code. And I'll show examples of both here. All right, I want to start with a quote from somebody who I've admired personally for a long time as a physicist, and tried to understand relativity theory. And I have to bring my daughter in to explain that to me because she kind of understands physics intuitively and I don't. But I didn't realize that he actually knew quite a bit about the science of learning. But no surprise, pretty smart guy. This is a really simple, straightforward quote that says it all, frankly. Learning is an experience. Everything else is just information. The idea being here, if I try to unpack this a little bit, is that we have evolved to learn best through experience. So learn by being in a rich context where all the information in that context is directed toward whatever learning that I have in front of me. And I want to be really clear here that when I'm using the term learning, I don't just mean education, and I'm not trivializing education. I want to be really clear about that. But I'm talking about learning more broad-based. So, I can read every textbook that there is on how to play tennis. That's information. Does that mean I know how to play tennis? No. How do you learn how to play tennis? Through experience. You actually get out there and you engage all these learning centers in the brain that provide this experience. So we have evolved to learn through experience. That's what's really important. And what I want to do is provide sort of the foundation for that. Why is that the case from a neuroscience perspective? And then what do we mean by everything else is just information? And I want to be really clear that information is super valuable. I'm not discounting it. It's just not as effective for learning. This is information right here, right? And I'm old enough to remember when these devices didn't exist, but now we spend inordinate amounts of time in front of these devices doing things, for example, like going to a website and reading about how I practice breathing. So what am I doing when I do this? I am looking at two-dimensional static, scribble essentially, although it's nice and clean text. I've learned over my lifetime to automatically process these collections of this two-dimensional static scribble to immediately when I read the word breath, I know what that means, and it's automatic. I can't help but do that. But then I have to take this information, I process this information. In processing it, I have to store it in short-term memory. I have to rehearse it. I have to make sure I don't exceed short-term memory. I have to make sure my attention doesn't wane and go off to something else. I have to rehearse that information in hopes of getting it into long-term memory. And then I need to take that information and hopefully convert it into behavior. Needless to say, every one of these steps is non-trivial. And as I like to say, is a chance to fail. What about the neurobiology underlying this? Again, very, very overly simplified. But when I'm processing information, what happens is that information is being processed primarily by the prefrontal cortex, which is right behind your forehead. This is one of the most evolved brain structures in the human. It's what sets humans apart from many non-human organisms. It is a truly remarkable brain structure that you could spend your life studying and be completely blown away by. But it has its limitations. It has its limitations with respect to working memory capacity. So the old 7 ± 2 bits of information. Executive attention, we have attentional constraints. So processing that information, you have to be careful. Bring it in short bursts. Rehearse it. Walk away from it. Come back to it. Sort of test your memory of it. All in the interest of learning that information, processing it, and ultimately getting it into long-term memory. And that is very challenging. I'm going to show you really quickly now a quick 25-second-ish snippet from a VR experience that we use at Applied VR. It's going to be static. Sorry, it's going to be dynamic, but it's going to be 2D. And you just have to envision, well, what if I was in VR? Well, I'd be able to look around and, I'd feel very immersed. But I want to show you a little bit more about, well, how would experiential learning work in this domain? And I'm going to start this.
Breathe slowly and effortlessly, in through the nose and out through the mouth. And with each exhale, send the tree your life-giving energy. It's working. The tree's growing. Remember, breathe slowly and peacefully. Keep going.
Cool. So again, you don't feel the huge immersion and presence you would in VR. But what's going on here? You've got this again, in VR, this immersive, rich context. You've got the voiceover that not only engages sort of emotional centers and is very soothing, but also is providing information. So you're getting that cognitive component. It's also highly interactive. The little blue blobs that were going toward the tree are actually linked to your breathing. So the Applied VR headset actually has a faceplate on it that captures your breath, and that is then converted and influences the experience, with respect to the tree. So that's an example of experience-based learning. And again, idealized, but this is your brain on experience. The point that I want to make here is that you don't just have these cognitive centers engaged, but you have behavioral centers, you have emotional and motivational centers, you have these engagement centers, and critically, you have these sensory representation centers all engaged. I'm going to dive a little bit deeper on this over here in this next slide. So again, the purple here, that was those cognitive centers that I showed you with information. Your presence and context, that's your sensory and representation centers, occipital lobes in the back, parietal, temporal, sides, and top. So all of that sensory and perceptual representation machinery, that's critical to experiential learning. Those are the experiential learning centers. You've got the motivation and you've got the engagement component. And of course, with respect to that breathing, by linking your breathing to making that tree grow, we're actually training behavior. And of course, behavior is the gold standard. So we really want to try to train behavior. And you can engage those centers with this kind of content. You're not going to engage those with that mobile device and that information. Okay, great starting point. Highly recommend that initially. but this is going to be much quicker to change behavior, and there's data on this. Next slide. Okay, so from a neurobiological perspective, again, very high level. When you put that VR device on, you're broadly engaging all these centers in the brain. You're engaging them in synchrony. So you're spreading the wealth of that learning across the brain, and you're reducing the cognitive load. Cognitive load is critical not to exceed, otherwise basically you're wasting your time. So that's a neurobiological strength of VR. What are some of the other strengths that sort of add on top of that? There are at least three, certainly within healthcare. One is consistency of content. So done a lot of certainly reading in healthcare simulation. I mean, some of these healthcare simulation labs and such, absolutely off the charts, amazing. But one thing we find is that there's variability. And even your facilitator in let's say a simulation lab, some are going to be off the charts amazing, some aren't. Well, with VR, your content is consistent. So you find that best facilitator, you find that best simulation experience. That's what you generate, and that's what you present every single time to your healthcare professional or patient. So consistency. Available on demand. As I said, behavior change is the gold standard. We know you can't change behavior overnight. Behavior change is gradual, it's incremental, and it's subcortically mediated via dopamine. Long story short, it takes a lot of physical repetitions. If I have my device available on demand, I can facilitate that process. So I have this supercharged learning machine that I can use anytime I want, anywhere I want. Absolutely off the charts. And finally, at scale, I can have this put in front of a single patient or provider, healthcare professional, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, the sky's the limit. Consistent content on demand at scale with a device that broadly engages the brain in all these fantastic ways. Lots of applications, obviously, of VR in healthcare. This is just a few. Pretty broad spectrum, though. Obviously, behavioral training. We can use these to do surgical training and such. And there are companies out there doing all of this. In fact, multiple companies doing all of this. Some beautiful work being done in mental health around PTSD, anxiety, and certainly other mental health disorders. And as Rob mentioned, I used to post every day. Now it's Monday through Friday, but I like to post an article, a peer-reviewed article, every day during the week. Pick one, a little blurb on it from my perspective, and get that out there. For one, I want to share. For two, it's a great way for me to stay up on things. And it's just been fascinating over the last few years to watch the explosion of research in all these domains, certainly in mental health. And of course, with the coronavirus, it's even skyrocketed more. But just some beautiful work. It's been a joy to watch this field evolve and the high quality science that's being conducted. Patient and provider education. I mentioned senior care here in dialysis. I do a fair amount of work, and I have a lot of interest in dialysis. This is kidney dialysis. Won't go into a lot of detail, although I could. But one of the problems there is that we have all these people on in-center dialysis, which is quite expensive. And equally importantly, your quality of life's not very good. So there's a push to get people to home dialysis, but there are a lot of fears to overcome. I can talk to a patient or a nephrologist, kidney doctor, kidney professionals can talk all day to patients. It's not really going to alleviate their fears. Put a VR headset on them, they experience a day in the life of a home dialysis patient, and they're ready to go. So this is a case, patient and provider education. Tons of work in wellness, interpersonal skills. This is one of my absolute favorites. In VR, you can walk a mile in somebody else's shoes. There's no other way to do that. So I can experience what it's like to have, microaggressions directed toward me, or I can experience what it's like to be in the middle of, Black Friday at Walmart, for example, and learn how to address that and deal with that in a stress-free way. So, really critical. And obviously treating pain, which is what I'm going to start to dive into now. This is what we do at Applied VR. We built a virtual reality program for chronic pain, and we've started with chronic lower back pain. Lots of details here. Bottom line is 1/3 of adults globally suffer from chronic pain. And this is not just in older people. It's not just in men or women. It's not just in a particular race or ethnicity. It's everybody across the board. Our mission is to empower patients with the tools to live their life beyond chronic pain. I'm highlighting empowered because this is something that I've had the pleasure of learning from my colleague, Laura Garcia, who's a clinician who works with us at Applied VR. Empowering a patient is critical. Giving a patient a device and saying, you're in partnership with this device, but you're in control of it. You put it on when you want. We're empowering you to help address your chronic pain. Critical, and it works. Talk a little bit about the program. So we have an innovative digital technology for sure. We have the faceplate. That's cool. It's very user friendly. If you've seen our device, very, very easy to use. But we're borrowing from decades of therapeutic work, which is exactly the way you should do it. We know that outside of VR, meditation helps with pain, CBT, deep breathing, mindfulness, and their Cohen's D's, their effect sizes, again, in scientific research, are quite good. What we've done is we've incorporated that into our platform. We have an 8-week program with each week having a theme. So 56 days, average duration, 7 minutes. This program was developed basically by Beth Darnall, who will be presenting later on today. And she'll actually go into, obviously, a lot of her own, amazing work, but she'll talk a little bit about some of the work that we've done at Applied VR, in particular on durability effects. The content is broken down into 5 sort of categories or types. And again, I'm going to show you a really quick snippet. These are very quick, but just to give you a highlight of each of these. And there's no sound to this. All gaze-based, really easy to use. Pain education, we tell you a little bit about the central nervous system, how pain works. Breathing, you saw this earlier. Relaxation and interoception, these environments, relaxing, giving you awareness of the body. 360 videos, hang out on a cool beach, swim with dolphins, and then distraction games where you're following, in this case, some fly or something, and you're getting points. Okay. The learning centers, there's actually some great work out there on localizing the learning centers in the brain. And initially surprising to me, and then as I thought about it a little more, hindsight is a wonderful thing. I wasn't surprised. The pain centers overlap quite a bit with the learning centers in the brain. Not perfectly, but actually quite a bit. So it makes sense that this learning machine, VR, that broadly engages all these areas in the brain could be effective with pain. So, how does this work? We have these therapies that have decades of science behind them. We know that they work. We put them into this device. That's sort of a learning machine that broadly engages all these centers in the brain in synchrony, spreading the wealth of that learning, reducing the load on cognition. And we're getting very powerful effect sizes at the end of our treatment in a RCT that we just completed and published with around 200 people, effect size of 1.3, which is actually quite good. Happy to share links to this work that's published. We're actually writing up the durability data, actually revising a durability paper now as we speak. I'm happy to discuss that with anybody. So again, this is just sort of rehashing what I had in the previous slide. We take all these individual therapies, sort of build them into our 8-week program with a fixed sequence, and we're getting Cohen's D's effect sizes that pretty much double any of those in isolation. And teaser for best talk, actually pretty durable as well. Okay, what I want to do now is talk about, so that was really high level. I didn't go into a lot of details, but a randomized control trial we completed actually during COVID, which was pretty remarkable. We drop shipped devices to these 200 folks' homes. We had an active control, which was a VR device. So, not standard of care, not treatment as usual, but we sent everybody a VR device. Our sham basically had a big screen TV in there with nature footage as our comparator to our EaseVRX device. What I want to talk about here is a pilot study that we ran recently with an unnamed payer with 65 and older individuals. We sent everybody the device. It had the 56-day program on it, EaseVRX. It also had a button for an on-demand library. So just think of, like your Netflix. If you gazed at that on-demand library, some tiles would come up and you could say, I want to do 360 video. I really like swimming with the dolphins. I want to do that again. Or, wow, that game was fun. I want to go find that game again. So the fixed sequence, the therapeutic EaseVRX that we validated, but also this on-demand library, use it when you want. When you've got pain, you're feeling pain coming on, go ahead and use the headset. And we combined that, which is of course in your home by yourself, when you want it, with what we called a synchronous VR social support group. So people put their headset on, actually gazed at a social support button, and they were transported into this virtual room with other participants in our pilot study and a moderator. And I'm going to show you just really quickly, this was an early version. So this is a snapshot of what it was like. Again, this was in VR. So you had all the immersion and the sense of presence. Everybody could pick their own avatar. And we had, hundreds of things to choose from, as well as if you wanted to be like a robot, you could be a robot. So people came in with other individuals who were suffering from chronic pain. We had a moderator in there who talked about, what did you do last week in the program? Talk about how, what we were trying to do there. What was coming up? What can you expect next week? What's working for you? What isn't working for you? And then, of course, in every social support group, there was an exercise, a breathing exercise that was really, really relaxing. I'll just say that. That was sort of the highlight for everybody. But people got to talk about what worked. They got to talk about, what was going on in their life. That basically, social support. This was run during the pandemic. Again, it was sort of toward the end. So toward the end of this trial, some of these folks are actually getting scheduled for their shots, which was cool because these are people who hadn't seen their kids, who hadn't seen their grandkids. It was really kind of sad, but they all really looked forward to the social support. So we really felt like, we're doing something nice for folks, and they really enjoyed it. Just some high level results. Oh, sorry. So this just lays out the program again, the 8-week program, and then you've got the VR social support once a week at the end of each week. And of course, also that on demand, which I mentioned. Quick highlight of the results. So before the trial started, we asked people to rate the intensity of their pain in the last week, as well as how pain interferes with activity, sleep, mood, and stress. We asked some questions around loneliness and isolation as well, pre. Then at the end of the 8 weeks, we asked the same questions post, and we computed percent signal change. For the pain metrics, the percent reduction in pain intensity or interference range from 35 to 47%. 30% is deemed clinically meaningful, and that's based on extensive research in pain. We also got almost a 50% reduction in loneliness and isolation. And that was driven, in talking to the patients, it was driven specifically by the social support groups, which was pretty cool. People shared their personal stories and their coping strategies. I had the privilege of, I wasn't in the groups, but I was in a lobby, so I could see what was going on. I could hear what was going on. It was the highlight of my week, no doubt. Full disclosure, broke down a few times. Some of the stories of what people were going through, losing friends and family to the virus, tragic. But what was cool was how these avatars got to know each other and supported each other. We were not able to provide contact information at the end, but I guarantee you, had we, you'd have some new friends, which was really pretty amazing. One last slide. This is a quote from one of the individuals in our trial or in the pilot. The daily VR experience helped me cope with the pain. The support groups helped me understand the overall aim of the program and to meet others with chronic pain. And lots of other quotes, from other individuals along the same line. So the daily VR, EasyVRX worked for people. The support group helped them understand the big picture. What's going on here. We're actually building that into the next iteration of the product. And they got to meet other people going through the same thing, which you just can't overstate the importance of that. And that is it. Thank you. I'm finished.
Thanks so much, Todd.
Right on.
We seem to be light on questions today. We're not getting any a lot of questions come through the feed, which I guess it's a little bit difficult in the virtual environment. But yeah, I was happy to be involved in that study with you, and it's just such a remarkable thing to be, ultimately, hopefully making a dent in the opioid crisis, which we know is affecting so many people. So, I love that we've tackled the low back pain issue because it's the most common, reason for people to seek healthcare, other than pregnancy. So, yeah, it's a really important thing, and I'm glad we're making headway there.
Yeah, right on. No, absolutely. And we're continuing to forge ahead, Rob. So with you at our side as usual.
Love it.
So thank you. Awesome.
Well, I think that concludes our morning session. We have a little break coming up, so we have 10:35 to 10:55, and we'll return at 10:55. Thanks, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm excited to have the opportunity to introduce Aaron Ghani, the founder and CEO of Behave VR. I'm particularly excited because Behave VR and Aaron are examples of really amazing thing that's going on right now in our field. The companies are moving from the early stage to the later stage. They're gathering momentum. They're validating their interventions. They're forming alliances with larger channel partners and really building a business, not just having something that's an academic exercise. I'm also particularly excited because the areas of intervention that Aaron, you've chosen to focus on, anxiety and depression, are so important, especially in today's world with dealing with COVID. So Aaron, so glad that you're here and looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Well, thank you, Walter. And thank you to the team at Hoag, in particular, Dr. Lewis, for the invitation to present today and be with this great group. We're delighted to have our association with Hoag, which I'll tell you more about during our presentation. And it's great to be a part of this community that's advancing the field of XR and healthcare. So let's see, let's advance here. Okay, all right, so a very brief introduction of myself. I'm a lifelong technologist, got into healthcare in 2006 when I joined Humana. I was at Humana for 12 years in a variety of information technology and innovation roles and was the CTO there when I left. I founded Behavior in 2016 for a couple of reasons. One, on just sort of a personal level, I had wanted my own business for most of my life, most of my professional life. And I got to a place in my life where I thought, I can't not do this anymore. There's something deep inside of me that wanted to go create a new capability that we believe can have a huge impact on the world, and happy to be doing that. But I spent a few years in advance of launching the company thinking about what problem I wanted to tackle that was significant enough and meaningful enough personally and in the world to spend 10 years or so of your life at least on pouring so much energy into. And so what I settled on was to tackle areas of behavioral health and mental health. And as I'll speak about in a few minutes, we just really believe that this is an area of such great unmet need that we need to kind of fundamentally rethink how people get access to care for mental and behavioral health care. And I settled on that as a problem to tackle for two reasons. One is in my personal life and in immediate family and extended family, I've seen the incredible impacts that undiagnosed and unmanaged mental and behavioral healthcare challenges can have. It's dramatic, the negative impact on quality of life for that person suffering as well as extended family that it can have. So it's personally meaningful, but also in my years at Humana and learning from my very smart colleagues there, what I came to understand was that it's like the meta comorbidity. Whatever your level of physical health, whether you're in perfect physical health or all the way through, let's say, multiple chronic conditions, perhaps that you're living with, if you add in an unmanaged or undiagnosed mental or behavioral healthcare challenge, life can get really, really challenging in a hurry. So quality of life declines significantly. And from a value perspective, the impact that you'll have on the healthcare system, and you'll go from potentially being one of the most expensive people in the healthcare system if you're living with chronic diseases, and then you'll get that much more expensive. So it's both an economic opportunity and challenge, and more importantly, a very deep personal opportunity in terms of the impact on people's lives. So that's what we're doing at Behavior. And bear with me as I get used to our internet clicker here. So our mission at Behavior is this: to fundamentally reimagine how people access and experience behavioral and mental health care. And critically, we want to do this at scale. We've built our capabilities and our platform and experiences to be extremely scalable. We don't believe that digital by itself is often the solution. We think generally you need clinicians at some level, but we do believe that digital first should be the way that we tackle these conditions. So I think cast a very, very broad net to capture as many people as we can who need care. Maybe they're not even completely aware that they need care, or they're like, yeah, I'm not in that bad of shape. It's not worth going and entering the traditional mental health care system. That's inconvenient, that's expensive. That's not me. Maybe I don't feel like I need a psychologist or a psychiatrist today. Well, we think we can reach more of those people through very accessible digital means to get them some level of help. And then for some, they can sort of triage up to a level of clinician care to somebody that is sort of suitable for their condition, somebody operating at top of license to help them. So the backdrop on this is, stress and anxiety, even pre-pandemic, we're at all-time highs. So many people, about 20% of the US population suffers in a given year from some mental health challenge. About 60% of those people receive no help at all. And for those who are in this group who need help, they're 3 to 5 times more likely to visit a doctor, 6 times more likely to be hospitalized. There's a very strong comorbidity between depression and anxiety and substance use disorders. And so these people are suffering, their quality of life suffers, and they're very expensive in the system. And I'm gonna drill down into one particular area in a few minutes as well, which is perinatal mood and anxiety disorders. So a subset of these people who are suffering are pregnant women who are struggling with various stages or phases of their pregnancy as well. So what we do at Behavior is create digital therapeutics for combating chronic stress and anxiety and related disorders. We deliver these inside what we believe firmly is the most psychologically and neurologically powerful medium, which is virtual reality. And critically, we've built our solutions so that while sometimes they are accessed in clinical settings, that's where we started, they're also accessible in-home on a private basis where people are doing so much more these days in healthcare and life in general. But because of our system architecture and our platform, we keep them connected to clinicians who may be overseeing or influencing their care throughout their care journey. What actually occurs inside our programs is can be summarized as follows. So these are progressive multi-session programs. Our platform tracks you over time. So if our patient is Walter Greenleaf, we're going to track Walter through his progression through these programs. These are obviously immersive in a virtual reality medium, but critically sort of embodying and making immersive aspects of evidence-based cognitive behavioral therapies and process-based CBT, which we are translating into these embodied immersive experiences in VR, working with our scientific advisory board and clinical team. And so what you see here on the right is a current state summary of where we are taking evidence-based elements of cognitive behavioral therapies, and that is plural. Often people think of CBT as a thing. It's actually a whole collection of process-based therapies. Some of those we believe are ideally suited to be translated to digital, but even beyond digital into a virtual reality medium for reasons that I'll explain in just a moment. So within this platform, what people are getting is a progressive care plan with clinical oversight in many cases, all connected via our platform. Within each of our programs, we have a core protocol that we refer to as SAFE. So stress, anxiety, and fear extinction. And this is aligned with the unique neurological power of the medium of virtual reality and critically how our brains process threats. So to break down SAFE at a high level, the S is addressing chronic activation of the body stress response. So getting somebody out of this chronic sympathetic nervous system activation into parasympathetic dominance. This is candidly pretty easy to do in VR. It's almost magical in this medium. When we put you into a calming virtual space or experience, let's put you on a beach or in a beautiful nature scene or just some beautiful setting and guide you through some basic things like diaphragmatic breathing and the like, it's pretty easy and pretty powerful to get you out of that chronic activation of sort of fight or flight response, right? So that's where it starts. That's good, and that's a good starting point, but it's not enough. Beyond that, we progress to address anxiety. And the way that we're addressing or combating anxiety is through building mindfulness skills and emotion regulation skills. So this is about combating that tendency that many of us have to get into a set of sort of racing thoughts, right? And worry and rumination and which just tends to build and build. Anxiety is less cyclical than depression. It can tend to build. And if we don't address it in some way, it will just sort of tend to get worse and worse and worse over time. So through mindfulness skill building, emotion regulation, skill building, and elements of those process-based CBTs that I've touched on briefly. Things like cognitive reframing, diffusion and distancing. We can help combat these anxious feelings and our thoughts sort of racing away from us. And then the FE is fear extinction. So this is using the power of VR to create an exposure therapy experience. And so at a high level, and I thought about going deeper into the sort of neuroscience of why VR is so good for exposure therapy. I thought I'm not going to do that in this presentation for a couple of reasons. One is many people in the audience probably have attended many VR conferences, and this tends to get addressed a lot about how this multisensory simulation is neurologically powerful for activating our brain's threat processing centers. You may have heard me talk about that in other sessions if you've been to some of these conferences. And we have a variety of other great speakers in this program who are addressing some of the why VR components. So just we'll keep it at a high level for now and say that there is ample evidence collected over literally a couple of decades of the power of the virtual reality medium for conducting exposure therapy and very powerfully activating arousal in our patients through this exposure therapy that we can create through this multisensory simulation. I'm getting used to this internet clicker, bear with me. All right, briefly, a little bit about our company history and product pipeline. I founded the company in 2016. The first couple of years, it was a very small team. I still had my day job at Humana, just had a couple of engineers, and we set out to build our cloud platform, what we call our dynamic experience engine, which is the brain or the controlling entity across all of our programs. So for the first couple of years, we were really just doing R&D work. We began to commercialize in 2018. When we brought our chronic pain program, specifically a pain neuroscience education program to market in partnership with Evidence in Motion. EIM is an organization that has trained tens of thousands of physical therapists and in everything about physical therapy, but including therapeutic pain science curricula. And so working with Dr. Adrian Lowe and the EIM team, we created our pain neuroscience education program. In 2019, we began our relationship with Dr. Rob Lewis and the team at Hoag and the Women's Health Institute, Dr. Allison Brooks and her team. And I'm going to go into more detail in a moment about our work with Hoag, which we're very proud of, which culminated in our maternal mental health program, Nurture VR. So we'll come back to that topic. We've also partnered with the Johns Hopkins team to create Centered VR, which is a workplace stress program. And then our relationship really began in 2019, but has continued to progress with our pharmaceutical partners at Sumitomo Dynapon Pharma and their US subsidiary Synovian. We have begun our work on digital therapeutics. So Walter mentioned this progression or progressive path that we've been on. Our first three programs were general wellness programs from an FDA perspective, not making claims about treating or healing, but taking evidence-based techniques, psychoeducation, and skill building capabilities, creating digital immersive versions of those to bring people along a healing or a wellness path. And now we are progressing through our digital therapeutics development journey with our partners at DSP. We'll have another announcement just within a couple of weeks that I'm very excited about that you'll see in early to mid-October of an expansion with DSP. And then we have some other potential things in the pipeline as well related to digital therapeutics. So we are on a journey. One thing that I would share that I think has been vital to the fact that we're still here and the level of success that we have had, although we are not claiming any victory, this is a progression that we're on, is we have been so appreciative and frankly fortunate to have great partners like the organizations that you see highlighted here. We embraced this concept early on that we're a small team and we have our vision and our capabilities, but bringing expanded brain power to the table and working with these clinical experts like a Dr. Adrian Lowe at EIM, like Dr. Allison Brooks and Rob Lewis at Hoag, like the great team at DSP and Hopkins, we can bring more people's experience, more people's passion and brain power and get them behind this shared mission and journey that we're on, which we think is a very powerful way to progress this in the space. And I think in general, in this still relatively nascent industry, this is important to kind of expand the tent and get more people involved. So I'm delighted to progress now and tell you a little bit more about Nurture VR, which is our partnership with Hoag. A little bit of a backdrop. Early on when we met with Dr. Lewis and Dr. Brooks at Hoag, Dr. Brooks made a statement. You know, she said, look, the world does not need another How to Be Pregnant app. There are plenty of those out there. What we're going to do is something different, which is address perinatal mood and anxiety disorders specifically. And this is just a few of a whole range of sobering statistics around just how many pregnant women, pregnant people suffer with mental and behavioral health challenges throughout pregnancy. If you are aware of this at all, you probably think, oh yeah, that's postpartum depression. Well, yes, that's a part of it. But in fact, a lot of what will progress to postpartum depression starts earlier in pregnancy. So the pandemic, as you might expect, made this a lot worse. So as many as 70% of pregnant women report being moderately to highly stressed during the pandemic. In general, the estimated prevalence of PMADs are about 15%, significantly increased risk to the mother and baby, and significantly increased costs. So this is an area of great, like the broader objective of our mission, we're addressing something that is very impactful on a personal level. And there's a lot of value to be captured, which is important when you're trying to create a business in the healthcare space. So what Nurture VR is a, we believe, first of its kind program for these expectant mothers using virtual reality to do a couple of things. We are augmenting prenatal education. So there are elements of things that they need to know, but it's generally not as Dr. Brooks said, this is not just about sort of how to be pregnant. There's plenty of that, or progress through your pregnancy or take care of the baby. There's plenty of that out there already. This is really focusing on helping women manage more effectively what they're feeling at an emotional and physical level. This is a very mentally challenging time, and they can be helped through those challenges, including basic things like making it okay to feel super stressed out. We often hear from women, this is a time in their lives where everyone around them thinks it's such a happy time. They should just be on top of the world and feeling nothing but happy thoughts. And of course, the reality can be much more challenging. So what we're doing is providing that education, psychoeducation, mindfulness, skill building, as well as they progress through labor and delivery. We're providing pain management for labor and delivery, as well as progressing through the what some call the fourth trimester, when you're back at home with the baby and you're tackling a whole new set of very stressful issues at that point as well. So briefly, the story of Nurture, we met Dr. Lewis at the Virtual Medicine Conference in Los Angeles in 2018. It felt like a great match from day one to his vision of what he had in mind for a progressive program that could provide education that had that sense of multi-session progressive capability where the system was tracking the patient through time. Rob had a vision about that, was happy to find that we had an architecture to support that. And I give he and Dr. Brooks all the credit. It was them that said, you know what, this is a big area of need in PMADs and maternal mental health, and let's address it together. So we set off on that journey. We launched Nurture VR in 2020 to a group of pilot moms at Hoag. We would, like any digital program, you need to iterate, right? You need to get out there. We learned a lot. We did a number of things wrong. With the help of those early pilot moms and the team at Hoag, we've made the program better and better, and we're still on that progression. So we're very excited to see the Nurture program continue to progress and reach more and more people in need during pregnancy. So at a very high level, this is sort of how the content of Nurture progresses over time. So during that third trimester, there's an introduction around sort of the power of VR, introduction to mindfulness, just getting people used to the program. And then we have education as well as continuing mindfulness practice around building healthy practices, dealing with physical changes in the body, sleeping better, dealing with physical activity. Then there's preparing for labor, helping mothers understand what to expect during labor. And then we add in elements of pain management as we head for labor. So there was a study done at Cedars-Sinai a few years ago. Applied VR did some great work with a researcher there to show that there was a lot of promise in using virtual reality and the things that many of us understand about how to use VR for distraction to help during labor. And that's a great thing. And we appreciate that trailblazing work that they did. One of the learnings from that was that many mothers would, if the first time they've ever seen a VR headset is when they're going to labor, they may be like, what, are you nuts? That's not something that I understand what to do with, or is not relevant to me. So in the design of Nurture, what we're doing is introducing the mothers before they're ready for labor and delivery to VR. It's their headset. They're used to using it. We help them build things like breathing exercise skills and readiness for that labor and delivery period. And then they can use that pain management capability during labor. And we've had a number of great reports from others who have done just that. So beyond labor and delivery, then there's into the fourth trimester with postpartum care and helping mothers. And we're proactively dealing with what for some can be a challenging time where they maybe don't feel the sense of bonding or emotional connection that they expected. And so we're helping with, again, psychoeducation, helping moms expect and understand that sometimes this happens. It's not abnormal and that they can work through it. So building sort of that skin to skin connection with the baby and helping with mother-baby bonding, as well as helping with relationships and stress management during this completely transformational time where life as the family knew it prior to the baby arriving is completely changed. Here's just a few images from inside the experience. I won't sort of narrate all of these to you other than to say it's a variety of educational content, mindfulness. One of the more powerful things we thought would be really neat, and in fact, the feedback we've gotten is very supportive of this, is there's one virtual environment where you can go and there's a baby sort of progressing depending on your stage of pregnancy. There's an interesting learning. When we first modeled these babies, we did it in a very sort of medically accurate way, and it generally freaked people out because the babies, the way that they look while they're actually developing in the womb is not something that you want it to feel a little bit more warm and fuzzy. And so we actually made that a little less realistic and a little more pleasant. But what we've heard from mothers is they have this sort of amazing experience of feeling very connected to the baby while they're practicing mindfulness in this sort of virtual womb. And it creates a real sense of bonding and connection between mother and baby, even though obviously it's just a representation of what's going on inside their body. Sorry, my internet clicker is being a little slow here. All right, I want to show you a couple of quick videos, then we're going to wrap it up and I'll take some questions. But just to share what we've heard from actual users of Nurture VR. So I may need help from the facilitators if we can click on the Danielle Collins video.
I just gave birth. Nurture VR, the platform is so and I was able to do that everyone wants to try it. And the second that you pull out the headset, my family had a million questions. Where did you get that? What are you using? How are you, what are you learning this week? What's the baby doing this week? And it just became something that we looked forward to doing together. And we looked, forward to having those conversations about the baby's growth and about what I was learning. And also during COVID, my husband wasn't able to come to a single doctor's appointment, as he didn't get to see in person a single ultrasound, nothing. It was a very isolating time in the sense that I did everything alone. And so Nurture VR gave me the ability to really have that one-on-one connection with my family in real time in the room and be experiencing some of those moments that we might have experienced in a doctor's office together.
All right, can we play the Gina video?
I just gave birth. I'm in my 4th trimester and I was able to do my birthing classes in the comfort of my own home. Let me show you how. Nurture VR supports women on their journey from pregnancy to motherhood. For 22 weeks, I was able to learn week by week what was going on with me and my baby while I was pregnant, then use it during labor to help calm my anxiety and breathe through the pain. But I also had an additional 8 weeks where I was learning about my postpartum life and body. Nurture VR is full of educational material and mindfulness skills any mom-to-be will find helpful.
Nurture VR was developing deep collaborations with moms, physicians, nurses, and midwives, so you know you're getting the right information about you and your changing body. Nurture VR is simple, enjoyable, and practical for moms to use on their own time and terms.
Do you think it's helped them in their contractions?
Yeah, like it's way better. When they say distraction works and smiling helps, they mean it.
So a couple of great videos. We've got other video testimonials on our website if you want to check it out. And just we're short on time, so I won't read you these. But the great thing is we're getting amazing feedback from these first mothers, making the program better with their feedback, which is important in any digital program. And I think we're clearly tapped into something that's very helpful and is going to help reach a lot of additional women. So we won't spend a whole bunch of time here, but we just recently, with Hoag's help, did a survey of these first 100 mothers, asking about things like level of satisfaction. Did Nurture VR help you feel more prepared for your journey in motherhood? What you liked most about the sessions, how many sessions they ran, et cetera. Mindfulness and the guided meditation is the most popular, particularly when they're sort of doing it with the Baby This Week modules, which is the representation of the progressive growth of the baby week by week, and the psychoeducation and trimester modules is actually quite popular as well. All right, let's advance the slide, please. How likely are we to refer Nurture VR to a friend? So a strong percentage of extremely and somewhat likely. Like any new product, there are some women who didn't like it as much, and we value that feedback as well because that helps us make the program better. And then there's also a strong signal that there is a desire to see more data about benefits of Nurture. And so we're very excited to have a couple of clinical studies getting underway to demonstrate how Nurture VR is going to help with identifying risk or incidents of perinatal mood and anxiety disorders earlier and help women address those proactively to hopefully steer them away from worsening anxiety and depression during pregnancy. Last thing I'll state is we've put a lot of work with Hoag's help into really taking the friction out of the experience of VR. And this is relevant for all of us who are working in the space. For now, still a whole lot of people that we are trying to reach don't have their own VR headsets. And so this is something that we as an industry still have to be good at. And so we've gotten a lot better. Rob and Allison would tell you in the early stages, it was a little clunky. But we've gotten now to a point where a mother can scan a QR code in a clinic, fill out a simple form. Depending on the setting, there may be an e-commerce checkout process, and a couple of days later, a fully configured headset shows up at her home. She syncs with a code and off she goes. So this is important for all of us working in the industry to continue to streamline. As more and more headsets are out in the world and people can just download apps from the App Store, obviously this will be a whole lot easier. And that's a future that I know we're all looking forward to. We've also spent a lot of time really trying to create delight and engagement throughout the process, from packaging to the unboxing process and the onboarding process, making that more streamlined as well. And closing thought, we're super excited about our partnership with Save Moms, which is a national campaign of REACH, a global social impact organization focused on the healthcare experience and reaching more people who do not have the means to pay for digital health programs themselves. So in a nutshell, what we're doing here is doing a $10 for every Nurture, a $10 give back to Save Moms for every sale of Nurture. And we're giving mothers who have purchased Nurture themselves an opportunity to pay it forward when they're done. If they want to donate their headset to a mom who may not otherwise be able to afford it, she can do that. And it's a tax deductible contribution as well. So we're excited about reaching as many people as we can, regardless of their ability to pay for this program. As we work on our clinical studies and then ideally get to a place where employers and payers will have the data they need to pay for this and make this a part of employer benefit coverage, as well as Medicaid plans around the country. So I want to thank Hoag again for all of their great partnership and working with us on Nurture. I appreciate the opportunity to present here today, and I see Rob coming online there.
Yeah, thanks so much, Aaron. Great overview, and I love the work you guys are doing. I mean, I think one of the great things that you have this kind of module or the core foundation is the combination of educational content, motivational content, and activational or mindfulness content. I think that model really will carry well as you kind of expand into other areas of behavioral health, and which is why I'm so proud of the work that we've done together on Nurture, and I look forward to doing a lot more. We do have one question from one of the viewers, and says, how would a newly pregnant woman gain access to Nurture VR headsets?
So anyone can go to behavior.com today and navigate to a page where you can sign up directly. We are making Nurture available direct to consumer. We will continue to work to make this available via employer coverage and ideally at some point Medicaid coverage as well. But it is a D2C offering available nationwide right now.
Great. Thanks so much, Aaron.
All right. Thanks again, Rob. And thanks to the whole team at Hoag for your great partnership.
Okay, so next up, I have the pleasure to introduce Dr. Vic Betta. Vic is a colleague and friend. He's been here at Hoag with us for about 4 years. Vic is the head of service for the epilepsy program. So his specialty is in minimally invasive treatment of brain and spinal disorders, particularly focusing on epilepsy, which affects millions of Americans. Vic has been instrumental in growing Hoag's epilepsy program into what's called a level 4 epilepsy center, which is the highest level of care that we can provide for patients with epilepsy in Orange County. With Vic at the helm of that program, it has grown and is now actually enrolled in several clinical trials to offer the latest minimally invasive treatments for patients with epilepsy. So we've been really fortunate to have Vic join us on the neurosurgery team. He's an absolute pleasure to work with and also a brilliant speaker. So we're looking forward to hearing him speak today. Vic, welcome.
Thanks, Rob. Good morning, everyone. Really excited to talk to you a little bit about what we've been doing at Hoag, really taking a difficult topic, a difficult disease, which is epilepsy, and trying to make it more patient-friendly, trying to make it easier to collaborate, using some of the tools in VR and AR. And I'll do this through a case-based approach, but first let me tell everyone a little bit about epilepsy. So just some overview of some stats. So epilepsy is the 4th most common neurological disorder worldwide, and about 1 in 25 people has a lifetime risk of having a seizure. Makes up about 1% of the US population has epilepsy, so we're looking at somewhere around 3.5 million people. And in about 2/3 of people, medication alone is going to be sufficient to treat their seizures, but in 1/3 of patients, medications are not going to control their seizures. And these people are going to have several restrictions. They're not going to be able to drive. They may not be able to go to school or hold a job or do public speaking or all of the things that would hold someone back in life. So we're looking at about 1 million people in the United States who are candidates for surgery. But when we look at the data, we see that in 2019, only about 16,000 surgical cases for epilepsy were done. Epilepsy is one of the few surgical procedures where there is level 1 data, meaning they've done a randomized controlled trial looking at the effectiveness of medication alone versus surgery. And this is the highest quality data we have. So we know surgery for seizure disorders works. We know that there's a huge population of people who can benefit. We know that as people go on with seizures, their seizures tend to get worse and become more difficult to treat. And we know that medications have significant side effects: drowsiness, fatigue, decreased motivation, and all these kinds of things really weigh on patients, and they're a huge burden on our population in the US and really globally. So where are the challenges and opportunities in surgical epilepsy care? Well, the disease is complex. We're dealing with abnormal electrical activity in the brain connected with some type of structural abnormality. So epilepsy is essentially an electrical storm in the brain that incapacitates a patient. This can often involve eloquent areas of the brain. So we're talking about areas that control speech, motor function, sensory function, vision. So the disease itself is very complex. And as such, the workup is very complex. EEG is recording of the electrical activity of the brain. That has to be done either by placing electrodes in the brain or on the scalp. There has to be functional imaging done. So we want to know, where is that speech function? Where is the function of the hand, the leg? Does the seizure involve those areas? We want to know structurally what is going on. Is it because there's an area of sclerosis or scarring, or is there a cavernous malformation or some type of blood vessel abnormality? Or is there something that can't be seen on MRI? And then we want to identify, where's the network? So where is this electrical storm propagating? Does it start from one place and spread to another place? Does it spread globally? So that takes a lot of complex imaging modalities to understand. Then finally, the treatment is very complex. Back in the 1950s and 60s, the treatment was temporal lobectomy, so removing a large portion of someone's brain. And that actually is quite effective. However, people are looking to look at more minimally invasive approaches. There are epilepsy conditions in which removing a large portion of the brain is not going to solve their seizures. So we need to come up with strategies for that. So there's lesional strategies where we remove or destroy part of the seizure focus. And then there's something called neuromodulation, where we place electrodes around or in the area where the seizures are coming from, or on the vagus nerve, and we try to disrupt those seizure pathways, similar to what a pacemaker does. So neuromodulation strategy. The problem is that the pathway of care is very disintegrated. So from the time you see the patient in the office, when you discuss this in a multidisciplinary fashion with colleagues in neuroradiology, neuropsychiatry, psychology, epileptology, there's no one way to integrate the data. You have data from structural imaging, from EEG, from the semiology, what their seizures actually look like. And we need to integrate all that data. And then finally, getting the case in the OR, using the navigation platforms, using the EEG data real-time in the OR to try to come up with a strategy to stop their seizures. So this is one of the reasons why, despite 1 million people being eligible for surgery, we're only doing about 19,000 surgeries a year. So I'm going to get into some cases and describe to you what we deal with on a regular basis and where we see the opportunity for VR and AR to play a role. So first case, so this is a young woman, very highly functional, who has occasional seizures, but these seizures are disabling. She doesn't know when they will happen. And because of that, she's been on high doses of medications, which have profound side effects. They make her sleepy, they make her need to take days off. Her seizures also limit her ability at work. She doesn't know if she's going to have a seizure that day, if she's out giving a presentation in front of a group or meeting with a client. That can be really disabling. There's also a stigma around epilepsy. She doesn't want her employer to know that she has seizures. That may limit her opportunities in the workplace. So she came in and we decided to place electrodes in the brain. So what you see here is a skull X-ray, or basically a radiograph of electrodes implanted in her brain. And you can see there are 2 electrodes that go down into the brain, and then a grid of electrodes, which is on the surface of the brain. And using this technique, we mapped out where her seizures are coming from. Now, this is a very young, functional person. In her particular type of epilepsy, the right treatment approach was actually removing the small area of the brain where the seizures are coming from. Now, you can tell by this picture, it's very difficult to explain to her what area we're removing and what are the consequences of doing that. I'll show you next a CT scan. So even using advanced imaging, a CT scan, thin cut, very, very difficult to explain to someone, here is the area of the brain where the seizures are coming from, here are the electrodes we put on, you can see there's artifact, and it's very difficult to tell the patient the story about their seizures and convince them that this is the right thing to do. So let's go ahead and play this video, and I'll describe to you a little bit about her clinical condition, and then explain how we were able to talk to her about her seizures. So we took the scan that she got and overlaid it with the electrodes and identified the seizure focus in turquoise. And what was particularly relevant in this case was you can see those in darker blue, the white matter tracks, the fiber tracks that lead from the area of her brain that controls her strength and her motor function that go down into her spinal cord. And you can see where the lesion is. And you can see that there's a little tail of this lesion that actually goes into those fiber tracks. And we had to explain to her how our job was to remove that lesion without disrupting those white matter tracks. We're able to show her how we've placed the grid right over that area of the lesion and how we've identified exactly what boundaries we need to remove. We're also able to show her where the primary motor areas are and how we think that there's a margin of safety where we can remove this lesion, likely cure her of her seizures without causing any type of neurological deficit. So if you compare this to the previous two films I showed you, you can tell how much more integrated, informative it is and how much more interactive it is with the patient. We're showing them in one video, structural imaging, functional imaging, what we've done in surgery and where her seizure is. And now she has an understanding about what we're gonna do in surgery, what that blue thing is, and why we're describing the risk and benefit profile to her. So a huge, as far as a patient engagement standpoint, a huge leap forward from what we previously had. Also in the conference setting, when we place electrodes in the brain and we're talking in front of our colleagues about proposing a surgery, this makes presentation so much easier rather than overlaying several different types of modalities together and trying to make a story of it. This technology really allows us to present in a very concise fashion and a quick fashion, prove that we're over the seizure focus, and really prove that there's a separation between the seizure focus and the motor function. So let's talk about SEG. So these are, SEG is minimally invasive electrodes placed through little pinpoint holes through the skull into the brain to localize the seizures. So what I showed you there was a grid. So we have to make an open window through the bone, through the skull to place the grids. SEG is a technique that allows us to use a minimally invasive technique to do essentially the same thing. So here's a patient we've placed electrodes in. So you can see on the right-hand side, the contacts, those are drilled through the bone and placed into the brain. On the left-hand side is, again, a skull x-ray showing where relative to the patient's skull the electrodes are placed. And again, it's the same challenge when we're talking to this patient and we're explaining to them, here's where the electrodes are, here's where we see seizure activity, this is what we propose. It's very difficult. We're very limited by the imaging that we currently have. Now contrast this to the video, which you can start playing using VR techniques with surgical theater. On the right-hand side, we actually have the EEG. That's the electrical rhythm of the brain areas that we're mapping from. On the left-hand side are the electrodes and the critical structures in the brain. Again, we see the white matter tracks, the pathways in the brain that control strength. And then in red, we see the blood vessels of the brain. And as we scroll through each electrode, we can tell what's happening there. And my colleagues and my neurology colleagues, the epileptologists who are specially trained to understand this electrical rhythm, will read this and tell me on this contact at this time, there's a seizure. And together we can look at this video and this overview and understand in much more detail what we need to do and where the seizures are coming from. So again, when we're talking about patient engagement, we sit down with the patient and tell them, this is why we think we need to do the next step in treating your seizures. As far as discussing with our colleagues in conference, this is so integrative. All the data we need, the structural imaging, the functional imaging, where we've placed electrodes, and the EEG data all on one screen, presented in a very efficient fashion, a huge leap forward in how we take care of patients with epilepsy. One of the next case I'll present is something called laser ablation. So the traditional techniques for treating seizures has been removing a portion of the brain. There is now a minimally invasive option called laser interstitial thermal therapy. A small laser fiber about the width of a guitar string is placed into the area of the brain where the seizures are coming from. And under MRI guidance, we're able to ablate or heat up that laser and destroy that bad tissue that's causing seizures. So let's talk about that case for a second. So this is a patient, and for those of us who do epilepsy surgery, this is kind of a screaming picture. We can see on the left-hand side here that one area of the brain called the mesial temporal lobe, where structures including the hippocampus and amygdala arise, are asymmetrically enlarged and different from the other side. For patients who have seizures in this type of scan, this tells us that a minimally invasive laser ablation approach can be highly effective of curing their seizures, up to 85–90% chance of curing their seizure. The real challenge with this approach is talking to a patient about how the laser fiber works, where we place it, what are the critical structures around this area that are at risk, and I'll show you how VR techniques help us in all of those areas. So we're really proud here at Hoag to be one of the few sites in the nation involved in clinical trials in this area. Medtronic and the FDA are involved in a study where we prospectively look at treating patients with this type of epilepsy with laser ablation. And in California, we're one of two sites, with Stanford and UCSF being the two others. And we're really proud to be one of the only community hospitals who are participating. And what's really unique about Hoag is that we're the only site that's using these advanced VR and AR approaches for treating patients with this disorder. So let's talk about how we would go through with the patient what we propose, which is this laser ablation approach. We can start playing the video. So one of the major things in the laser ablation approach is that the visual fiber tracts run immediately above the area where we're going to do the ablation. And one of the challenges is that during surgery, we can actually understand and appreciate where those fiber tracts are running. With laser ablation, we traditionally can't. What we've been able to do, working with our colleagues in neuroradiology and with surgical theater, is map out those visual fiber tracts. And you can see here in purple, that's the area of the brain that the seizures are coming from and we need to get rid of. And in green, you can see the optic fibers and you can see how intimately close they are. The advantage of, if we can pause the video for a moment. So one of the advantages of an overlay is being able to first plan during surgery where those fiber tracts are and limiting our ablation to not damage those visual fiber tracts. We can also, with a very high degree of certainty, place our laser fiber in a way that's not going to disrupt those laser fiber tracts and still achieve a really nice ablation that's very highly likely to cure patients of their seizures. And then lastly, we can explain to the patient the potential risks or side effect profile. It's very important for patients to understand that even if there's a 1 to 5% chance of this complication, we want them to understand why it is it can occur and have a really informed patient going into surgery, knowing that we're doing everything we possibly can to reduce the chance of that occurring. Next slide. So I'll get into a little bit about how VR is helping us get patients seizure-free more. So this is just some preliminary data, and without going into too much of the nitty-gritty of it, it's essentially a heat map, and it tells us where we ablate in the brain, what are the chances of getting seizure freedom. And after treating hundreds of patients, we now know that there's a particular area we really need to target, and if we can target that area, the chances of seizure freedom get higher. Next slide. And this is a simplified diagram of that. And what we can see here in the green in this left-hand picture is we really need to be as far anterior as possible in the temporal lobe, and we need to be low in the mesial temporal structures to include part of the fusiform gyrus and the parahippocampal gyrus, areas of the brain that are important in reducing seizure freedom. So the significance of this and where VR plays a role is that now we know where we need to ablate. The challenge is, how do we do that? How do we rehearse that? There was really no way prior to using surgical theater and VR and developing that. What we're actually able to do now is rehearse the different approaches or trajectories that we take to the lesion. We can simulate an ablation, and we can see how close are we going to get into those green areas. If we're getting 90 to 95%, we're really happy. We know that if we can execute that plan at surgery, we're going to do a really good job of stopping their seizures. If we trial or rehearse an approach and we know we're closer to the red areas, we know our seizure freedom is going to be lower. So this is incredibly powerful to be able to rehearse, plan, and pick the exact right approach to get a really good outcome. And it's basically, you know, we're getting into the area where we're going to be using algorithmic ways to determine what's the best way to treat seizures. So we have this technology, and any of our smartphones, we know if we want to get from point A to point B, there's several different ways to do it, but there's one best way to get there. And we're going to develop those same strategies using these techniques by rehearsing several different approaches and trajectories and taking data from thousands of patients and understanding what is the best, the safest, and most efficient and effective way to treat seizures. And then finally, let me tell you about a case of some tumors that are associated with epilepsy. So this was a young boy, high school student here locally, who had a first lifetime seizure. We got a scan, and we can see here on the left side near the primary speech areas, so the areas of the brain that control his language, there was a lesion there. We got a second scan, which is a functional MRI looking at speech function, and we can see how closely associated the speech areas are. So what's really challenging in this approach is we need to get this whole lesion out to cure him of his brain tumor. We know that if we leave even a little bit behind, the chance that this will come back or turn into a higher grade lesion that may be more difficult to control down the line is there. We also need to be really aware that the speech function is millimeters away. And for a young 17-year-old who's about to go to college, who's an aspiring attorney, we know how important speech function can be. So we wanted to understand, how can VR help us in this challenging situation? So again, we go to develop our model, and we can play this video. So here's a really good example of how we can explain to a patient and a family where the lesion is and what we're going to do about it. So again, fly through the skull in green, we've painted the lesion, and we can see those visual, language fiber tracks. So the areas of the brain that control the expressive areas of language to the understanding areas of language. So an area in the frontal lobe and an area in the temporal lobe. And by doing this, we can give the family so much more confidence that we're taking every precaution possible to spare speech function, but also maximize seizure freedom, but also long-term tumor control. So a significantly better way of explaining to patients what we're trying to do, and then taking these same scans into the operating room, using the same data that we've used to talk to the patients, using it intraoperatively to guide our resection. So just to wrap it up, where's the role for VR and AR in surgical epilepsy care? Patient engagement. You know, these patients have an option. The option is to stay on medications the rest of their life. We know that that's going to lead to cognitive decline and worsening seizures. But stepping into surgery that's largely elective can be very frightening. So these technologies really allow us to explain to the patient what we're doing, how we're taking all the different considerations into mind to plan a treatment option for them that's safe and effective. Collaboration. All of these pieces of data I've shown you can oftentimes take 5 to 10 times longer to present in a fractionated fashion, meaning we first show the structural imaging, then we show the functional imaging, then we show the lesional imaging, then we show the phase 2 data or the EEG data. That takes a lot of time. And if we're trying to get through many patients during one session of collaboration with our partners, we need a platform. And through surgical theater and VR techniques, we've been able to develop that. That leads to an integration of the care pathway. So consultation with the patient, discussion with our colleagues in conference, and then a plan in the operating room. Everything is integrated. We have one data set or one platform on which to develop our treatment plan. This improves safety. We can get better outcomes by understanding where the lesion is relative to those critical structures in the brain, and we can increase our efficiency and effectiveness of surgery. We won't be short of our goal because we're worried about causing a neurological deficit. We understand from that imaging brought into the operating room with our navigation platform that these are the safe areas, and we really need to maximize whether it's ablation, resection, or accurate placement of neuromodulatory devices, that we can push those, the ability to get those in the exact right spot. So we're really excited about the prospects of VR and AR in surgical epilepsy care. This is just scratching the surface. There's so much more work to be done, especially as we get algorithms involved, machine learning about understanding seizure pathways, and really predictive technologies. And this is really the first step. And we're really excited at Hoag to be able to bring some of these technologies to our patients.
So much, Vic. Yeah, that was a great talk. I learned so much from listening to you to explain that stuff, and you put it in such a way that kind of even lay people are able to understand kind of how this is beneficial. Do we have any questions here? Let me see. I do not see any questions at the moment. You're off the hook, bro.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Rod.
Thanks, Vic. Okay, so that puts us at lunchtime. Before we send you off to lunch to take a little break, we're just going to show a little bit of a brief preview of what you're going to be seeing later on. As I mentioned today, at the end of the day, we're going to be showing unveiling our new extended reality laboratory at 4 o'clock today. So we just have a kind of a little bit of a sneak preview that we're going to show for you now. Can we cue that up, guys? So this is a Center for Advanced Visualization and Immersive Therapeutics, which just opened last week. I'm going to be going through this in detail a little bit later on at the end of the day, but just to give you guys a kind of preview of what it looks like and the kind of work that we're going to be doing in there. It's really an amazing space. It's been 2 years in the making, and we're really proud of the work that we've put into making it happen, and we'll be even more excited about what we're going to be using it for. So we will see you all back at 12:45. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you guys had a little bit of a break for lunch. We're happy to have you back here for the afternoon session. And to kick it off, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jeff Bassett. Jeff is a colleague, a urologic oncologist. He's actually one of only a handful of specialists that specifically fellowship trained in urologic oncology. Jeff's specialties include the use of genomic testing and 3D imaging and navigation for enhanced recovery protocols after surgery. Dr. Bassett is also one of only a handful of surgeons to perform single incision robotic surgery to optimize outcomes for faster recovery. Jeff has been instrumental in integrating new technologies into his surgical practice, which have helped lead to more complete tumor resections, better preservation of nerve function, and better overall outcomes. Jeff, we're happy to have you here with us today. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lewis. It's obviously an absolute pleasure to be here, and really appreciate the opportunity. And already I have an apology to make. The title of the slide should actually be something much different, and something that's already been alluded to by a lot of the presenters today, which is that how do we use 360 XR in urologic oncology should really be, how can we use VR and AR and XR ultimately to get to better surgery and safer surgery for all of our patients? Surgery that's patient-centric, that optimizes the patient outcomes and avoids unnecessary complications or side effects that can be foreseen. And this not only applies to urologic oncology, of course. I mean, for any surgeon, whether it be brain surgery or pancreatic surgery or lung surgery, the way forward and why I'm such a strong advocate of AR and VR is to make it so we can get to the place that we have fully engaged patients that get the best outcomes and avoid any side effects. And I truly believe VR and AR are a way to get there, and so wanted to talk to you about it today. In terms of urologic oncology, urologic oncologists are surgeons that deal with cancers of the urinary tract. So that includes prostate, bladder, kidney, testicular cancer. So those are primary areas of expertise. I myself am one of 1/3 of Hoag Urologic Oncology, and I'm the newest third. So my partners and my mentors are Dr. Jeff Yoshida and Dr. Robert Torrey. Let's see, there's the next slide. As I mentioned, in one of our missives as Hoag Urologic Oncology and as part of Hoag in general is to patient-specific, tumor-specific surgery. And how we've used 360 imaging over the past year and a half or so. Well, to be honest with you, I'm not that smart, and so I borrowed Dr. Lewis's playbook. We started by modeling tumors and relevant anatomy. We used it, again, borrowing in his experience with the neurosciences. We started to use it to engage patients and to educate them, particularly in the preoperative time frame when there's a lot of anxiety and uncertainty. We've been using it to preserve function, and I'll definitely explain more what that means, particularly as it comes to preserving kidney function in patients that have kidney cancer, and preserving erectile function and control of the urine in men that have prostate cancer. We'll talk a little bit about flexibility in surgical approach. Dr. Lewis had mentioned a case where having the VR and utilizing as far as his preoperative planning changed the way he did the surgery, and in changing the way he did the surgery, changed the outcome for the patient. And then finally, at the end, we'll talk a little bit about how interoperatively we're starting to register and navigate when we're doing robotic surgery. And this is where, at this point, it's augmented reality, but there's obviously places that we'd like to go with this, hopefully in the near future. I'm going to talk about two different disease, i.e. cancerous processes that are part of urologic oncology. one will be kidney and one will be prostate. And you'll see some similarities, but you'll also see some differences in terms of how we're using XR. In terms of kidney cancer, just, from 10,000 feet, kidney cancer is more common than maybe a lot of us would realize. It's the 6th most common cancer in men, 7th most common cancer in women. And so all told, at least in the United States, that's about 80,000 new diagnoses on a yearly basis. And kidney cancer, particularly for organ-confined kidney cancer, is a surgical disease. Always has been. Chemotherapy or radiation isn't useful. And you can imagine that historically, going back 20, 25 years, regardless of the size of a kidney cancer, if a patient had cancer in the right kidney needed to be removed. Almost regardless of size, location, the patient's baseline renal function. So regardless of how good the patient's overall kidney function was coming into surgery, cancer of the kidney's got to come out. We've come a long way from there, and want to show you some examples of how VR and AR is actually pushing us further in terms of the shared goal of a safer surgery, but also preserving kidney function. Ultimately, the goal is to remove the cancer, but leave the rest of the kidney intact. And you could see how that could be a benefit to any patient. And in fact, data backs that up. We know that for patients that have kidney cancer that only have the tumor removed, but the remainder of that kidney and obviously their other kidney are unharmed, they're going to live longer than patients that just have the kidney removed for a cancerous process. So I'm going to start with this video, and I'm going to start the video in this is a DICOM image, or this is a CT scan. And what you're going to see, if you kind of look toward the left side of the screen, which is the patient's right side, is you're going to start to see a red circle there. That's the patient's kidney. And in fact, that red circle is the patient's cancer. And historically, all I would have been able to talk to you about going into the surgery was based on those images. And now look where we are. So this is surgical theater, and this is surgical theater's rendition, although it's not a rendition, it's based on the patient's anatomy. This is the VR view of the patient's anatomy. And so not only are you seeing all the structures in 3 dimensions, but both for our patients and for me as a surgeon, I'm able to rotate this image any way I want to in terms of planning for the actual surgery. In this particular case, you see some clips coming onto the screen. And what we were able to identify using the 360 imaging is that there were only 2 very small branches of the main renal artery that were going to this tumor. So we said to ourselves, okay, if this tumor is only being supplied by 2 small branches, then let's just temporarily occlude the blood flow to the kidney that's coming through those 2 branches. Let's leave the rest of the flow to the normal healthy kidney intact. Essentially, let's do an operation where the rest of the kidney doesn't even know that surgery is being performed, and in that way maximize the preservation of kidney function. So what you're seeing here are those temporary clips. And again, these clips are only going on the two segments of vessels that are supplying the tumor. The tumor you can kind of see hanging down there, and this is the real operative footage. And here's my partner, Dr. Tori, actually excising the mass, which is to the left, the normal kidneys to the right. And as proof of concept, and also to get some different colors on the screen, we gave something called ICG. And that's the green highlight you see coming on the screen. And what ICG is it tells you what structures are being perfused and what are not. And what you see there is the normal kidney is completely lit up, whereas the tumor is completely dark, meaning that the way we're doing this surgery is not affecting the patient's normal kidney and is only occluding blood supply to the cancerous mass. And these are the post-operative images of the same patient. Again, you could see if you compared it to the pre-op, the only thing that's missing is actually the tumor. And the patient did really well. Let's see what's happening here. This is, sorry about the delay. This is a second example. And this is an example that goes back to patient engagement and also goes back to how we can use virtual reality and 360 images to actually change our entire approach to surgery, change our portal of entry, so to speak, in a way that's advantageous to the patient.
So even once we see the kidney and I flip the liver up, we've moved the bowels out of the way, I see your kidney, I still can't see your tumor. And your tumor is actually on the back side of your kidney.
There it
okay?
is.
That's the tumor.
Living color, yeah, wow.
So a standard approach would be to come through your abdomen, to come all the way down here, to flip your kidney over, and then remove the tumor. We're going to do this in a very different fashion here. So instead, I'm going to rotate you sideways, and we talked about this thing called the retroperitoneal space. So you're going to be lying on your side. Your main incision is going to be right above your hip bone. I'll show you why that's going to be where the incision is, because boom. And literally one of the first things I'm going to come to is your tumor. By the time we get to your operation, I know you inside and out. I've already been there. It really allows us to plan for things in a way that we wouldn't be able to otherwise. And also, this doesn't have to be a black box for you either.
Well, you promised me a wow moment, and you have undersold it. This is impressive.
So the video obviously illustrates a couple of things. It illustrates the change in approach, but I think it, without so many words, kind of demonstrates the patient engagement piece. So this is the quote unquote informed consent that a surgeon would do before an operation. And it's difficult for me to express how much I now enjoy doing informed consent. It used to be a very laborious process where you're trying to explain to the patient and their family what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, why you're going to do it a certain way, how different organs could potentially come into play and be affected. And no matter how you tried to do it or how much you tried to engage the patient, you knew there was a black box because I knew the anatomy and I knew what I was talking about, but the patient didn't have that same access. This changes that. These sort of interactions, again, modeled off of what Dr. Lewis and others have done with virtual reality in the preoperative space, there's no longer this disconnect in terms of what's going to happen in the operating room and why it's going to happen. And proof of that is this gentleman and his wife. Proof of that is him taking a video of what I'm going to show him. And so I think the point's made pretty clear there. So I can't imagine going back to an informed consent process where I don't have the opportunity to share the patient's own anatomy with them in a way that makes sense. This next video that I wanted to show you has to do going back to, okay, so we're using this technology preoperatively to help us preserve renal function. And so as we've continued on this journey, we've actually found that not only does the imaging help us with planning, not only does virtual reality help us with the patient engagement piece, but it actually expands our criteria for just doing a partial nephrectomy. It expands our criteria for not removing the whole kidney, but actually safely just removing the mass. And this was a recent example, and this is one of many. This is a 45-year-old male. Pretend it's my twin. And incidentally, he was found to have a very large tumor on his left kidney. And you could see it down there. If you look to the lower right, you see that right kidney, and then you see a mass that shouldn't be there. And you can tell from that CT scan that mass is almost as big as the kidney. This 44-year-old male already has problems with how well his kidney functions. And together. He's already looking at a lifetime where he's at risk to potentially be on dialysis later in life. And he fortunately came to Hoag Urologic Oncology after having 3 separate outside opinions because he'd heard about a partial nephrectomy, and that's what he wanted done. And so I looked at his CT scan, and my initial reaction was, I'm not sure. Just looking at his DICOM images, the CT scan, I wasn't sure if a partial nephrectomy made sense either. And here's where VR comes into play. So this is his, I think I probably have to click one more time here. This is his imaging. And what you're seeing here is the yellow, in this case, is the collecting system of the kidney that collects the urine that the kidney is making. And the purple structure is the mass, is the tumor. I looked at this, and I looked at this a couple different ways. And in rotating it and get a feeling for the patient's own anatomy, I came to the conclusion that based on the fact that he already had compromised kidney function, that a partial nephrectomy, just removing the mass, was doable and could be done safely. Talked to the patient about it. We went through the imaging and he agreed. So here's in the operation. And this is the augmented overlay or augmented reality that we talk about, where you're seeing the cancer on your screen. That's on the left. That's real operative footage. And on the right is the overlay, the augmented reality. And so here we're showing how the two match up, meaning here we're occluding the blood flow to the kidney, just like you saw in one of the first videos. And now we're going to proceed to the part that we're actually excising the cancer, which is the top part of the screen. It's up, and leaving the remainder of the normal kidney behind. And this shot's important because what this is showing is I had counted on being able to dissect down into the certain part of this patient's plumbing to get all the cancer, but leave the rest of the kidney. And this was my landmark. My landmark was those yellow structures that I showed you on the initial rotation. And true to form, in the operating room, that's exactly what I did. I dissected down into what's called the collecting system here, and the overlay predicted it. The VR predicted it. And in fact, I closed the collecting system there, closed the kidney, and the patient did really well. His kidney function is unchanged from before the surgery, but his cancer has been removed. So I'm going to totally switch gears here and talk about another cancerous prostate process. I said prostate already. That's clearly clearly involves a urologic oncologist. Prostate cancer is the most common cancer in men, and importantly, it's still the second most common cause of cancer death in men. And that's a fact that has not changed. So yes, prostate cancer is common. A lot of the dialogue, at least here in the United States for the past 10 to 15 years, is about how maybe prostate cancer is overdiagnosed and overtreated. The second leading cause of male cancer death remains prostate cancer. There are 175,000 men in the United States that are diagnosed with prostate cancer every year. And about half of them opt for surgery as their primary treatment for their cancer. Surgery for prostate cancer is a very, very effective way to fight the cancer. The problem with surgery for prostate cancer historically has been the side effects. The side effects are loss of erections and an inability to control the urine. And these side effects for a man can't be minimized. When we look at patient-reported outcomes, which is something we've started to do over the last 5 to 10 years, meaning don't pull the surgeon on how great he is, but actually talk to the patients about how they're doing. 3 years out from prostate removal, 30% of men still say they're having trouble regaining control of their urine, 30%. And 70% indicate that there's been a irreversible decline in their erectile function. So the question remains, if this is the second leading cause of death in men, it's the most common cancer. Surgical is if it's not the best treatment, it's tied with radiation. how for these men can we treat their cancer and avoid what are really, really lifetime detrimental side effects? And so this is the second area where we've applied AR and VR. And what you're going to see here is an MRI of the prostate. And we could go ahead and start the video. So this is an MRI of the prostate, and there's the prostate. Went by pretty quick, and so would a patient's understanding. Using virtual reality, we're actually able to explain really well to the patient what's about to happen and why, and give them some autonomy in the process. So not only, and you'll see a legend come up here, but not only are we able to show the bladder in relationship to the prostate and the other structures, but importantly, I'm able to talk to them about where their cancer is, again in purple, and where it is relative to the other important structures, like the neurovascular bundles that are responsible for their erections. So in this particular man's case, it two different areas of his prostate that we knew were cancerous. There's an area on the left and there's an area on the right. And then we're going to add back in the neurovascular bundles. Those are the structures responsible for a man's erections. And in this particular patient's case, I'm able to explain to him in great detail why either surgery or radiation for his cancer may impact his erections. Because on the right side, you can see that that tumor is very much encroaching on that neurovascular bundle. Compare that to this gentleman. We're going into surgery, I could tell him, you know, your erections probably aren't going to be affected because your tumor is so far away from the neurovascular bundles. And here's some intraoperative footage. The prostate's off to the left. The white structures that are curvilinear off there to the right, those are the nerves that are responsible for that man's erections. And these are the nerves on the right side. And here you're seeing the same thing on the left. So both of these men, whether the treatment for prostate cancer was going to affect their erections or not, both of them were informed. And there was a plan laid out between them and their surgeon about how the cancer was going to be treated and what the side effect profile might be based on their own cancer characteristics. Briefly, for sake of time, I'll tell you, this is robotic surgery. When we talk about robotic surgery, it's not that robots are doing it, but these are the machines and these are the technologies that have evolved that allow us to do minimally invasive surgery. What you're seeing there on the left is what's now called a multi-port robot. These are both made by Intuitive, but the multi-port robot, you need 5 small incisions for the surgeon to gain access to the abdomen and use very small instruments to do the surgery. The latest generation, unfortunately, Hoag was very early on in acquiring one of these robots, is on the right. And that's a single port robot. And the single port robot combines all 5 of those separate incisions into one that's 23 millimeters. And what you're seeing there on the left is in the upper left of that screen, that's the single port that goes into the abdomen just above the belly button. And then all the instruments come through it. So this is an example of how we're marrying newer technology with virtual reality. And for the purpose of this video, I'll just focus specifically on the other part of the equation, the other part of the side effects for men with prostate cancer to surgery, which is the inability to control the urine. And 2 additional structures are on this video, the structure in white, which is the endopelvic fascia, and also the pubic bone. And what I'm able to demonstrate to patients with this video based on their own anatomy is how maybe the traditional approach to removing their prostate in a robotic fashion might not be the best approach. So this is the traditional approach in the operating room. This is how 99.9% of prostate surgeries are done, which is a top-down approach to drop the bladder out of the way and come down onto that white structure, the endopelvic fascia, and then remove the prostate. What you're seeing there is the neurovascular bundles are out of view. They're on the underside of the prostate. And so from the standpoint of erections, they're the last things that are seen. There is a different approach. And there's no question that VR not only helps me, but my patients get familiar with an approach that we go from below up. And so we leave the bladder where it is. we leave the neurovascular bundles, the structures in green where they are, and instead remove the prostate. In coming from below, we're able to leave that endopelvic fascia intact. And so our initial experience is that 4 out of 5 men not only aren't leaking 3 years out, but they're actually dry immediately when the catheter comes out a week after surgery. And you can imagine the difference between potentially leaking 3 years out from having your prostate removed and the overwhelming likelihood that you'll never leak a drop. And so here's where the combination of technology in the form of surgical robots, as well as virtual reality, can lead to a different approach to surgery. Also in the prostate cancer space is something called a PSMA PET scan. We've all heard of PET scans for prostate cancer. Hoag acquired the technology, bringing Dr. Gary Lehner and his research enterprise to Hoag early this year. And one of the things he brought with them is a prostate cancer specific PET scan. The long and short of it is PET scans have never worked for prostate cancer. They've never shown us what we want to know. The latest is a prostate cancer specific PET scan. It's called the PSMA PET scan. It's now been approved by the FDA. What does this scan do? Dramatic pause. I think you're going to have to advance the slide for me, please. And go ahead and click on it. What these scans do is highlight some structures in the body that are not cancerous, but they also highlight the prostate and any evidence of prostate cancer that might be outside the prostate. So this is a patient of mine who was fortunate enough to get the PSMA PET scan. What I'm showing you there is his initial staging. There were these 2 lymph nodes that were active on his PSMA PET scan. The higher of those lymph nodes is way outside of the operative field. It's not a lymph node we would typically remove at the time of prostate surgery. The second thing that we were able to identify using his preoperative imaging was where his tumor is relative to the neurovascular bundles, which I've explained before. And also you'll see this funny structure on the top of the prostate, and that's called a median lobe. And patients that have a median lobe are more at risk for incontinence after their surgery, not being able to control their urine. So again, informed consent, we go through what the surgery is likely to entail, and this is what you're seeing. Here's the AR portion of this. Here's the augmented overlay. And where that top lymph node was, and go ahead and advance it in the surgery, that is Bermuda's Triangle, so to speak. You have the largest artery in the body, you have the largest vein, that's in blue, and then you have the ureter, which is the structure that drains urine from the kidney down to the bladder, in yellow. Now, it's not color coded in the operating room, but I was able to overlay the imaging and use the preoperative footage to help me navigate this area, safely remove this avid lymph node, which did turn out to harbor prostate cancer. And as such, the man got a better surgery and better staging. Again, that's not a lymph node that would have typically been removed, and we were able to remove it safely. The second part of using AR as part of his surgery is that median lobe. So that structure that I'm pulling down on the left side, that's actually that median lobe of the prostate. Knowing that it's there and being able to address it in this way, I was able to pull this part of the prostate down and remove it with the rest of the prostate without impacting his ability to regain his kidney function, his bladder control after the surgery was complete. So to summarize, this is marrying, not just robot, and the surgery is done robotically. So here you have the technology of robotic surgery married with VR, married with AR, using the latest in molecular imaging in terms of a PSMA PET scan to appropriately stage the patient preoperatively. In another word, that's why I love being at Hoag. Let's see if I can advance the slide. So to finish, what's next in urologic oncology? Well, all of the presenters today have spoken to what's next in this bigger space in XR. I think the next step in terms of disease processes like kidney cancer or prostate cancer is that you may or may not have noticed on those videos, at the bottom on the right on those two screens, it said not tracking. And right now where we're at in terms of surgery is this is augmented reality. These are overlays. It's very helpful interoperatively to have these, but the next step is going to be real-time navigation. The next step is to be able to use XR to not only further reinforce certain structures, to not only help us see what's deep to the level of vision, but actually help control our robotic instrumentation and keep us out of harm's way. So real-time intraoperative surgical navigation is the next step. And you can advance the slide, and I think I have something not very fancy to close it. But the final slide just shows that not tracking that you saw in those videos, the goal when you advance the slide is to actually go to tracking. And again, Dr. Lewis, I really appreciate the time and opportunity. I appreciate your leadership. I appreciate your vision. I appreciate your passion. I'm just trying to borrow some of it.
Oh, thanks so much, Jeff. I appreciate you being here. We do have one question from the audience here for Dr. Bassett. It says, what is the effective spatial resolution of the imaging at the surgical site? And is the color highlighting based on image processing or some form of tissue stain media?
So I'm going to try to answer the question. In terms of the latter part, the color highlighting is preoperative planning. Okay, the color highlighting is our, I don't know how many are football fans, but Bill Belichick in advanced scouting. The opponent is the cancer, and we want to work in teamwork with the patient's own anatomy. So we spend the time prior to the surgery actually highlighting these structures. Now with surgical theater, some of this can be done, is digitized and is done automatically. We also created algorithms so that certain structures show up in certain colors. The intraoperative footage that you saw usually on the left-hand side of the screen, the patient doesn't come color-coded. So hopefully that answers your question. But those are overlays that using registration, we're able to match that up. The resolution that we're able to see in the operating room is the same resolution you can see on those preoperative models. I'd have to, in terms of, it's getting a little beyond what I know on the top of my head, but essentially this isn't gray to gray. This is, intricate to intricate. Hopefully that answers the question.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, Jeff. Appreciate your time.
You're welcome, Dr. Lewis.
All right. Our next speaker up is Dr. Beth Darnell. Beth is a PhD, associate professor at Stanford University School of Medicine in the Department of Anesthesiology, Perioperative, and Pain Medicine. Beth directs the Stanford Pain Relief Innovations Lab and is a principal investigator for an NIH-funded clinical trial on behavioral treatments for chronic pain. She is also chief scientific officer at Applied VR, a scientific member of the NIH Interagency Pain Research Coordinating Committee, and has twice briefed the U.S. Congress on pain and the opioid crisis. Beth is also a brilliant speaker, and we've worked together on several projects, including some of the research she's going to be speaking to you about today. We're happy to have you, Beth. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lewis. It's really a pleasure to be here and always to be part of your great conference. I'm excited to speak today about home-based behavioral skills virtual reality for chronic low back pain. And I'm going to be presenting some of our results for 3 months post-treatment for our trials. So let me go back here and just briefly visualize my disclosures, some of which were already described. This is where my research funding comes from and some other associations. So you're all well aware of the scope and magnitude of the problem of chronic pain. Up to 1 in 3 individuals or 100 million Americans are living with ongoing pain of some type. And this is a tremendous consequence, not just for the person, but for their family, It erodes their quality of life, impacts their function often, and also is of economic consequence to the person, to the family, and also to the nation. Pain is not constrained to the United States, of course, and while pain is a very large problem here, we see that similar rates and prevalence worldwide, so it's a global issue. And it remains that pain is primarily treated as a biomedical problem or phenomenon, despite the fact that we know that pain is truly biopsychosocial in terms of experience. And this has been really recognized by multiple government institutes and agencies who have called for comprehensive pain care, better integration of behavioral medicine into pain care pathways nationally. And what you see is that this has been called for really for the past 10 years. But what we've seen is a failure to implement this broad guidance for how pain should be treated. Now, this national guidance comes from a fundamental understanding that pain isn't just a noxious sensory experience. It's both a noxious sensory and an emotional experience, meaning that it is that whole person experience. And psychology and our emotional experience are actually baked into the definition of pain. But as it turns out, we often focus on that first half of the definition and purely and omit the second half of the definition, and then wonder why we're achieving suboptimal outcomes for our chronic pain treatment. So the solution is truly to begin treating pain holistically. I have a slight delay with my clicker, so just one moment. Okay, there we go. Pain is a complex experience that is influenced by a whole host of individual factors, including the context in which we experience it, the meaning we attribute to it, our cognition, our thoughts, our emotions, our mood, all of these different factors, how much attention we're giving the pain. They all have the capacity to modulate our pain experience. And this stands as a reflection of why it is so important to treat pain from a whole person perspective. Apologies for the delay with the clicker. I might ask, oh, there we go, okay. Regardless of where we experience pain in our body, no matter the location of the experience of pain, it is processed in the central nervous system, that being the brain and the spinal cord. And as such, our experience of pain is influenced by all of these individual factors I just mentioned. And so by equipping individuals with better descending modulation or top-down control, by targeting the brain, we can help people gain better experience, better control over their pain experience. And so while pain is a biopsychosocial experience broadly, we need our treatments to address it as such. This is really the opportunity. Now, historically, the most common, well-studied behavioral treatment for chronic pain has been cognitive behavioral therapy. This is typically delivered either individually or in groups over multiple sessions, often 8, 10, or 12 sessions, where individuals receive all different types of information about how to best regulate various factors that influence pain. And they learn self-regulatory skills such as diaphragmatic breathing. They learn about the relaxation response, cognitive restructuring, and there's some mindfulness factors. I'm gonna ask if the slides can be advanced on the Hoag side, as I'm having trouble with my clicker. If the next slide could please be shown. Great. And so individuals learn this whole host of information over multiple sessions, often lasting 2 months or longer. And it's been shown to be efficacious. This was a particularly exciting study that was quantifying the mechanisms for cognitive behavioral therapy and its impact in people with chronic pain. And what the researchers did was they scanned the brains of people with chronic pain prior to treatment, and then individuals underwent 11 weeks of CBT or cognitive behavioral therapy for chronic pain, and then they scanned their brains post-treatment. And what the researchers discovered was that before treatment, people with chronic pain evidenced substantial volumetric deficits in key regions of the brain associated with pain control. But then 11 weeks later, at the end of treatment, they evidenced substantial volumetric increases in those same regions of the brain. And these volumetric increases correlated with patient reports of decreased pain, and they were entirely mediated by patients reporting having better control over the cognitive and emotional experience of pain. And why that's so exciting is people can learn that. People can learn these self-regulatory skills. Next slide, please. And the efficacy of CBT has been demonstrated over 2.5 decades of scientific study. And the accumulation of evidence is such that this expert review and consensus panel that the Lancet put forward in 2018 recommended that education and cognitive behavioral therapy for chronic pain be put forward as first-line treatments for back pain. But that's not often how we treat pain and back pain specifically. Often these behavioral treatments, patient education, skills-based pain management is often the treatment of last resort, where we offer it to patients after they've failed multiple medical treatments, and that is both costly and demoralizing to patients. So what we need is to get into better alignment with with the federal guidance, but what we've lacked are solutions that are actionable. Next slide, please. In 2016, we quantified some of the barriers that patients and clinicians experience in attempting to provide their patients with pain psychology or behavioral medicine for chronic pain. And those barriers include too few trained therapists. Sometimes patients, they find these multiple sessions infeasible or they're unwanted. There are copays, there are travel burdens. And so while we can talk about CBT as being efficacious and recommended, very few people have access to this highly specialized treatment. Next slide, please. And so this is really where home-based virtual reality comes in. You've been hearing about how virtual reality is effective analgesia for acute pain, for hospitalized patients and other situations. But our group was the first to translate these evidence-based skills and education for chronic pain management into the 3D virtual reality environment. So I'm going to present to you our first study on this topic. Next slide, please. And so this first study published in July of 2020, and this was the first study on VR for chronic pain. This was a randomized controlled trial. Next slide, please. And this was conducted in individuals who had chronic low back pain or fibromyalgia. And people came into the study and we randomized them to one of two treatment groups. They were either randomized to therapeutic VR, in which they learned various information and skills through the VR headset, or they were randomized to receive the same education in audio-only formats. So they listened to that through headphones. They had no visual content, and very obviously there was no immersive experience. So with this education, the skills training delivered through the 3D immersive environment, Dr. Maddox has earlier described the importance of how therapeutic VR engages all of the senses to provide a deeper response, a more engaging response, and most importantly, a more effective therapeutic response. People engaged with one session daily over the course of 21 days, with each session lasting about 7 minutes at a time. So these are brief sessions. The program is standardized and it's tailored to chronic pain. Next slide, please. And so this was a 21-day program where people receive various information, engage in the 3D worlds, and some self-soothing environments to better control their pain experience, both inside the headset and also outside the headset. Next slide, please. And so how well did it work? Well, we were very pleased to see that a lot of the evidence for virtual reality analgesia in the acute pain space, we're seeing that translation for people with chronic pain, where across a whole host of outcomes for pain intensity and pain interference with activity, mood, sleep, and stress, we were seeing moderate to substantially important differences, clinically meaningful differences from baseline to post-treatment. Next slide. And so these are just, I'm going to show you 2 slides, data displays for this program. Over the course of the 21-day programming, you can see the audio only compared to virtual reality. This was actually a really rigorous experiment. Normally, people will compare an active treatment to an inactive or an active control. We were actually comparing the same treatment to itself in terms of content, but we were isolating the immersive experience and very clearly showed superiority for virtual reality delivered intervention relative to audio only. Next slide, please. And so while that slide was showing efficacy for pain intensity, this shows pain reductions, substantial reductions for virtual reality for pain-related interference and activity at 21 days, so at post-treatment. Next slide, please. So with these really promising data, we next moved to innovate a clinical product that was 8 weeks in duration. So mapping on to a more traditional model of a couple of months of delivery. However, one critical distinction is that with virtual reality, you're able to deliver the treatment inside a person's own home. They have total control over the device. It's on-demand use. They can use it when they want to use it. They're untethered from the medical system entirely. So we're actually giving patients control over their treatment, their self-delivered treatment. We designed and conducted during COVID a randomized controlled trial in people with chronic low back pain. This was a national study, and this was double-blind, randomized, and it was placebo-controlled. Next slide, please. And so this 8-week product, this is called Ease VRX. You can see that there's different topics covered over the course of 8 weeks. There's a theme for each week, and then there's different types of experiences that people engage with in the VR headset each week. So you can see there's dynamic breathing, there's pain education, there's some distraction. There were enhanced interoceptive awareness or enhanced biofeedback elements, which I'll describe more in a moment, and mindful escape. So this just gives you a sense of the diversity of experiences which deliberately tap into different content and skills that we are aiming to impart on individuals so that they can have analgesia in the moment, but most importantly, so that they acquire specific self-regulatory skills that have lasting effects because they're essentially entraining the skill set within them. Next slide, please. So we compared EaseVRX to sham VR, another rigorous scientific study design in which both groups receive a virtual reality headset. But while the EaseVRX group had 8 weeks of therapeutic VR, the sham virtual reality group, their headset displayed 2-dimensional images, nature images with audio that was simply benign music that was selected to be not overly stimulating or to impart a specific type of mood state. So imagine that it's like you're viewing a TV screen with nature content. Next slide, please. And so this video is displaying some of the content from EaseVRX that you see over the course of the 8 weeks. And you'll see that there's pain education that's embedded so that people learn about the importance of the nervous system, the role of self-regulatory skills. And this slide is showing some of the enhanced interoceptive awareness, where there is a sensor in the VR headset that detects the rate of a person's respiratory rate. And so as their breathing is changing, next slide, please. As their breathing is changing and slowing, the scene is also changing in tandem to reflect to them in an enhanced way how the calming of their nervous system is altering the environment, or this 3D immersive world, for a very powerful biofeedback experience. This is just a diagram of the patients that were enrolled, and we had 89 analyzed for EaseVRX and 90 in the sham group. Next slide, please. And we found, you might think, well, if people are getting the sham, maybe they don't engage as much, but actually we didn't find that. We found equal engagement among both groups. Next slide, please. And we found participants told us that EaseVRX was easy to use. You can see here it falls between use of an internet browser and Gmail in terms of ease of use. And this is really important because we're mailing people a headset, they're opening a box, and they're using therapeutic VR. So it has to be simple and easy for people to use. Next slide. So how well did it work? Next slide. Efficacy was really fundamentally substantial for EaseVRX. Here, I'm going to present to you the data from baseline to post-treatment, and this is for pain intensity. You can see both groups are trending downward, but we found superiority for EaseVRX relative to sham for pain intensity. Next slide. For pain interference with activity. Next slide. For pain interference with sleep, we found efficacy for both groups. Next slide. And we found superiority for EaseVRX with pain interference with mood. Next slide. And also for pain interference with stress. Next slide. And so here is just a summary of endpoints from baseline to post-treatment at 8 weeks. And what you can see is that across all of our selected outcomes, we see moderate to substantial symptom reductions for EaseVRX that was superior to the sham. Next slide. So what we've been doing now, oh, and I should mention that the post-treatment results were published in JMIR. I believe that was in February. It's an open access article. So if you're interested in seeing those results, easy to download online. And what we've been looking at is the durability of treatment effects, because a lot of people may say, well, okay, while they're using the headset, they're getting this really nice analgesic effect and benefits and reductions of pain interference multidimensionally. But then if they stop treatment at 2 months, do they rebound back, or is there durability in treatment effects? And so this is the critical question that we've been examining. And in fact, what we have found is substantial durability in treatment effects for EaseVRX for therapeutic VR at 3 months post-treatment across all of our primary outcomes. Next slide. And so I am just going to present some of these individual variables. So at 3 months post-treatment, so these data displays are starting at pre-treatment and going all the way out to 3 months post-treatment. So 3 months after people have stopped VR, and what you can see is minimal regression to the mean and continued superiority above and beyond the sham VR. Next slide, please. So that's for pain intensity, and similarly for pain interference with activity at 3 months, sustained durability of treatment effects. Next slide. And similarly for pain interference with mood, 3 months post-treatment. Next slide. Similarly for pain interference with sleep at 3 months post-treatment. Next slide. And then lastly, we see sustained durability and treatment effects for pain interference with stress at 3 months post-treatment. Next slide. So in conclusion, what I'd like to say is that we have conducted 2 high-quality randomized controlled trials on virtual reality for chronic pain, our most rigorous being our last study, which used a placebo control, and we showed not only clinically meaningful benefits for EaseVRX for pain control and reductions in pain interference, but we're showing that these benefits persist 3 months later, suggesting that people are effectively acquiring these self-regulatory skills so that even when they put the headset down or stop treatment, there is this sustained benefit. And this provides some really nice evidence for home-based virtual reality, for virtual reality in the future to be prescribed, for clinicians to recommend the treatment, for it to be mailed to patients conveniently in their homes so that they can access on-demand, efficacious behavioral medicine to best manage chronic pain at lowest risk. And this is really the future, where we have these digital integrated options that meet patients where they are. And with that, I just want to thank all of my colleagues and collaborators at Applied VR. Everyone's listed here, including Dr. Lewis, who is a collaborator on this work. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Beth. Such encouraging news to see that there's treatments on the horizon that can potentially help us decrease opiate consumption in the long term, especially with the delayed effect. I mean, the persistent effect. That's really impressive, and really gives us some hope that we're going to make some breakthroughs here soon. Just checking to see if we have any questions, and we did not have any questions for you, so you're off the hook. Thanks, Beth.
Well, thanks so much. It's always a delight to present our work, and thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. I think, Walter, you're up.
I am up, and I'm so excited. It's been wonderful to hear so many excellent presentations, and I'm delighted to be able to introduce to you now my friend and colleague, Dr. Brendan Hale. Brendan leads the Digital Therapeutics Initiative for United Health Group. Within that, he's had the opportunity to build a virtual reality research program and develop some understanding of the utility of VR to help mitigate stress and address some other issues in health and wellness. And I want to make sure that Brendan has the opportunity to describe his fantastic work himself, so I won't go any deeper other than to say, Brendan, it is wonderful to know that there is someone like you within a large network of insurance looking forward to how we can apply technology to address some of the problems. So it's we're looking forward to your presentation.
It's great to see you virtually. I was excited with the thought that I was going to be able to see you in person for the first time in a long while at this conference, but here we are, one more virtual conference, and hopefully getting to a world where we can spend time together in person. So thank you. It's really a pleasure for me to be here today. As I was thinking about ways to talk about virtual reality and the value of virtual reality in healthcare and in larger commercial opportunities, I really thought that starting with the end state is probably the best place to start. So I'm not going to leave everybody with a cliffhanger here and let you hear my summary at the end of my talk. But virtual reality is real. The effects are real, and virtual reality is here to stay. What I think is important is that we have some activities we need to do. We need to think about how we are accessing the evidence, how we're generating the evidence, and how we're communicating with our stakeholders to ensure them that the value that I think all of us here at this conference see in virtual reality is communicated to the larger stakeholder groups throughout healthcare, which includes, the payers, the providers, and so many other important voices within healthcare. So overview, I want to introduce Optum Lab. I want to introduce Optum Lab's vision. I want to talk a little bit about VR and the conditions which it's there. I want to talk about the current state of clinical evidence. I want to talk about redefining some of the evidence that we see across a health spectrum for people, and then using all of the evidence to demonstrate value of virtual reality in healthcare. So Optum Lab's purpose. Our purpose here is to identify, develop, and deploy disease interception strategies to substantially improve health around the globe. We are taking a cutting-edge approach to tackling healthcare's biggest problems, and we push beyond the best care out there to achieve the best care possible for members, customers, and society. Currently, we as an enterprise serve 142 million individuals worldwide. We employ 125,000 clinicians, and we employ 30,000 technologists. And so we're a large group of individuals working to help a much larger group of individuals lead healthier and better lives. And our vision is we envision a healthcare system that is equitable, integrated, personalized, accessible, and affordable for everyone. I think this is particularly relevant as we move forward and think about the evidence that we're going to generate to show values to all stakeholders. And so, affordable, we know that there are technologies out there that have costs associated with them. However, the benefit from those associated technologies is rather impactful. And for example, just Beth's presentation just immediately before mine showed that the outcomes are important, and having that information is very important. We know that these VR approaches are scientifically proven to improve health. We also know that VR provides us the opportunity to seamlessly sync data streams across all types of care. A little bit more on that later. We also know that VR will provide on-demand access and availability. Based on what we just saw from Beth's presentation, it's clear, simple, and convenient to get and use. VR headsets are working their way to the individual home. VR headsets are really easy to use. They're easy to pick up, connect, and access content. More importantly, and most importantly, in my view, is the ability to personalize and optimize care for an individual's body. We can do that through many different types of integration with sensor technology and other technologies. We also know that VR can engage and motivate individuals to inspire them to achieve better health. So I think this is Optum Labs' overall vision. However, I think if we take each one of these critical points one by one and answer the question with virtual reality, I think the answer is yes, that virtual reality can address each of these points along our vision. Currently, the evidence is rather robust, and VR is being used for many, many different conditions throughout healthcare. It's being used for autism to teach social and communication skills. It's being used for many different mental health concerns, everything from the pain work that Beth Darnell just described to self-counseling, which Virtual Bodyworks is doing. And so there's a spectrum of care that is being able to be delivered with virtual reality. We know that TRIP is working on emotional well-being. We know that Karuna Labs is working on chronic pain. We know that SyncThink is working on visual impairment therapies. And we know that SciSVR is working on phobias and exposure therapies. To date, there are greater than 20 conditions that have evidence-based VR therapies being used as treatments. That is a fairly significant number of conditions, and we know that that condition is only going to grow, and we see more and more solutions being brought to market every day, which is expanding this list. The current state of clinical evidence for VR, and I have to thank my friend and colleague Geeta Berry for this slide. I saw her present this slide a while back, and I thought that this accurately reflects my view on where we're at with clinical evidence. And currently there are over 5,000 journal articles supporting VR in healthcare. There are greater than 600 randomized control trials that have been completed. And to date, there's more than 125 meta-analyses that have been created around virtual reality in healthcare. So the clinical evidence for virtual reality is quite strong. It's quite robust, and it continues to grow, much like we just saw Beth present. That clinical evidence is really, really critical. The question I want to ask everybody is it time to expand our approaches toward evidence generation? Is it time for us to think about more evidence generation and start thinking about channel-specific evidence that will really benefit us long-term in terms of the commercialization and scaling of virtual reality? We know that virtual reality can work all across the health continuum. And the health continuum, as we define it, is that on the left side, as we're looking at the screen, there's optimal health, there's suboptimal health, there are subclinical conditions, and then there are diseases and disabilities or conditions that we need to address. We know that healthcare as a continuum, we would suggest that healthcare needs to be delivered as a continuum, and not healthcare needs to be delivered just to treat and or manage diseases and disabilities. We really want to think about healthcare as a continuum and think about how are we delivering care and driving value and generating value all across this continuum. All along this continuum, VR helps us to monitor, to identify, to intervene, to treat, and to adapt or titrate those therapies. Effective treatment requires providing a breadth of services and support for individual specific needs. What's interesting is, as we think about most of the current evidence for virtual reality is really focused over here on the right side of the continuum, and it's focused on the efficacy of the therapies for treating disease and disability. As we start to think about expanding the evidence and thinking about channels, we really would encourage a much broader approach towards the generation of evidence, and really looking at how are we generating evidence all along the health continuum, and how can we use technologies like VR to generate that evidence along the health continuum. So as we think about this, we would like to define evidence across the health spectrum and integrating clinical and commercial evidence to demonstrate this value. And so if we were to layer this and think about the virtual reality technologies and the virtual reality worlds and experiences which are coming to market, we can really think about how does this health continuum relate? Those people that have optimal health, those people that have suboptimal health, subclinical conditions and disease and disability. Our goal through all of this should be to encourage people to use the technologies and the tools available to themselves to move themselves further to the left. And our goal as a healthcare system should be aligned with that and always designed to move people closer to the left and moving them towards optimal health. Now, we know that there's commercial evidence and there's commercial approaches that line up nicely against this health continuum. And so we know that the commercial approach to people who have optimal health is probably a D2C approach. We know that in the realm of optimal health and or suboptimal health is the commercial approach of identifying employer wellness programs or other types of health and wellness intervention capabilities. And so having that as a channel, having that commercial approach is probably a good space to look at. So the subclinical conditions is very much looking at a commercial approach where we'd either approach payers or utilize a D2C prescription model. Whereas at the disease and disability, what we really want to think about is prescription only, a higher level of evidence, higher standards at which we want to do this. But as we start to think about health as a continuum, we think about healthcare as a continuum, virtual reality is uniquely positioned to actually utilize each of these commercial approaches and to utilize the evidence type aligned with these commercial approaches to achieve the outcomes that we've outlined below. And so if we think about it, our direct-to-consumer evidence, the evidence that we best need to see is market evidence and market adoption evidence. That's going to be the evidence, and that's going to be the strongest evidence base that we can communicate value to our stakeholders. As we think about employer groups and employer wellness programs, we really want to demonstrate return on investment. We want to demonstrate that they are deriving greater value than what they're spending. We want to show the many ways we can do that. One of the capabilities that we can reference back to with virtual reality is that we have the ability to not just demonstrate financial return on investment, but we can demonstrate health changes. We can demonstrate performance changes because we have rich data sets available to us from how people are interacting with the virtual reality environments. And so we can look into our data and not just rely on a single financial indicator of return on investment, but we can think of individual performance parameters that would also be evidence of of return on investment. As we think about subclinical conditions, we really want to go towards a real world evidence type and think about how is this performing in the real world. We want to think more toward effectiveness data and really understanding how effective is this with the subclinical conditions that these individuals are experiencing. And then obviously over here with the disease and disability, we want to think about evidence type that would support FDA approval, FDA clearance, and growth in that space. And so ideally, what the data from all of these commercial approaches and all of these evidence types would allow us to do is that all of these data should be used to generate evidence for us to monitor health, for us to identify meaningful changes in health, for us to deliver appropriate interventions for where an individual is on the health continuum, to deliver appropriate therapies if they are identified as having a clinical or a subclinical condition, and to be able to adapt or titrate those therapies for each individual as they are engaging with these therapies. Using all of the evidence available to us to demonstrate this includes the evidence on the prior slide. But as we start to think about standardizing our approaches to clinical and commercial evidence, we also want to think about what is the evidence that we can generate from program architecture. How do we design experiences that guide and enable user actions and improve their health? We can evaluate the technology, the hardware, the software, and the algorithms that integrate into a system designed to assess people along the health continuum. And being able to assess that composite representation of the individual is really going to be crucial for us to achieve the goal of personalized medicine. We also want to really think about that evidence generation and how well it lines up to the commercial approach towards delivering the VR experiences. And so the body of data, the return on investment, the real world evidence, and the clinical evidence that justify using the VR tools and the VR experiences with the cohorts or with the individuals who we wish to deliver the care to. We also want to think about the model of development and the delivery channel for their products. We might see products that actually, over time, taking these evidence approaches and taking these experiences that exist along a continuum, we actually might see evidence that we would want to move some of these VR experiences either to the right or to the left on the health continuum based on the evidence that we're able to generate. And lastly, we really want to think about what is the extent that the product integrates into existing systems that are used by key healthcare stakeholders. At the bottom line, we have to translate meaningful data and meaningful insights from the virtual reality experiences to key healthcare stakeholders and make sure that we can deliver that to them in a way that provides insight. It doesn't just provide data, and it provides evidence that aligns with their position along the health continuum. So what we know, VR is changing healthcare. We know that VR can and will increase equitable, integrated, personalized, and affordable care for everyone. Aligning this back to the greater Optum Lab goals that I presented previously, VR can address multiple conditions, and it can improve financial considerations as we start to take systemic level approaches to VR, as opposed to thinking just in the realm of point solutions with individual hardware for each of those point solutions. Using VR and sensor data to scientifically prove the improvements in health that we observe. The key to this is really thinking about what is the rich data set that is available to us in virtual reality that we can use to better achieve those five outcomes, or those 5 goals of the data and the evidence. We know that the data can seamlessly sync across many conditions and experiences and provide information about an individual and what their responses have been to the therapies they've engaged with all along the health continuum. Importantly, and Beth Darnell highlighted this, and I can't highlight this enough, on-demand access and availability, whether it's in a clinic or at home, having on-demand access is critical to demonstrate the value and think about the evidence that VR is providing for us. We know that clear, simple, and convenient VR experiences can improve access. We're seeing that, and much like, to reference Beth's talk one more time, we saw that with the work that they just did. It was simple and convenient for people to access when they mailed the headsets to the home, and they were able to have people engage with the content easily. Personalized and optimized for an individual's health and experiences. We are moving closer and closer to a world where we see greater capabilities and greater technology capabilities to achieve individual and personalized care. I think VR and sensors and the other capabilities that we can integrate will really help us achieve that goal. And lastly, we can engage and motivate individuals to realize better health outcomes. And one of the exciting ways that I think we can do this is think about a systems level approach to delivering care and worlds and VR experiences all along the health continuum that would allow these individuals to not just engage in single therapies, but really to think about engaging in content all along the health continuum. So with that, I'd like to say thank you. I believe I've left 2 extra minutes for questions. Thank you. I'm willing to take questions and willing to engage.
Yeah, thanks so much, Brennan. It's so great to have the perspective from your point of view, because one of the struggles in moving VR forward has been getting towards insurance reimbursement for it. So I love that we're at that time where we're all now working together because we see that this is in the best interest of the patients. It's really it seems like it's how it should work, but it doesn't often work that way.
No, I think, and Dr. Lewis, I think to your point, I think we've gone beyond the point of saying, is VR beneficial to patients, and really seeing the pull from the stakeholders throughout the healthcare system, throughout the healthcare ecosystem, saying, we see the evidence, let's figure out how to make this work. Yeah. This is powerful stuff. And so, from my unique position that I have in my role at Optum Labs, I really am excited to start to see the pull from all of the stakeholders to say, hey, there's something here.
Absolutely. We do have one question for you. The question is, what types of biosignals do you collect in your VR research? And can you discuss some findings that you've correlated from them?
Absolutely. So we are taking two approaches to the collection of biosignals with VR. And the reason I differentiate is we are taking a laboratory heavy approach towards biosignals and using laboratory biopack technology to assess the biosignals. The biopack is a great research device. It's not a great real world device, just in terms of amplifiers and sensors and things. So we're in the lab, we're collecting a greater set of signals. We're collecting PPG signals, we're collecting skin temperature signals, we're collecting and I'll give my age away here, we're collecting skin conductance response, and we're collecting respiratory rate, we're collecting on some work we're trying to collect EEG. We're doing a broad variety of signals that we're trying to collect in the laboratory. We're trying to consolidate that set of signals that we're collecting into integrated wearables and being able to use wearables when people are using VR. And I think, much of the technology and much of the changes that we're seeing, we're going to be able to collect a richer set of signals in VR that with integrated sensors and wearable technology. And so we're kind of collecting the standard set of wearable signals in our remote efforts, where we're collecting stuff that we can get from signals that we can get from a PPG signal, really, is the majority of those.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks so much for being here with us today.
My pleasure.
And I now have the pleasure of introducing Adam Elsesser, the CEO of Penumbra. I'm very excited by Penumbra's focus and commitment to moving into the field. I think that, Adam, you have done an amazing job of identifying a unique opportunity and rallying a very amazing group of people to focus on bringing out VR to benefit patient care. I think you'll probably have some announcements that you'll do today that will be exciting for the group, and I'll stand out of the way and let you get on with your presentation.
Well, I appreciate Walter and to Hoag for putting on this a really great conference. This is we sort of think about the use of VR really as one of the largest sort of untapped areas right now in healthcare. Sort of the idea of taking all of this immersive technology and casting the broadest net possible to help the most people possible. Let me maybe give a touch of a background as to who Penumbra is. Hold on a second. I'm trying to move the slide to the next one. I think we got it. A quick background. Penumbra started actually in 2004 and 2008. We launched our first product called the Penumbra system to try to get blood clot out of your artery in the brain, very much as sort of a traditional medical device, made a catheter-based system, made put into a sterile pouch and used in sort of an acute setting. We broadened that offering over the years into other parts of the body, and in 2020 launched a pretty sophisticated system where we really combined the first time sort of software together with sort of the traditional system of catheter-based system to deal with taking clot out of the other parts of the body, the veins, pulmonary arteries, and the legs and so on, called Indigo with Lightning. And those have been some of the key things that we've done. We got into the idea of immersive healthcare really sort of by chance. I've told this story in the past, but I was told by a friend to go down to see a company that I should look at called Sixth Sense. And many of you might know Sixth Sense. I did not. And I finally, after delaying for a while, looked it up. And I called my friend back asking him to give me the name of the company again, because I didn't, when I Googled Sixth Sense, I got what they called a virtual reality gaming company. And I didn't understand how that was at all relevant to a medical device company. But I went anyway because he told me I had it right. And I was surprised. I was a little nervous because I was dressed in a suit jacket and I felt a little out of place in their environment. And I put on one of their headsets and I started playing one of their games. This one happened to be called Siege. I was on a castle wall shooting people. This is over 4 years ago, where the system, which has come a long way, it was then tethered to a computer, had a little battery pack in the back of the head. All of a sudden I heard two people yell above the soundtrack, close your eyes, close your eyes. I think many of you would do what I did. I wanted to see what I wasn't supposed to see, so I kept them open. And the battery pack had slipped out a little, and the floor of the castle that I was standing on just went bright white. I got a little nervous. I sort of went like this, and then I actually literally fell to the ground. And beyond the embarrassment of that, of course, it became obvious that we are really tapping into something here so different, where you can actually sort of trick the brain. And there are sort of obvious use cases. Being a company that deals with stroke, it became pretty clear very quickly that we could use that technology to deal with stroke rehab or any kind of brain injury rehab. And as we got into it, it became more and more clear that we could do a lot more with it. And that's really, this slide sort of puts out just the areas that have evidence already developed around it. And you can see they're sort of based in three big camps. Sort of rehab is broadly defined, whether it's neuro rehab that I just alluded to, or cardiac rehab, musculoskeletal. There's a long list of those type of therapies. The other is sort of mental health issues. And then of course, the final one is sort of unique to older patients. And this allowed us to sort of think about this a little differently, rather than being a sort of traditional device company making a unique product for a unique issue. We started doing the work to realize what is the sort of lay of the land here. And it became clear, this quote's from Alan Kay, who's one of the sort of founders of personal computer, if you will. And it became clear that you really needed to be involved in both at this stage. We needed to not only make good content, make applications that would work for people, but also think about the hardware associated this in a way that may be a little bit more difficult, things that were sort of outside of our real expertise. And that's where the partnership with Sixth Sense has really gone incredibly well. Today, we announced at an investor day last week that we were acquiring Sixth Sense. I am proud to announce today we closed on that transaction. So Sixth Sense is now fully part of Penumbra, which I'm really delighted about. And it's with their help, both on the hardware and the software, and the team of people that we're bringing on, I think we have a shot at trying to really take on this challenge. What we've learned in sort of the year and a half of being out in the field, sort of commercially talking to all kinds of different users, is a couple of things. One, there's a lot of interest in VR. I think, you know, this conference is showing that, and we know, people already know it works, but there are a lot of challenges. You know, there's sort of three big ones. One, people are using off-the-shelf sort of gaming hardware, and that's just really a limitation. You know, how do you clean it? How do you have multiple uses? You know, the second big challenge is just you're sort of locked into a company's sort of hardware offering. So you might have a need for one application, and then another one's on a different headset, and it becomes really a very hard thing as a user of these systems to figure out how to do it efficiently. Which one do I pick, and how do I sort of go at it? And the companies that are working in this space, there's over 100 of them. Many of them are doing some really, really great content, but the way it's being delivered isn't particularly efficient. So we wanted, given that we were focused on both the hardware and the software, really look at how do we do something to put that back in balance, if you will. I had a really interesting experience about 2 months ago, maybe 3 months ago now. I was out visiting some of our doctors in our neurovascular space with stroke, and this particular physician set up a meeting with, he's part of a large hospital system, with sort of the head of that whole region, the Western region, and then some of the individual heads of the hospitals that his practice covered in stroke. And the goal of the meeting for him was to really talk about growing and doing things on the stroke side in terms of treatment of stroke, not rehab of stroke. And very quickly, the heads of the hospital moved the conversation to VR. I was actually pretty impressed. They knew a lot about it. They knew where this out of balance didn't work. And I made a joke to one of the heads of the hospitals who was leading the conversation that it felt like one of the challenges were, you know, you might have, you know, 5 or 6 different headsets sort of, you know, in a closet, and you're not sure which to use. And it was really struck me because he stopped me dead in my tracks and said, it's not 5 or 6, it's 11 or 12. And it's absolutely a fact. It really sort of struck me as he knew that they bought into the idea that they wanted to do this. They just didn't have a pathway to do it sort of in a seamless way. So our goal is to sort of address that by having hardware that's specifically designed for this, different configurations, and as much possible content, both coming from our own studios. Now that we have 6th Sense, we have 3 studios that we've worked with to bring in as sort of second party content that we've contracted with. And then ultimately, as soon as we can get organized and get our SDKs out there, third party studios so that people can publish on our platform. I'm gonna take a moment and just play a short video to sort of show you a little of the range of the software, the hardware offering, so we can do things both with full body movement and engagement, and also just sort of gaze controlling the headset depending on what the condition is. And then I can sort of finish up from there. Hold on, let me try to play this. One sec. Maybe you can go to the next slide. I seem to have lost the connection here. There we go. One more click. Thank you.
Real Immersive System by Penumbra is an advanced technology that brings immersive therapeutic experiences to life using virtual reality. Penumbra's products include procedural devices that physicians around the world use to address life-threatening vascular diseases. With Real System, Penumbra is bringing innovation beyond the hospital to empower possibilities for individuals on their rehabilitation and wellness journeys. The vision is to enable a vast network of independent developers to build immersive content on Real's technology. The result? A rich, expansive, and evolving library of immersive therapeutic activities and wellness experiences, all accessible on Real System. For patients and individuals, new and regularly updated content provide continued engagement. For providers, no more concerns of redundant or unused equipment. Hands-on training and on-site assistance are provided to our healthcare partners through our dedicated field and product support teams. Today, Real System offers 2 device solutions to deliver engaging, immersive activities and experiences: the flagship Real System and Real I-Series. The flagship Real System is FDA cleared for seated upper body rehabilitation under the supervision of a medical professional. Comprised of therapy view on a tablet, headset, and proprietary sensors, Real System transports patients to a fun, positive virtual environment where they engage in activities focused on motor learning, cognition, functional skills, and wellness. Activities are created by leading rehabilitation experts and award-winning game developers to provide rehabilitation experiences that are clinically focused, yet fun and motivating. Real System is designed for therapists to work alongside their patients, customizing activities and tracking progress with Therapy View on the tablet. Real I-Series is purpose-built to support cognition and mental well-being. It is designed for self-guided use in a healthcare or residential setting. Real I-Series consists of a headset with intuitive controller-free gaze navigation that opens up a world of possibilities. Adventures can be experienced solo or with a loved one using the I-Series Real Connect, an advanced capability that provides real-time video and audio communication to help individuals build social connection. Real I-Series offers experiences and activities across different genres to support cognitive activation, distraction therapy, reminiscence therapy, mindfulness, and relaxation. Real System and the vision of an immersive therapeutic ecosystem enable healthcare providers to leverage the power of virtual reality in helping patients and individuals reach their rehabilitation and wellness goals.
Let's see. So our goal, and it is in the middle of developing this with that hardware and the software that you've seen, is to try to put this back in balance, to have, again, hardware that's designed for healthcare, easy to clean, all able to sort of have as much content as possible, a whole system that is unlocked so that you're not limiting the amount of content that can be on there. It's also able to be adjusted. As you can see with that tablet in the video, each activity is controllable by the therapist when you're using the Y-Series, so you can make it easier, harder, faster, slower, and really customize what therapy you're looking for in a wider range of experiences. And then the most important ultimately is just having as much possible content as possible that is tailored to the individual needs of the patients that you're seeing. And it's going to have a wide variety. We have recently at our Investor Day previewed a lot of the content that's coming. For those of you who are interested in seeing that, there's a longer video that is too long to play in this conference, but lays out a lot of and previews a lot of that content. It's on our website under the investor page and the events tab, so feel free to take a look at that. It also highlights a whole conversation with about what does this look like really in the long term. So we're pretty excited about this. The goal here is very simple. We don't want to limit the great work that so many other companies have done. We want to help enable that work. So the goal here is to lay the road, if you will, and the highway, and let everyone who's doing such amazing work in immersive healthcare to join in that road and see if we can help lots and lots of patients. One of the things we talked about at the Investor Day, and then I'll finish up and open it up to questions. We talked about, the number of people that we thought we could potentially help together. And it's over 50 million people, we think, in the looking at all the possible conditions that can benefit from this technology. And that's a lot. We had a number of investors who've done a lot of work on this tell me afterwards that I had underestimated the opportunity to help people by potentially a double. So that's a pretty good challenge. It's a good challenge for us, but it's a good challenge for all of you listening. There's a lot of folks out there that can benefit, and we have a lot of work ahead of us. But with that, I'm looking at the time. I'll make sure we have time for questions. And Walter, I'll open it up if you want to see if there are questions, and we can try to answer them.
Questions, but let's get Walter online. Can we activate Walter's?
Oh, all right. I didn't know if, sorry, Dr. Lewis, I didn't know which one of you was that.
Well, I think we're going to have a wonderful three-way conversation here. This is great. Rob, I'm sure you share my perspective. We've seen so many wonderful academic groups and earlier stage companies that have been striving so hard to pioneer and develop very powerful, well-validated applications. But it's difficult as a smaller group to move forward and move into the larger ecosystem of healthcare. It takes a lot of experience and resources and reach. And what I'm so excited about with Penumbra as a medical device company with experience and knowledge of how to move forward, I'm so excited by the model that you've developed, Adam, to work together with many of these groups to help move out not just the products that Penumbra's developed, but the other well-developed, validated products to build an ecosystem for that. And I think that's going to be a major move forward for our field.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's such a tremendous opportunity because, as you said, the problems of trying to scale, small companies, especially when, there isn't, there isn't commercial, payment for it. There isn't insurance reimbursement for the stuff, at least as of yet. It's really a challenge, and I think that this is actually a perfect situation because you guys already have experience in growing, a international company, and so I think again, it's going to a lot of patients are going to benefit from this.
Yeah, I appreciate your both your comments and saying that. It's a rare opportunity where sort of everyone wins. Usually in some of the other fields that we're in, it becomes a bit of a zero-sum game, right? We make a product, a competitor makes a product. You use it once in a case, so they got to pick yours, right? And there's sort of that's the race. Here, the model is so different for healthcare. It's very well known in obviously the gaming industry and mobile phone industry. So we're not reinventing something from scratch, and I think that's one of the things that excites us is people know how to do this. And we brought in some great folks who have that experience. I don't. I before this didn't really play video games as I could. You could probably figure out from that story where I fell on the ground. But we brought in folks who spent their life in that field and who are going to really be the guide to how do we do this? How do we create the structure, the software, the platform, so that we can have all this extraordinarily talented and content developed and help as many people as possible. So it's just one of those rare things, and we couldn't be more excited. We couldn't be more delighted to be here, at this conference. Dr. Lewis has been a pioneer in thinking about this for the field, and I think in the next couple of years, we're going to be talking about a lot of things at your conference.
I'm looking forward to it. Thanks so much, Adam. Appreciate you being here.
Yeah, my pleasure.
So next I have the privilege to introduce Dr. Lauren Bennett. Dr. Bennett is a director of neuropsychology and clinical training at Hoag Hospital. After her completing her internship at UCLA and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, she went on to complete a 2-year neuropsychology postdoctoral fellowship, specializing in both sport and geriatric neuropsychology. She particularly has expertise in sports-related and cognitive sports-related dementia and related cognitive changes. Lauren is our superstar neuropsychologist who, whenever I have a patient, I can't figure out what's wrong with their brain, I send them over to her. So we're excited to have her speaking with us today. And Lauren, welcome. I guess I missed the memo that there was a break there. We're supposed to go to break, and then Dr. Bennett is coming on. So we have until 3 o'clock. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Just because she's amazing, Lauren's going to get 2 introductions in case you missed it last time. Dr. Lauren Bennett is our Director of Neuropsychology and Clinical Training here at Hoag. After completing her undergraduate degree at UCLA and Children's Hospital Los Angeles, she went on to get a doctorate in clinical psychology and then completed a 2-year neuropsychology postdoctoral fellowship, specializing in both sport and geriatric neuropsychology. Lauren is our superstar of all things brain here. And so when there's a patient I can't figure out what's wrong with their brain, I send them over to Lauren. Lauren, thank you for being here with us today. Looking forward to hearing you speak.
Thanks so much for having me. I'm thrilled to be here. Well, hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the afternoon so far. I'm sure it's been a great lineup. I'm excited to discuss today the virtual and augmented reality applications in terms of the assessment and treatment of neurocognitive disorders. So we'll dive right in. All right, so my goals today are to review a bit of what we do as neuropsychologists and then the intersection of these new technologies in terms of VR and AR and how we can augment or better support cognitive functioning, both in terms of assessment, proper diagnosis, and then treatment. All right, so what is neuropsychology? Maybe you've heard the term before, but might be a bit vague if you're anything like most folks I encounter. So essentially, it is the understanding of the brain behavior relationship, and how we do that is by using standardized, validated measures that explore our brain tissue and the interaction then of how it's actually functioning. How do we do in terms of day-to-day life? When is it able to do what we might expect? And what patterns might emerge that might help us clarify differential diagnoses, and again, how we can strengthen someone's cognitive functioning to support their quality of life overall. The reality is the relationship between the brain and the behavior that we see in our day-to-day lives is really complex, right? And I always tease my students that I have the pleasure of working with that neuroimaging, meaning MRI and other technologies, doesn't always correspond to day-to-day functioning. That's why I still have a job, right? So I'm really fortunate in that sense. But part of the reason that I am so excited about these new technologies is to really deepen our understanding of in terms of the functional impact of what we may or may not see on neuroimaging. And a bit more on that here is that we can be useful in a number of different contexts in terms of neuropsychology assessments. So baseline evaluations can be useful. We'll often see this in terms of athletes, let's say, or other folks who have a high risk job. So we might do a baseline assessment of their cognitive functioning so we can measure them against themselves down the road when there might be changes in their future. We can be useful, as I mentioned, in terms of differential diagnosis. So saying, is this a Parkinson's disease presentation or more of a Lewy body presentation in terms of the cognitive signature that emerges on testing, Alzheimer's versus a vascular etiology, or even what's the severity of, let's say, a head injury? Are we tracking treatment as we might expect in terms of improvement across time? To that end, we can also be really helpful in tracking medications and other treatment impacts. So in the case of epilepsy, for example, we might do a pre-surgical workup to help inform our epilepsy team about what might be the best course of action, taken together with all the other points of the evaluation to inform surgical decision-making. I had one of those calls this morning. And then, of course, again, after the surgery, so let's say that there's some sort of resection of a part of an anterior temporal lobe. What's the actual impact on that individual's day-to-day life? Are they still as robust as we're hoping after the fact? Or are we seeing more of a negative impact in terms of their visual or their verbal learning abilities? We can also track medication effects, right? So a lot of the medications that we use day to day, things like anti-epileptic drugs, they're blessings in that they can help control seizure activity, but of course they can slow down the central nervous system responses. And so we can see a negative impact there. We can also be helpful in terms of determining capacity. So can an individual make their own medical decisions? Can they financially manage their assets? Does there need to be somebody in their life who has power of attorney? When is it time to determine if it's necessary to activate that power of attorney? That's something that we can be helpful in determining or helping families navigate. And then also neurocognitive remediation or rehabilitation. So we can guide interventions. Where are the areas of weakness? Okay, perhaps somebody had a head injury and now they want to go back to school, want to tackle a new career. Where are they going to need additional supports? How effective can they be in these various occupational functionings? And where might we provide them additional resources, trainings, or other kinds of supports to make sure that they're at the highest quality of life and highest level of functioning possible? All right, so what does the neuropsych eval actually tell us? Well, here's the thing. Most of us are really terrible judges of our own behavior, right? So most folks that sit down in my office tell me that they are a better than average driver. In fact, research would tell us that 80% of people tell us they're a better than average driver. And if you're anything like me, I hope you're scratching your head right now saying that math doesn't work out, right? And the truth is, cognition, all aspects of our cognitive functioning, are a lot more complex than we originally thought. I'll use the memory drawer example. So we think about memory as one part of our cognitive functioning, but there's many things that can go awry in our memory function. So if you're anything like me, you might also have a junk drawer at home. Anyone have that junk drawer in their kitchen? Okay, so imagine you open that junk drawer and it's so full that you can't cram anything else in there, right? That might be a learning difficulty in coding new information or taking on new information. Now let's imagine you managed to shove something in that drawer, a key of importance. And then a few weeks later, you go back to look for that key. You open the drawer and it's a mess. There's things everywhere, papers flying out of you, a ton of keys, but not the one you're looking for, right? So you're searching and searching and searching. You know that information's in there, but you can't retrieve it. You can't get it out. You can't find the key, right? Now, your very helpful spouse or child comes along and they give you one of those drawer organizers and you take the time to sort it out and maybe put all the pencils in one little category or organization system, put all the keys together, and then lo and behold, the key that you're looking for pops up. That might be help from cues or structure or what we call recognition memory. Do you benefit from that additional context or support to help retrieve that information that you're looking for? Right? So our evaluations can tease apart those different aspects of learning and memory to get a sense of where the difficulty truly lies and what kind of etiology or cause we might be looking at. There's lots of things, as you well know, that can impact cognition. So of course, different medical conditions, certainly our emotional bandwidth in terms of what we have available and what bandwidth we might be using in terms of our cognitive functioning to manage symptoms of depression or anxiety. Certainly medications, as we've touched on, can also impact our cognitive functioning. And then of course, if any of you had children out there, and maybe my new parents out there, sleep, right? Sleep is non-negotiable. We've learned in the last 20 years in particular from our research. So poor sleep can really impact our cognitive bandwidth as well. So in our work together, what we try to do as we get a sense of neuropsych evals is to break apart the different parts of the brain and where there may be issues or below expectation performance. So the brain is modular, meaning there's different sections of the brain that we know are involved in different tasks. However, it's networked, right? So there's a lot of interconnections between those areas. So we can see that if you have damage to, say, a speech area of the brain, there can also be impacting other aspects of language functioning beyond just your speech because of the interconnectivity between those regions of the brain. So our goal is to basically find out the extent of the difficulties that we're seeing. We break that apart by looking at the different lobes of the brain and where we might expect to see a different etiology, cause, lesion have an impact. All right, so let's break it down a little bit more so we can get into our VR and AR utility here. So in a typical, what we call pencil and paper, that's the old school, me sitting across from you at a table and me looking at your cognitive functioning. These are the areas that I'm generally trying to assess. So what we call pre-morbid intellectual functioning. That's not sensitive to any change from disease or injury. Gives me a baseline of where you may have been prior to the onset of any illness. Orientation, so do you know where you are, when you are, who you are. Processing speed, how quickly you can take in information, make use of it in a meaningful way and give it back to me. Attention, meaning both your auditory and your visual attention. Memory, so as we talked about, there's both visual and verbal memory. Then our learning, in our drawer analogy, that's getting the information in. Our delayed recall, using our memory drawer analogy, that's getting the information out. And recognition, that's when I give you the organization, does it make it easier for that information to get out? All right, so if you would play along with me, I know it's been a long day, so let's do a little exercise. This is a typical way that I might assess your memory. So I will read you a list of words here: lemon, window, green, telephone. All right, now I want you to repeat that list of words back for me. Go ahead. Awesome, let's do it again. Lemon, window, green, telephone. All right, repeat that list again for me. Thank you, and one more time. Lemon, window, green, telephone. Okay, so what was that list? Can you say it back to me now? That's right, okay. Now here's a curveball. I'm going to give you a few other words. Some were on the original list, some were not here. I'm going to read these words to you. Door, lemon, television, blue. All right, hold on to that list for me. We'll move right along. So other areas of cognitive functioning that we're assessing in our typical pencil and paper batteries are language, both expressive language and receptive language, visual spatial functioning, so things like construction, visual perception, visual organization, and then executive functioning, which are higher level, higher order tasks, things like planning, organizing, sequencing, set shifting, which is multitasking or switching back and forth between two categories of tasks, inhibition, or your ability to inhibit your first response and play by a new set of rules, and abstract reasoning. All right, so let's give you a few examples here of what we might typically use in the pencil and paper, was our current gold standard of neuropsych testing. All right, so you'll see a design on the far left of your screen that's underlined in a kind of reddish color there. Can you tell me which design, 1, 2, 3, or 4, matches the underlined design? Go ahead, you're gonna have to rotate it in your brain to make it match. All right, how many of you got number 4? Awesome. Here's another example. So moving from the far left side of your screen here, there's a few overlapping figures. Holler out, what do you see in there? Did I hear fork, cup, wine bottle? Lots of you got the wine bottle. Tea kettle, bread basket or some sort of basket? Yeah. Okay, and how about our middle design? Tell me what you see. Well, it's 2 things, right? Okay, what's the bigger picture? What's the forest here? That's right, it's a man. Okay, and what are the trees? What's the more minutia detail of it? That's right, it's made of all kinds of floral and fauna. And now moving to our last design here, what do you see in terms of the large shape? It's an A, that's right. And the smaller shapes making up that large shape? E's. Awesome, so that's an example of what we call simultaneosia. So can you see multiple things at one time? Let's give a few examples here of executive functioning tasks we might typically use. So in terms of our inhibition, can you read those few words? But there's a trick here. Name the color of the ink that the text is printed in, and do not read the text of the word itself. Go ahead. So we've got green, red, and blue, right? So resisting that first urge to read the text of the word, which is more automatic for us, and playing by this new set of rules. And then how about an example of an abstract reasoning task? So we've got a proverb here. Can you tell me what an old ox plows a straight row means? Any ideas? Yep, absolutely. Wisdom and sage advice and input and approaches come from many years of experience, right? All right, awesome. Okay, our curveball here. Do you remember the list of words that I read to you multiple times? Can you tell me that list now? Okay, and now from this longer list of words, some of those words were on the original list, the list I read to you multiple times, and I'd like you to pick out which words were on that original list. I'll give you a moment here to do that. Okay, I think I heard a few of you, that's right. So we've got some of them were on both lists too. What was the word that was on both lists, the first list and the second list? That's right, lemon. Awesome, okay. So now let's talk about the intersection of how VR and AR can really enhance what we're currently doing. So obviously in terms of this type of test data that we just went through, after I finish my assessment, I go back to my office, I have to hand score everything up, and then I have to compare that testing data to other folks in the same age, education, and gender, right? That takes a lot of time, an enormous amount of time, as you can imagine. The other thing is I, as a human, am not that precise, right? So some of my measures are timed, but they're not timed to the millisecond, just as fast as I can operate my timer. But with VR and AR, we have precision of the data, right? We can also get a dynamic assessment. So it responds to how the individual is doing in the moment. If they're doing well, it can get more challenging. If they're not doing as well in an area, it can go backwards in terms of establishing a basal or a baseline in this area of functioning. We also have digital biomarkers, which has come up a few times today. But we can also track things in our context like eye movements, for example. Are they spending time on a particular area of an image? How long are they spending on non-identified target stimuli? Are they looking at the wrong area for 30 seconds or 3 seconds? All of those different pieces we can also track with some of these new technologies. And then of course, the speed of the data, right? So I have this data back to me, that how they're doing in their cognitive profile, so I can analyze that right in the moment and perhaps even have a discussion with the patient and their family before they leave my office, right? So it's real-time data that I can then integrate into making a comprehensive assessment. Of course, VR and AR technologies are going to be way more adaptable in terms of language and cultural needs, right? So I might be able to adapt my test readily to reflect the culture that that individual grew up in. So if I'm asking somebody to name particular objects, I'm showing them an object and they have to tell me the name of it, I can adapt that to the culture that they grew up in to make sure that it's culturally appropriate in that sense. But essentially, VR and AR can allow me to not only detect impairments in the moment, but follow the course of a disease process across time and monitor response to treatment. So there have been numerous studies out there that have highlighted the sensitivity of these measures, the feasibility, and the utility of using these types of assessments. The other really wonderful thing about VR and AR that you might expect is the ecological validity, right? So they mimic everyday tasks and conditions that are more sensitive than my pencil and paper test. So I often hear from my patients, why in the world are you making me do this connect the dot, right? Of course, that would be frustrating if I was them too. So if I try to explain that this connect the dot is actually going to give me a good prediction in terms of their driving success, that can be really frustrating for patients. And of course, it's not always the most accurate, but it's one of the best tools we have available. But with the advent of VR and AR assessment, I can put them in a driving simulator. I can see how they can actually do in risky situations, risky meaning in the context of a virtual reality world. And I can see how they respond to a ball rolling out in front of them, or a car swerving into their lane, or an unpredictable construction pattern that takes them off their set route. So I can see how they do in navigating a new city or a new pathway, right? I can take them out of their current environment where they're comfortable and routine and see how they do in the midst of some of this confusion. This allows me an immensely safe and standardized setting where I can exert specific control over the context of the experiment and then really measure the skill or the set of skills that I'm looking to assess in this context. Of course, there's also a huge benefit in terms of engagement and motivation. So would you rather do the connect the dot or play a video game, right? So we can make it fun and engaging. We can make these tasks really speak to these individuals in terms of VR and AR naturally pull for the individual to get engaged. They're designed to help them want to move around the environment or use a joystick, for example, to interact with the things around them. We also have increased flexibility about when and where and with whom these assessments can be conducted. That can also support the engagement and motivation, right? I don't have to necessarily drive to my nearest city center, which might be hours away to do this. I might be able to do this in my local treatment center and then also have a conversation via telehealth with a provider who's an expert in this area who might be, 3 hours away in Atlanta or wherever. All right, so in terms of the need and what we see here, I just wanted to highlight some of the numbers from Orange County. The number I want to point out here is the green dotted line. So that's our 65 plus community and the projection of growth in that population. This slide comes to me from my dear colleague, Jinko Harris, so thanks to her for letting me borrow it. And what we see is that there's going to be an enormous growth in this population, not just in Orange County, but really across the country. So the reality is what we call the silver tsunami is coming, and we need to be ready to assess it. As we've touched on, there's digital biomarkers that are innate within these types of setups that can give us a multitude, a cornucopia of different data and stimulus feedback in real time to get a more sensitive diagnosis. So what I want to touch on here is that this will be innate within our life, hopefully, as we continue to see more and more of the phenomenal technologies that we've heard about today come on time in terms of prime time accessibility and real life application. So things like changes in mobility, physical activity, sleep patterns, how we're typing on our devices, speech fluency, right? So does your Alexa detect now that you have a bit of dysarthria in terms of your speech pattern? Could that then ping my treatment providers to say that I might need an assessment to see if there's an emerging synucleopathy like a movement disorder of Parkinson's or Lewy body? Am I interacting with my apps more slowly? Is it taking me more time to navigate them? Does that show that I'm having some motoric slowing? All of these data points can then be aggregated to help really meaningfully inform treatment. And with these large algorithms, they can detect, hopefully in the future, really small details that we wouldn't necessarily pick up until years into the disease process. So having these really subtle hints at the earliest outset would be really meaningful data. I'll underscore just a few pieces of our utility here. So the use of digital biomarkers across these different settings is also really helpful in the movement towards precision neurology. It's ipsilateral, meaning I'm comparing myself to myself, right? That's the best kind of data we have when we have a baseline for someone. And it's ongoing. So it's not just one day a year, right? Or one day every few years. They're cost effective because they're implanted within our day-to-day life and technologies we're already use. And then there's hundreds of different data points, even thousands, that can again be aggregated to detect meaningful change. So specifically, as we look at the world of neurodegenerative disorders, this is a really viable method. And there have been multiple studies that have explored the utility of this technology with older adults, and specifically folks with Alzheimer's disease. We see the strongest benefits in terms of the outcome of this data and analyses when they use the same theoretical models that underpin those pencil and paper testing that I went through with you earlier. When we're able to take that and apply it to a digital and virtual reality, we see that they're quite successful in terms of detecting actual meaningful changes in regional brain volumes that are significant for diagnosis, like the degeneration of the hippocampus. I'll quickly just highlight here that there's really interesting, unique utility of VR and AR. They let us look at things that we couldn't do in our pencil and paper testing. The example I'll use here is allocentric, meaning world-centered perspective, versus egocentric, meaning me perspective. So I can test somebody's knowledge of kind of a bird's eye map or virtual park, for example, versus my ability to be navigating a specific route or path like a virtual maze. That's testing I couldn't do in pencil and paper, but I have the utility to do through virtual reality applications. So as we touched on maps and mazes, I also can get a really detailed breakdown of how somebody will realistically do in terms of their activities of daily living, get a functional assessment, and of course use the same types of games and puzzles that I use in my day-to-day assessments currently. So with the time I have left, I'll just breeze through a few of these. I want you to spot the differences. So here I'd ask you to look at the countertop, specifically pay attention to what's on the counter. All right, tell me what's different here. Okay, hopefully you found a few. That's right, we've got 3 different things that popped out. We'll try one more here. So I'm gonna do another round of this. What do you see? What's different between that past image? I'll show you once more. And the second image. All right, and if they're side by side, I'm sure a few folks got it here. That's right, so there's 6 different differences all circled out. All right. And I'll just end by highlighting that what we're looking at is actually our visual attention, our processing speed, our eye movement tracking, and I'll give you one more example that we'll end with. Here is a very commonly used day-to-day neuropsych testing that we have to make this shape, but you're starting from this position. So I want you to imagine in virtual reality that then the individual could interact with this data. We not only get a sense of their visual spatial reasoning ability, their sequencing and planning in terms of their executive functioning, but we also might get some data on their fine motor functioning by assessing their pincer grasp, right? We can also track their eye movements, their time, very specifically in terms of the biomarkers that we're able to do. And I'll end here. This is our best example in terms of ADLs, or activities of daily living. We actually have tests that walk through in about 15 minutes time, somebody doing all of this morning routine, going to a grocery store after their morning routine, using currency to pay for different items and find different items in a grocery store, Obviously, this kind of richness of data is going to give me far more detail than I might ever get in terms of the tasks I can mimic in a lab or a testing environment. So I'll get really, really nuanced information about how someone can navigate their day-to-day life that allows me as the clinician to make a far more informed decision. Okay, I'll leave it there for today and turn it over back for Q&A.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lauren. Appreciate your talk. Do we have any questions for Lauren, Dr. Bennett? This is, for me, one of the most exciting areas of development that we've got going on right now, because the combination of the sensor technology, which Charles was speaking about earlier, and the increasing sophistication of the software to match, this is where we really have an opportunity to kind of, not just do the assessments, but also do some remediation as well. I think it's a fantastic opportunity.
Great.
Thanks, Lauren.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Take care.
It's always so exhilarating to hear all the great progress. And I want to take a moment to thank the team at Hoag who have helped put together this conference and allowed us to get together. Hopefully next year we'll be able to do it in person, but also keep an ability to bring in people from throughout the world to join us too. It's my pleasure now to introduce Pearly Chen from HTC. She's going to talk about things in a broader sense, what's going on in terms of the impact of VR in the enterprise at large. I'm so excited to have Pearly join us. I've known her for many years now, and I know she's been a strong engine to move things forward. Many of the academic groups and early stage VR product development companies, and I know the larger one that we saw earlier with Penumbra, rely upon HTC for their technology. And it's been such an important contribution, and I know that the values of HTC reflect paying attention to this very important zone. So Pearly, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Walter. Thank you so much for inviting me. I was a little nervous about speaking as the only non-PhD, non-MD speaker on this conference, but hopefully I can bring a slightly different perspective, having operated with HTC on the front line of immersive technology for the past now 9 years, primarily as part of the leadership team, but also investing in early stage companies and different technologies, content, and hopefully elevating the whole ecosystem and ultimately achieve our vision of how to use immersive technologies for enhancing society. And what that means can be very, very different things for different people. It could be unleashing human imagination on a very fundamental level. It could be democratizing amazing experiences to everybody, or it could be some life-changing stories like a lot of the better patient outcomes that have been covered today. So I thought we would probably start there with the story, a physician-patient story on how VR immersive surgery planning and patient engagement has changed a life. And then from there, I thought we would zoom out a little bit and move away from the clinical use of VR, which we've heard a lot of very exciting research and discussions today that I'm personally extremely excited about. But also we can look at the broader sense of what this whole hype of metaverse really means, why it matters to every one of us, what are some of the technical components and jargons and different aspects that we need to walk away from this conference being a little bit more informed and knowledgeable about. So maybe we'll start there. So with that, I'd like to share this story, which we've actually not released anywhere before. So you'll be probably the only audience the first time to see this story, and I'm excited to share.
I don't know how else to describe VR and VR planning except to say that it's a huge, huge leap forward. With VR planning, the opportunity to take a surgery from start to finish and really practice your craft ahead of time is invaluable. As a pediatric subspecialist, when I place a VR system on my patient, my child, it changes everything for them. They saw me as a white coat right up to that point, and the moment that I gave them that controller, I'm in their world. I'm speaking their language. This is their reality. And they welcome me in a way that I've been searching for all this time. We were able to talk more easily about what has to happen. They themselves understand what's going on. If they came into this with either fear or anxiety, that is also melted away because they have this better understanding. So it's a huge, huge advantage for my patients. But even at a more fundamental level, to see a worried parent who clearly has not slept well in weeks or months, who can't eat anymore, whose reality is completely upended, to see that when they walk in, to see the calm that comes over them, there's just really no words to describe that. Jade's story was unique because of where her tumor was. When I looked at her MRI, I already immediately started thinking, well, how am I going to get there? I can't tell you how much time I spent scrolling back and forth in different two-dimensional planes trying to put this puzzle together in my mind. But as luck would have it, I had access to VR planning for Jade's case. I was able to fly in virtually and walk around her tumor and study each individual vessel in its entirety. Once I got to the tumor, I knew exactly where all these vessels were with respect to each other. I knew where I had to slow down and which vessels I could rapidly move my way through. And tumor came out in its entirety. This is a case where virtual planning made all the difference, I think, for her surgery. Jade's a very smart cookie. As I was flying her through and trying to keep my professional game face on, she reached up and tried to grab her virtual tumor in midair and started smiling and almost giggling. And if I could script a patient experience in any way to get my patient and my family through a really scary process, I wouldn't script it any other way. And I really am fortunate that I've got this technology to help my families.
I will never forget this story. I had the opportunity of meeting Jade and meeting Dr. Curtis, and these are the kind of stories that really keep us motivated on what is a field that requires quite a lot of imagination and persistence and patience. Since answering my own question, we're not quite there yet. The metaverse has not arrived yet, and the wide adoption of virtual reality and immersive technologies are not here yet. But we're seeing a lot of very profound use of this technology that are making tangible impact in people's lives today. Some of these examples I'll share, but this is probably one of my favorite examples, and I hope you enjoy that story. So we are going to take a look at what is metaverse anyway. I wish there was interaction with the audience. I would love to hear what is everyone's current comprehension of what this word means. Right, I don't see any, I don't know if the YouTube comment is live, but this metaverse phrase was first coined in Neil Stephenson's 1992 novel called Snow Crash, and later on popularized by Ernest Cline's 2011 novel of Ready Player One, which was later on made into a Hollywood movie directed by Steven Spielberg. Oftentimes metaverse is imagined as the natural evolution of the internet, but an embodied version. So you're no longer just having access to a 2D interface of information or an application on a mobile, but you embody it, you're part of it. And this metaverse becomes a shared and real-time and persistent and always on type of virtual space for unlimited amount of people. That's probably my best try at trying to define what some of these technology components and definition is for this very scientific prediction or vision of the metaverse. Of course, some of these scientific science fiction have tried to depict a pretty dystopian version of what that could mean to our psyche, our mental health, and different things. But I think they also provide some prediction into some of the positive benefits and hints that we can take from in building this next evolution of the internet. Why is this phrase suddenly catching a lot of attention? Is because a lot of the world's biggest company from the internet era are starting to to put themselves on the front line to say that the next evolution of Facebook, of Microsoft, of all these very large companies will be the metaverse. And of course, we have been trying to imagine what this could mean. What are some of the fundamental technologies that need to be invested in and supported to ultimately achieve some sort of immersive technology and wider adoption where society can benefit from its very many different possibilities. But we're still a ways away. And before this can happen, we can kind of shift our focus to more of a today's technology and understand some of the jargons that you would normally hear on this virtuality continuum. My slide is not advancing anymore, but let me try to refresh that clicker. So now, oh, there you go. So the virtuality continuum. You might often wonder, people talk about virtual reality, augmented reality, XR, mixed reality. What's the difference? How do they all play a different role? Are they a continuum or not? So basically this concept was coined in 1994. So you have a physical reality that you see with your human eyes on the very left end. And on the very far end is a fully simulated, 3D simulated, computer generated immersive environment where you're completely transported to another world. And the idea is that between the base reality and the fully virtual reality, there could be different combinations where digital objects augment your real world or real objects augment your digital world. So different combination of augmented reality, augmented virtuality, virtual reality, and just your base reality. And ultimately, whether there needs to be a distinction, they're just all about fusing 3D creative real-time immersive content to give us the right application at the right time. Ultimately, what we imagine is a pair of lightweight glasses that you can wear that will shift dynamically between the right combination as your use case requires it. And so that's the ultimate goal, isn't it, for anybody to have a low cost, lightweight, comfortable form factor to access the immense possibilities of the virtual world and metaverse. And we're not quite there yet, again, but a lot of interesting advances are happening. So this is a video to demonstrate. Connection lost. I apologize. So this is a quick video to demonstrate that the concept of how this can be as a continuum, not so much a very distinction between what VR, AR really is. Are we requiring different technology blocks to achieve them? It can just be a different combination of virtual and digital, and ultimately our physical and virtual worlds combined together. So if we were to imagine that we ultimately spend more of our time in these digital realities that advances our physical reality in some way, we have to think about how we can bring ourselves into those worlds. So multisensory input becomes very important. So we have seen technologies like eye tracking, enabling peripheral rendering, enabling understanding of users' engagement and focus, and as well as facial tracking to bring very lifelike animation of the user into the virtual world. And of course, hand tracking to make the virtual interaction that much more intuitive. We're even seeing neural interfaces using EEG or neuromuscular signals and put them into a machine learning pipeline to translate into control of your digital environment and to understand your focus level, your mood, etc. So these are different type of technology components that are trying to help us bring more of ourselves and express more of ourselves in the virtual environment, including full body tracking. And what this can unleash is tons of different creativity in the virtual world where people can fully express themselves, animate the digital representation of themselves in the way that was not really possible before. And then virtual environments like VR chat and Engage and very many different other platforms where this is becoming more and more possible. We start to see a lot of creators bring their ingenuity and creativity in a completely new level that also gives us a glimpse of what that future metaverse could look like, because the metaverse ultimately does not, I try to define that earlier, but also it definitely requires a thriving economy as well, where creators can create, they can be compensated in a way that would keep that virtual economy thrive, so that people will continue to come back and generate the positive momentum. So this is an example of sorry, this is so delayed. So this is, for example, a virtual meeting environment that we developed out of necessity for global collaboration between our colleagues in different locations. We wish to bring more of a sense of togetherness in this age of physical isolation, right? Especially during the pandemic. So we would create different avatars of ourselves, and then we would go into these different conference rooms and virtual environments where you can have a shared sense of togetherness, because it feels spatial. So you would remember who were sitting on your left or right in which environment, and you co-create memories in a way that was not possible at all through a video conference call that we have been doing a lot of. And so there are plenty of other examples of these virtual collaboration, meeting software, etc. Because virtual reality that's really one of the best benefits of that spatial cognition of tricking your brain and think that you're somewhere else, but also in the same space. And that is really, really precious for collaboration, and which you'll see how this is beneficial for all kinds of collaboration in other ways of productivity as well. But so how we link from today's virtual collaboration meeting software to the metaverse would be that ultimately the concept of metaverse would be something that is very interoperable between different worlds. Today, in different kinds of applications and worlds, you would have a different avatar system, different identity system that you cannot carry over to another. And ultimately, for that metaverse imagination, a user should be able to carry your identity, your information, your avatar across different worlds, so that you're free to travel between these different universes without hindrance. And again, we're not there yet. This was the beginning of the pandemic, when the Ford global offices were closed, and then car projects. Sorry, can we mute the video, please? There we go. So any type of since we're intuitively three-dimensional senses, so any kind of collaboration, design, engineering projects that require walk around, understanding in spatial sense are great use cases of VR. Car design, manufacturing is definitely one. They used to, probably some projects continue to use clay models. So it's very, very tactile. It requires a lot of people to be in the same place, requires different materials and space. In virtual reality, the benefit is very self-explanatory. It can be infinitely scalable. The collaboration, remote collaboration promise is very, very clear. This is another example of a molecular design tool where you visualize different molecules and proteins and how they interact with each other, helping scientists better accelerate their collaboration process, drug discovery. It was used in better understand the COVID virus as well. So as you can imagine, anything that requires special understanding, just like what we were talking about in surgical planning, virtual reality is very, very natural fit. And this is Bell, the company that first broke the sound barrier, using virtual realities, virtual mock-up, collaboration capabilities to bring this concept to a full-scale model within just 6 months, which is some 10 times faster than their usual process. So some real validated return on investment using virtual reality in the commercial space has been broadly observed. And we are seeing customers not going beyond the proof of concept stage and going into fuller, broader, bigger scale deployment already in design engineering and visualization, simulation. And also more recently, virtual events. We ourselves have been hosting a lot of events that are traditionally physical in the virtual reality space. And what this enables is beyond video conferencing, is that you also have the serendipity moment where you can run into an old colleague or a friend or your customers and have those serendipitous conversations like you would in a physical conference, but not possible in a video conference such as this one. And the spatial audio, the sense of immersion really makes that possible. And again, co-creating memories that are not otherwise possible. And you can create all kinds of effects. You can be in any kind of location. And we found a lot of success in engaging our audience in conferencing and virtual events using virtual reality. And a lot on the live entertainment side of things, we have seen, of course, Travis Scott, this concert inside Fortnite that had 12 million concurrent users participating. This was last year. A lot of different celebrities experimenting with motion capture, animated virtual concerts, whether it's John Legend or Jean-Michel Jarre last year for the city of Paris. A lot of these experiments are bringing new ways of creativity, engaging fans, and again, sort of getting us a little closer to showing the world what it means to use these 3D real-time virtual environments for our use today, but also imagine what that could be in the future. Even for film festivals like Venice Film Festival, who have been consistently hosting their what is traditionally a physical showcase on the Vecchio Island in Venice in VR. So everybody can, from the comfort of their home, board that gondola, go on the red carpet, and go and get themselves immersed in these selected experiences. And to me, that is truly a very cool democratizing feature of virtual reality. Or this virtual fashion show sponsored by the Verizon Media. Well, it might not necessarily replace the catwalk immediately. It definitely unleashes some possibilities of what virtual fashion and real-time events could look like in the future. And there's our arts and culture program, like this one where we work with the museums like the Louvre from Paris in bringing Mona Lisa to life as part of the Leonardo da Vinci exhibition in 2019. So different institutions are trying to use new technologies like virtual reality to engage your audience in a new way that is very different from how they would otherwise imagine it to be. Or this Curious Alice in Wonderland exhibit with the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. In the corporate setting, we're also seeing broad range of training applications. So imagine a lot of the soft skills and hard skill process-based training, hands-on training. Virtual reality is a very efficient way to roll that out in a scalable fashion. This, for example, is a virtual human-based simulation powered by conversational AI, so that employees can train their soft skills, leadership skills, communication skills, and having those difficult conversations, or they can be trained in different scenarios. When these 3D content can be created pretty scalably, the different users, the corporate users, can create their custom scenarios pretty effortlessly and give their employees much better recall, much better engagement with what they're supposed to be trained with. And this is another example of virtual reality being used by law enforcement officers to train de-escalation techniques, being rolled out in Phoenix Police Department, for example, with our partner Axon. Again, a lot of these otherwise hazardous training scenarios in real life are a perfect match for virtual reality. Fire department training, using eye tracking and using very realistic simulation tools like this can ensure that firefighters, law enforcement officers can be trained in a way that is otherwise difficult to achieve and expensive and hazardous to achieve in real life. And so these are some of our favorite examples. Of course, you have earlier heard a lot of different healthcare medical examples, like the one with Penumbra, and Walter has also mentioned this. We are so privileged to have been able to play a small part in their bold vision in rolling this out to impact millions and hundreds of millions of patients' outcome. And these are truly some of our favorite use cases of virtual reality. Pain management was one we heard earlier from Beth's presentation. Another area that we've invested in, as well as more of a recreational use, therapeutic use for older adults in skilled nursing facilities and beyond. But ultimately, regardless of, this is yet another application of a company that we've invested in using VR as a real-time surgical imaging system. And here's a short video to kind of demonstrate what that means when immersive interfaces are converged with computer vision using light field rendering in the operating theater, as well as robotic advances and big data. So here's a short video to have a peek at that.
Just like in any field, it's a bell curve. When you have digitized the entire visual stream of an operation longitudinally over the case, imagine what you can do with that data. I can start to understand the nuances of that surgery. I can then aggregate 1,000 of those same type of cases to understand why was there a good outcome and maybe why there was a bad outcome. I can then teach to those for the next case, and the 10th case, and the 100th case that comes next, so that we don't repeat the same mistakes. And I can provide information to the surgeon that's aggregated across thousands of operations to make them better. One of the unique opportunities for Proprio is to democratize surgery, to bring cutting-edge technology to every surgeon around the world. Could you imagine if surgeons anywhere, any place, anytime could access the world's volume of knowledge and information to perform surgery on that patient that day to the highest level of quality available anywhere in the world? That's what we want to achieve.
So again, we briefly walked through different use cases of virtual reality today in hopes of giving us some imagination towards what the future could look like. And this example that we just played, Proprio, it really presents a case of convergence, right? This future will require a lot of different technical components. It's not just virtual reality, which is one immersive interface to access ultimately the metaverse and all of its benefits. But there are very many other different technologies that need to mature to bring that vision to life. There's AI, there's blockchain as an underlying fabric for that economic layer. There's identity, there's payment, and there's a lot of different factors that we still need to consider. And there's network, and there's compute power. So a lot of innovation in real-time engine, in 5G, in cloud and edge computing are happening in a rapid speed. And they all seem a little silo and unrelated at times. So ultimately, the convergence with a lot of different components that we're watching will ultimately bring that vision of the metaverses to life. And that's what we're really excited about. And I'll close with this last slide. Sorry, the clicker is such a challenge. So it's primum non nocere, right? So it's the first do no harm, Hippocratic oath, that I think really resonates well here in defining, of course, this is an oath to the patient providing the best care, but by doing no harm first. But in us, the parallel to us building this cutting edge tomorrow's technology that can present a lot of different concerns too, whether it's privacy, whether it's different ethical concerns, what it really means to prevent the dystopian future imagined by sci-fi authors from not happening. There's a lot of responsibilities in designing and investing, enabling in these new technologies so that when the metaverse actually does arrive, it can benefit the most amount of people as possible, and we can do our very best to reduce the potential harm. But I would urge, I think it would like this, the audience to take away with this, to stay optimistic and believe in the promise of such technologies. Of course, technology advancements always bring a lot of different concerns, and there's always double-edged sword. But as we have all seen how a lot of the profound impacts on people's lives today is really what motivates us to continue investing and believing and building. And hopefully when that future does come, we'll all be happy and proud that we have done our part. So thank you. That concludes my presentation today. I would be happy to take questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pearlie. That was amazing. It's just great to see how many different, opportunities there are out there, and how some of them, many of them may come back to have an impact in healthcare. I mean, I'm even thinking of the one, you're showing in Venice, like, putting that patients in isolation and having them do shared experiences in places like that really seems like, a way you could take an otherwise entertainment, type feature and use it for people in healthcare. Are there any questions for Pearlie? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, Dr. Lewis, and thank you, Walter.
Okay. We are now at the end of the day, guys. We're going to get the last few minutes here. We're going to play our preview of our sneak preview of our XR lab. We're calling the Center for Advanced Visualization and Immersive Therapeutics. This has been 2 years in the making, and we just opened yesterday, actually. So we're excited to be unveiling it here for you now. So stay tuned for a quick preview of what that's going to look like. Hello and welcome. My name is Dr. Rob Lewis. I'm the Chief of Neurosurgery here at Hoag Memorial Hospital. I am also the Empower 360 Endowed Chair for Skull Base and Minimally Invasive Neurosurgery. We're so excited to have you here with us today for the grand opening of our Center for Advanced Visualization and Immersive Therapeutics. I know that's a mouthful, so we call it the XR Lab for short. More than 2 years in the making, the XR Lab is opening now in order to deliver the most advanced technologies to the patients of Orange County. We're going to be walking through the different components and areas of the lab through which we're going to be working to research, deploy, and develop new technologies in the VR, AR, and mixed reality space. So virtual reality as a technology has a long-standing history. It started back in the 1970s when astronauts with NASA were using VR to train for space missions. Over the last 30 years, several pioneers in the field have worked to advance this technology and bring it into multiple settings, including the healthcare setting. Walter Greenleaf is one of those experts who has been instrumental in helping Hoag develop our virtual and augmented reality programs, and the fruits of his labor are now benefiting patients worldwide. There is a wide array of evidence available to support the use of virtual reality and augmented reality in healthcare. These benefits include enhanced patient experience, increased rate of learning, preoperative simulation for surgery, pain relief, distraction, treatment of phobias, post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, and many more. Because of the different levels of evidence supported with different virtual reality technologies, here at Hoag, we have developed a system in order to stratify the different technologies and put them to use at different levels. On the highest level is the deploy category. In this space, we are aiming to deploy technologies which are already significantly supported by evidence basis. One of these is the use of virtual reality for the treatment of acute and chronic pain. There are more than 500 published clinical studies to support the use of virtual reality for pain. Here at Hoag, we now offer this treatment to a wide array of patients. In other areas, more research is needed, so we work diligently with our research team in order to further research in the area to support medical, virtual, and augmented reality. Finally, in partnership with many of our clinicians and institutes, we aim to develop new technologies which solve clinical problems for which there is an unmet need. As you can see, this state-of-the-art development and innovation lab is equipped with the latest generations of navigation and visualization equipment. This will allow surgeons and engineers to really push the boundaries of what these advanced technologies can do, ultimately delivering them through research, development, FDA clearance, and ultimately on to provide the best possible patient care. Here in the Immersive Therapeutics suite, the mission is to provide patients of Orange County with a wide array of virtual and augmented reality treatments for numerous conditions. These treatments are based on years of scientific evidence supporting their use in multiple conditions. Let's take something simple, like arachnophobia, or the fear of spiders. The standard of care in this condition is to ask a patient to close their eyes and imagine there's a spider over in the corner, and then they have to imagine that it's a little bit closer. By comparison, in virtual reality, we're able to replicate the presence of anything and able to progressively dial up the intensity of the experience under the supervision of a therapist in order to progressively desensitize the patient and alleviate these phobias. Here in the experiential theater, physicians and surgeons are able to fly through and simulate the surgical procedure or medical treatment plan with patients and their families. For example, here is the planned surgical approach for an acoustic neuroma, a tiny tumor located within the auditory canal, which is causing hearing loss. By simulating the operation in virtual reality in advance, we're able to better plan the exact approach that is best for this specific patient and therefore be as precise as possible when we get to the operation. For patients, the advantage of being able to see the surgical plan and review it with their family and loved ones gives them significantly more comfort and makes them feel more prepared and ready to go forward with the surgery. This is something that's actually been studied quite extensively, and in fact, patients that have preoperative virtual reality 360 fly-through have not only better patient experience, but better patient-reported outcomes because of the lower risk of anxiety and better preparation by understanding the surgical plan. In addition to leading the field in the development of advanced virtual, augmented, and mixed reality technologies for surgery, such as you've seen here in the Innovation Lab, we are also developing technologies outside of the surgical space in order to help with a variety of conditions. For example, Nurture VR is a product designed specifically for pregnancy and the postpartum period. In partnering with Behave VR, the leader in virtual reality content for behavioral health, Hoag has developed 20 weeks of content specifically designed to promote and nurture new moms as they take their journey from pregnancy into new motherhood. With content specifically curated by experts from Hoag's Women's Institute and designed to support mothers through the 3rd and 4th trimesters, Nurture VR is setting a new standard for maternal mental health during pregnancy and early motherhood. Thank you for being here with us and spending just a few moments to explore with us as we embark on this incredible journey of advancing the state of the art in medical extended reality. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you soon. So yeah, that's our lab. We're really excited about that, and I just kind of wanted to save that for the end of the day and welcome anyone to come at any time and check it out. We've got a lot of new and exciting projects we're going to be doing in there, a lot of research and development projects, as well as making the space available for all of our physicians to experience and to bring their patients to. You know, I don't know if we could bring Walter back on just so we could say, you know, goodbye and thank you to everybody for being here with us. We hope you enjoyed the day with us today for our second annual Hoag Advances in Clinical Virtual Reality Symposium. Just a couple of thanks before we go. I want to, number one, thank my partner on this, Walter Greenleaf. He's an amazing inspiration, and any of you that know him and have worked with him, you understand how much he's contributed to this field and is really one of the major reasons why we're where we are as far along as we are in the medical VR space. I'd also like to thank our Hoag administration here, our CEO, Robert Braithwaite, and our executive team, as well as the conference team, Andrea Pastori, and the production team that's been able to make this project a success. Finally, I'd like to thank Dr. Bran Sawadsky for supporting this initiative through the Neuroscience Institute, and of course, the generous grant from Surgical Theater through the Hoag Hospital Foundation. We look forward to having these in many years to come, and hopefully next year we'll get to see you guys all in person. I look forward to seeing you then.